arrested. The defense has no obligation to put up any evidence. State has the burden of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. What say the defense?
We have witnesses to present, Judge.
Call them when you're ready.
Ms. Suzanne Mericle.
Come on up.
No, sir, I'll get out of your way. Yes, sir.
You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you so much.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
Okay, hi. I said my name is Suzanne Mericle.
Before we get started, I wanted to ask you, can you hear me now, Judge?
Yes.
Before we get started, I wanted to ask you about whether you're taking any prescriptions right now.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and do you know what all those are as you sit there, or do you need to look at a list to kind of remember
I need to
those?
look at a list.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. Show you those, okay? Can you take a look at those and tell us what you're taking now?
Yes.
Can you tell us what medications you're on right now?
Yes, I'm on vitamin with minerals, prednisone 2 milligrams, trazodone 100 milligrams, Seroquel 100 milligrams, hydroxyzine 50 milligrams, estradiol, ibuprofen, citalopram, HBr 40 milligrams, and risperidone 2 milligrams.
Okay.
Mr. Van Rossum, lawyers, come on up.
Suzanne, do you have the ability to turn down the volume on your?
Turn it down.
Yeah.
You're at 50%.
Try that.
Will you see,
Okay, I'm talking now. Go ahead.
Okay.
can you still hear him?
Yes.
Is that
good?
okay? We getting feedback over here? Judge, is that good?
We shall see.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
I wanted to show you some pictures, Defendant's Exhibit 21 through 41. 21 through 41. First witness. I'm going to show you defendants 21 through 41, okay? If you can take a look at those and see if you recognize those.
Yes,
You recognize all those?
I do.
What are those pictures of?
They're pictures of me the day after the incident happened,
On March the 8th?
on March the 8th.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how you appeared on March the 8th?
Yes, they do.
Move to admit defendants 21 through 41.
No objection.
Admitted.
Yeah, the overhead, Judge. I'm going to show you defendants exhibit 21. Which, can you tell us which arm that is of yours, your left or your right?
It looks like my right arm.
Okay. I'm going to show you defendants exhibit 22. Is this another picture of that right arm?
Yes, it is.
Defendants 23. What is this a picture of?
Can you talk in the microphone?
What is this one a picture of? Is this your same right arm?
This is my same right arm, yes. The underside of it.
Okay, I'm going to show you defendants 24, okay? What is that?
That's my left arm.
What does this show in defendants 28?
That's up my knee.
And which knee is that?
It looks like my left knee.
And defendants 29.
And that's my left thigh.
Defendants 31 here.
And that looks like my left thigh again.
And defendants 33 here.
It looks like my thigh.
Is this your left or your right?
It looks like my right.
And defendants 37. What does that appear to be of?
It looks like a picture of my left arm over my right arm.
And defendants 39.
And it looks like my right arm.
Defendants 40.
And that looks like my left thigh.
The judge did. How is it that you sustained the injuries that we've looked at from exhibits 21 through 41?
It's where he grabbed me and hit me the night of the incident.
Okay. I kind of wanted to go right into March 6th and March 7th, okay?
Okay.
Tell us what happened on the evening of March 7th around about the time that you all were in the living room and there was dinner being served and all that.
Okay, begin in the evening, I decided to cook dinner for us. And so I made scrambled eggs for him and a fried egg for me. And I made I cooked some kielbasa and some bacon. I fried the bacon.
Okay.
And then we
You
had
said
dinner.
Kielbasa?
Kielbasa.
Like
Like
kielbasa, sausage?
Yeah, sausage.
Okay.
I cut that up too for us. And then we had dinner, and then I cleaned up the kitchen. And then he fell asleep.
Where in the house, the jury has seen lots of photos of the house, where in the house was this, where he falls asleep?
In the living room area where the two chairs are, in the foyer area right in front of the television.
Was there something that you did while he's asleep there in the foyer?
Something that I did.
Yeah, he's asleep. What are you doing?
I'm over there on my phone.
At some point, does Mr. Barron wake up?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And what happens after it is that he gets up?
After he gets up, I went to the bathroom, and I came back, and he was awake, and he had my phone in his hand.
Okay.
And
So are we talking of the first witness?
You have free reign.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Showing you State's Exhibit 182. Is this your phone?
yes, that's my phone.
Okay. Does Mr. Barron, well, first of all, do you have a code on your phone?
Is he what?
Do you have a code on your phone?
Yes, I do.
Is that something that Mr. Barron knows?
Yes, he knows my code.
What is the code? You don't tell me the number, but what does it represent?
It's my mother's birthday.
You've got your mother's birthday as your code, and you've gone into the bathroom now, so you've come back, and Mr. Barron's holding your phone, so tell us what happens next.
Yes, he's holding my phone, and he said to me, he said, "Who is this guy you're texting?" And I said, "He's a friend of mine." He said, "It sounds more than a friend." And I said, "He's a friend of mine." And he said, "How do you know him?" And I told him that I met him on St. Simon's Island. He said, "How long have you known him?" And I told him about 2 years. He said, "Have you ever slept with him?" And I said, "No, I have not."
Okay.
And he,
And hang on before you go any further. When was it that you had started, I guess, communicating, or are we talking about, what's the name of this person, first of all?
Charlie English,
When was it that you had started communicating with Mr. English by text?
about 2 to 3 weeks prior to this day.
So this would be the 7th, so we're talking about February 15th, 16th, something like that?
Yes.
Had you actually gone and met in person with Mr. English? Had you had some physical meeting with him?
No, I have not.
You're texting with him, though, and what messages on your phone are visible? In other words, that Mr. Barron could see?
There were only 2 messages that were visible to him.
And I'm going to try to find them. Do you remember what the substance of the one?
Yeah, the one text said, if you were alone with me, what would you do to me right now? Something like that.
I'll show you Defendant's Exhibit 14. See that in the green right there?
What would you do to me if I was next to you?
Did Mr. Barron accept your explanation that you'd not had a relationship with this other man?
No, he did not.
What happened after that?
After that, he told me, "Did you sleep with him?" And I said,
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered for its truth. their statements involving the heart of this case.
Judge, I can't imagine that the statements by Mr. Barron are not offered for the truth.
Y'all go ahead and take a break, please. From the top.
Judge, I'm going to object to hearsay. This witness, Mr. Barron, is unavailable because this defendant killed him. And for this defendant to be able to talk about everything that Mr. Barron said that night, they're absolutely offering all of these statements for the truth of the matter asserted. They're offering these statements to show that Mr. Barron was angry about Mr. English, that he didn't believe that she had never met him before, that he didn't believe that he had had a sexual relationship before, talking about statements that he made as far as all of this is hearsay. They're absolutely offering every single one of these statements for the truth of the matter asserted. And to try and get in Mr. Barron's statements, who is again deceased, especially after, Judge, we had a whole hearing about Mr. Barron's statements where they wanted to keep his statements out, and the body came from St. Simon's arguing confrontation clause, but then they wanted... Does
the state have a right to the confrontation clause?
No, Judge, we don't.
They don't?
They don't.
Okay. So why would you bring that up?
Because the defense...
Why would you bring that up? You're making an argument that somehow that ruling related to the confrontation clause is somehow applicable here.
No.
How is it applicable here?
Judge, the only reason I brought that up is because the defense was adamant about making sure that Mr. Barron's statements, and that is hearsay.
They were adamant because there is well-established constitutional precedent that a trial court should not let that in.
Correct. And there's also well-established precedent to not allow his statements in this context as well. And that's why I brought that up, Judge, because if there's well-established precedents for one, there's also well-established precedent for the other.
I'll give you 15 minutes to give it to me. I'll be back at 9:30.
To admit Mr. Barron's statement under residual hearsay. The times where statements by a deceased victim are admitted under residual hearsay, the reasoning for it that the courts continue to give is because of its significant guarantees of trustworthiness to the person that the statements are made to. So, for example, a domestic violence victim confiding in a friend, a parent, a sibling, something like that. There's significant guarantees of trustworthiness as to that statement, and that's why those statements are admissible. Because this individual, Mr. Barron, is an out-of-court statement. He's a declarant, and he is out of court. He is deceased. And the state's position is that these statements were being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. There needs to be a hearsay exception for these to fall under. The residual hearsay exception would not apply here because there are not significant guarantees of trustworthiness.
Mr. Willis at the bench stated that he was asserting this not for the truth of the matter asserted, that it was not hearsay.
Correct. And I guess that's where we differ, is Mr. Willis believes that these are not hearsay because they're not for the truth of the matter asserted. The state's position is that these particular statements are hearsay because they are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm not of the position that every single thing Mr. Barron has ever said is always going to be hearsay, because of course there are times where there will be admissible statements because they're not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. But specifically statements about what he was saying in regard to these texts with Charlie English are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, because this defendant is offering that Mr. Barron was telling her that he was angry, that he didn't believe her, that they had never had a sexual relationship, that he didn't believe her, that they had never met, all of these things. Those are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted to show that he didn't believe her, that he was angry, that he thought there was a sexual relationship, to go to what they're then going to go into, which is he was so angry he did XYZ to me. All of those statements specifically are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. I don't mean to say that Ms. Mericle can't say anything Mr. Barron's ever said, because of course there will be statements that are not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's fine. But I think where me and Mr. Willis differ is simply whether or not these statements are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and the state's position is that they were. And so that is why I objected, Your Honor.
And there's so many exceptions for this to come in that it frankly be impossible to list them all, but here they are. It's non-hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This is a self-defense case where Ms. Mericle is asserting that she was defending herself against an unlawful assault by Mr. Barron. She can't possibly make out that matter, can't possibly make out that defense unless she offers up the things he's saying to her while he is attacking her. So it's preposterous to even consider. It has to come in, number one. Two, it's non-hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If he calls her a SLUT, that wouldn't be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If he tells her, I don't believe you, if he's angry, if he's moving towards her, these are non-hearsay exceptions. That's why they're non-hearsay. Additionally, they're present sense impressions, 8031, and they're also statements of then existing state of mind, 8033. It's just, you could sit here and go through every single hearsay exception. It's going to meet them all because courts let these things in all the time. You can't fathom a self-defense case where you can't say what the alleged victim was saying to the defendant as they're trying to defend themselves. How else could she make out the fact that she thought he was going to kill her if she can't say, I'm going to kill you, right? The argument starts here. We've moved right up to the relevant time frame. This is not, we're not offering things said weeks ago. We're talking about in the critical times of this unfortunate tragedy. So, A, it's not hearsay. B, it's a present sense impression, 8031. C, it's a then existing state of mind statement, 8033. And D, it's also offered for the effect on the hearer, who is Ms. Mericle, who's asserting a self-defense claim and a justification.
Judge, my only response to that is I'm not objecting to them talking about threats that Mr. Barron made. I agree that him saying, I'm going to kill you, is not hearsay, because whether or not he was actually going to kill her isn't what they're offering it for. They're offering it to go to her fear. So I'm not saying that they can't get into Ms. Barron talking about threats that, or that Ms. Mericle can't talk about threats that Mr. Barron made. I do agree with Mr. Willis that that would not be hearsay. They're not offering that for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm only talking, so I'm not talking about every statement. Like I said, I'm not talking about every statement that Ms. Mericle may or may not testify to as to Mr. Barron. I'm only specifically talking about these specific ones that she's talking about right now, about Mr. Barron saying he didn't believe me that I wasn't having an affair. He didn't believe that I'd never met him. He didn't believe me about that. There's plenty of ways that they can talk about Mr. Barron allegedly being upset by these texts without talking about what he said. Did he appear angry after reading those texts? Did he appear upset? You know, what did he do? They can talk about his actions that he took after reading these text messages. All of that would be perfectly fine. Those aren't statements. So, like I said, I'm not making a blanket objection that she can't say anything that Mr. Barron ever said that night, including threats. I do agree that that's not hearsay. I'm only talking about the statements that were just mentioned on direct as far as the text messages with Mr. English.
So as the lawyers are aware, the Georgia legislature with the Georgia Supreme Court adopted the federal rules. We're clearly in 801 as well as 803. I don't think I've received any case law or annotations or anything from either party. Does anyone want to provide that?
I couldn't find any cases where the defendant was testifying as to deceased victims' statements. Anything that I searched as far as deceased victims' statements, hearsay, defendant, anything like that, all came up with residual hearsay where victim made statements to other people other than the defendant, and that they came in under residual hearsay.
And that, I would say, is very instructive. The fact that that's never been appealed shows you just...
Well, in fairness, and making no comment on this case, the state's a little bit hamstrung on these types of cases because there's no right to an appeal, and I'm not saying it either way, of an acquittal. So, it's a situation where, in fairness, and I'm a neutral party, but I mean, the state doesn't have a whole lot of opportunity to appeal after the fact.
Right, but it would be a defendant where a trial court said you can't put these in, and a defendant appealed.
Exactly.
And there aren't any.
That was my understanding as well. That's why we took a break, and it's been a half hour, and I appreciate everyone giving me argument, but I've yet to have a case, so that's why I'm asking. The court's ruling is that it is not hearsay under 801C. Even if it was hearsay, you have 803.1 and 803.3, as it pointed out by the defense. That being said, I am going to give a curative instruction or an overarching instruction. Members of the jury, I'm not commenting on the evidence. However, to be clear, these statements are not for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to potentially explain defendant's actions. It's a pretty important instruction I'll give to the jury.
Judge, I would ask the court not to give that instruction if they're missing under 803.1 and 803.3. There's no need for an instruction.
Well, I'm finding that it is, it's not hearsay. So, but I'm also stating for, and appellate record's not my concern, but there's also logic in 803.1 and 803.3.
We still have an objection to the instruction. We understand the court's ruling.
Okay, well, what's your objection?
Well, we don't think that we should give an instruction about specifically Ms. Mericle's statements about Mr. Barron, because then it's the first witness. There's been loads of hearsay admitted. Mr. Barron said this, there's texts that come in, and the first person that takes the stand, respectfully, when the defendant gets up there, we say, hey, we don't believe her statements.
There's been loads of hearsay admitted. Okay. What does that mean?
Well, it just means the very first witness that the jury's ever told. And I know the court's, I'm not trying to say that, I know you're trying to do exactly what you think's exactly correct. And I think
But the comment of loads of hearsay, see, this is something that if the difference from the court's perspective is that the state has made an objection.
Mm-hmm. I see. Mm-hmm.
So if you'd like to compare apples to apples, let's do that. But, and this goes for both sides, and I'm not trying to get on my high horse here, but this is not a quid pro quo. This is not, oh, well, you're entitled to 3 improper things, or you're entitled to 0 improper things. You're only entitled to what the law allows, what the law requires for both sides. If you disagree with it, then you get up on your feet and say the words objection. Judge, I have an objection. I object to this. If you don't object to it, and this goes for both sides, I don't want to hear about it 2 days later. So, loads of hearsay aside, on this objection, what would you like to talk about?
I didn't mean to infer that because hearsay had been admissible, we're entitled to it. What I was trying to articulate is that out of all the witnesses who have testified, it may create an impression on the jurors that the first time they're told, hey, the things she says, in effect, aren't, I don't want to create the inference at the police court that you're passing on her believability. That's all I'm trying to get to.
And I understand that's a concern. That's why I'm reading it aloud. And so the state's interest and concern, and again, I'm a neutral party, is that you, through testimony, the defendant will be able to say many, many things uncontroverted, essentially, not saying it's true, not saying it's false, but they're objecting to it. And the objection that they're making is a good one, but I'm ruling against it and saying that it's not hearsay, that it is not for the truth of the matter asserted. And I'll be honest with you, that was the first thing you said when you came up to the bench, is that you were not asserting it for the truth of the matter asserted. So I understand the concern about the court speaking to the jury on it, but I'm not trying to be rough on this. I'm going to say something to them. So I would appreciate the party's input, and if you don't, that's fine.
May I have just one more?
Yes.
Sorry.
Judge, may we be excused for a brief restroom break while we're
Yes.
discussing? Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
Here's what I have. This is draft 1. And this is right out of the code as far as the first part. Hearsay means a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And this may be too broad, I understand. The court has ruled that this line of testimony is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to potentially explain defendant's potential actions. And I understand you may not like this, but I have this as well. As with any witness, issues of credibility are solely within your discretion. To be clear, the court is not making comment on the evidence one way or the other.
And just to be honest, I mean, that's more concerning to actually, to bring in credibility.
Okay, what's your draft?
My proposal would be that you give no instruction at all. You just say,
I understand that's your position.
if you choose not to do that suggestion, which I understand the court is leaning towards giving an instruction of some kind.
Not to be argumentative, but 10 minutes ago, I told you that I was going to give a limiting instruction, and
Yes,
I
sir.
would appreciate any input. So your input is don't give one.
No, sir.
State, what's your input? State, what's your input?
I have no objection to your limiting instruction, Judge.
Back to defense.
I didn't mean to infer, I'm just merely trying to preserve the record.
The record is so preserved. Do you object to a limiting instruction?
Yes, sir.
Now that I'm giving a limiting instruction, would you like to have any input?
Yes, sir.
And what would that input be?
The input is, I would like it to be limited in time, meaning so that the jury doesn't think that every single thing that comes out of her mouth is under this strange umbrella of credibility, and we're not sure if we believe it, and it all is
Well,
hearsay.
every witness's testimony is under that strange umbrella of credibility.
Sure, but we haven't told any of the other.
I've said it. We've had 3 or 4 expert witnesses. Every time I've had a version of believe them, don't believe them.
True for the experts you did. That's true. But none for the lay witnesses, right? That's my concern. And it's the defendant, which is obviously the most important witness, arguably, in the case. So my suggestion is just limited in timing. It just says the state's interposed an objection to hearsay. I've ruled this is non-hearsay. And that's the end of it. That would be our request.
Jury comes back. The court has overruled the hearsay objection and rules that the answer is not for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to potentially explain defendant's potential actions. As with any witness, issues of credibility are solely within your discretion. To be clear, the court is making no comment on the evidence one way or the other.
I would still have the same objection, Judge. Just to be clear, and I understand if the court's going to give it, and I'm not making a comment on that one way or another. After you give the instruction, I'm required to re-object, so after you do give the, I'm not asking to rehash this thing. I just mean for purposes of the record, I have to make a statement about restating our previous objection, and I'll just say it like that, and that's all that I have to say about it.
Restating what previous objection?
That we do not wish the court to give an instruction as proposed.
All right. We've already let the horse out of the barn, and practice pointer, defense can take stands, usually a good time when the judge comes out and says, hey, is there anything to let the judge know? Dr. Mericle, you've already started testimony. To be clear, that horse is sort of already out of the barn. We could obviously take things, but it's my understanding you do wish to testify. Is that correct? Great. All right, come on up. Let's bring him back. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you. Y'all can be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, I want to commend the lawyers for their advocacy. They're doing their jobs, and I appreciate them advocating for each side of their respective positions. As I stated very early in jury selection process, this is natural, and we appreciate y'all's patience with the court as we hash out some legal issues. The court has overruled the hearsay objection and rules that the answer is not for the truth of the matter asserted, but only to potentially explain defendant's potential actions. As with any witness, issues of credibility are solely within your discretion. To be clear, the court is making no comment on the evidence one way or the other, and it's my understanding that defense has an objection to that. That objection is noted.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. I'm going to orient you to where we were, okay?
Okay.
Let me show you what's been previously admitted. It states 15, okay?
Yes.
I'll put it up on the... What is that of?
That's a picture of our foyer area, the living room area where we were seated that night.
Where was it that you said you had gone?
To the bathroom.
And can you show us, can you kind of show it? Maybe I'll use the pointer here. Can you show us which way you'd have to go to get there from this picture?
I have to go this way.
Did you hear that? She couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I have to go this way.
Just for a second.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. Yep.
I have to go this way,
Okay. Which way is the bathroom on this picture?
this side, right over here. The bathroom's back there.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. After you come back from the bathroom, is that when you see him with the phone?
Yes, he had my phone.
What was his demeanor? What was his, I guess, attitude, if you will, when you came back in?
You could tell he was angry.
Was he making any statements to you?
He just asked me how long have I known him? Where did I meet him? How long have I known him? Where did I meet him? Have I slept with him?
Okay. And did Mr. Barron accept your responses that you were giving back?
He did, except for the last one when I said I didn't sleep with him. He called me a lying whore.
And what happened after he did that?
After he did that, after he called me a lying whore, then he stood up and he came over there to me and put both of his hands around my neck and started choking me.
Okay. Could you breathe with both of his hands around your neck?
No, I could not.
Were you capable of breaking free from his grip or getting loose or anything like that?
No, I was not.
Why not?
He's very strong.
How long does he have his hands around your neck?
Probably for about 30 seconds, maybe.
What happens after that?
After that, he drops his hands and he grabs both of my wrists and he pulls me up and he takes me and twists me against the living room wall, slams me against the living room wall, and then he slams me against the door frame. And he lost his balance at the door frame, and I ran into the bedroom, and he followed me into the bedroom, and he goes right to the dresser by the side of the bed, and he gets his gun. And I ask him,
Is this the state's exhibit? When you say gets his gun, let me show you. State's exhibit 190. Can you take a look at that? Is that the gun?
yes, it is.
Where are you now where he's got the firearm? Where are you?
Can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, I was away from the microphone. Where are you when he's got the firearm?
I'm standing in the bedroom.
And what happens after he picks up the firearm?
I asked him what he's doing with the firearm. I asked him what he's doing with it, and he said, protection against intruders is what he said.
What did you think he was getting the firearm for?
To shoot me.
And he tells you he's not getting it for that? He gives you some other explanation?
Exactly, right.
What did you make of that statement, I'm getting it for intruders?
I didn't think that was, I thought that was just an excuse because I still thought he was getting the gun out to shoot me.
After that, where does he go?
After that, he goes into the living room.
And what do you do?
I follow into the living room and I start looking for my phone.
Were you able to find your phone in the living room?
No, I was not, and I asked him for my phone and for the keys to his car, and he told me I wouldn't get the phone and that no one was going anywhere tonight.
Where are you right now when he's saying all those things?
I'm in the living room.
Does he have anything besides a gun?
No.
Put something on his shoulder.
He put when he went upstairs, he put his satchel bag on his shoulders.
Okay, what's the satchel bag?
It's like a briefcase. It's what he owns. It's his briefcase, satchel bag. But he didn't put it on until he was going up the stairs.
Okay. What happens as you're there near the stairs and he's got the gun in the satchel bag?
He starts asking me other questions. He didn't have the satchel bag at this time.
Okay.
But he starts asking me more questions about Charlie English, asking me where he's from, what he does for a living, have I ever seen him, and then tells me that he asked me how long I'd been communicating with him, and I told him 2 to 3 weeks. And he told me I need to stop communicating with him. And I told him I would stop communicating with him once he stopped communicating with his lady friend. And he got mad, and he grabbed my right arm, and then he kicked behind my leg and made me fall down on my knees on the staircase.
After you're down on your knees, is he holding you with his arm or something? Has he got you in some sort of a grip?
Yeah, he's holding me with my arm. He's got a grip on me with his arm, holding my arm down like that.
What's he do after that?
After that, he tells me that he wants me to suck his big cock.
And is that something that you're interested in doing at this point?
No, I was not.
What do you do next?
And then he told me to help him undo his pants. And so I helped him undo his pants because he had a gun in his hand, his other hand. And I helped him undo his pants. Then he put his penis in my mouth and told me to suck it. And then he kept trying to make me suck it, give him oral sex. And then he grabbed me again, and he told me that I need to keep sucking, and I told him I couldn't, and I told him I started crying, and I was crying, and he told me to shut up and stop crying. And then he told me again to shut up. And then he said, you need to shut the fuck up. He said, if you don't, I'm going to take my fucking gun. And he held the gun up to my lips like that. He told me he was going to take his fucking gun and shove it down my fucking throat and shoot my fucking brains out. And then he told me, you belong to me. And then he pushed me backwards. And then he told me, don't close your eyes tonight.
Before you go any further, I want to show you a picture. Defendant's Exhibit 4, Defendant's Exhibit 5. Show you Defendant's Exhibit 4. This is Defendant's Exhibit 4, okay? Do you recognize this area on Mr. Barron's body?
Yes, I do.
How is it that his genitalia, if you know, ended up looking like that?
The night before, when I got there Thursday night, I was in the shower, and he got in the shower with me and told me that he wanted me to shave his genital area.
Is that something that you were interested in doing, that you wanted to do for him?
No, it wasn't.
How was it that he got you to do it?
He pushed me down on my knees. He grabbed the back of my head, back of my hair, and he pushed me down on my knees. And he told me, oops, I'm sorry. And he handed me a razor and told me to shave it.
Is this the way his penis looked on March the 7th?
Yes, it is.
At some point, does he go up the stairs?
Yes, he does.
Now, at this point, what is it that you're thinking as he's gone up the stairs? Are you thinking that you're safe?
No, I'm not. I'm thinking that I need to get out of there.
has he ever, in the past, gone up the stairs to that same exact room and you not been safe?
Yes, it has.
When did that happen?
It happened on the night of February the 16th, February 15th, 16th.
Is that the night you got charged with a DUI?
Yes, it is.
On the night of February 15th, I want to talk about that for a minute.
Okay.
What happened on that night?
We were sitting in the living room watching TV, and he started talking about the down payment on the mortgage. He started talking about the payment on the mortgage, that he wanted me to use to sell. I was selling my dental practice, and he wanted me to use the money from that to pay the mortgage off.
Okay. And the jury has some idea, but how much money was owed on this property in February of 2025?
1.33.
What was it that Mr. Barron wanted you to do as far as that 1.33 that was owed?
He wanted me to pay it off with the money from my selling my dental practice.
All of it?
All of it.
Was that a good idea? Is that something you wanted to do?
No, it was not.
How was it that he brought this up to you? How did he express to you that he wanted this to be done?
He just told me, we were sitting there and he brought it up, that he wanted for me to pay the mortgage off. He said it would help him out if I could just pay the whole mortgage off, and it'd take away our payments.
Okay. And so did you agree to do it?
No, I did not.
And how did he take that?
Well, I got up to get a bottle of water, and he followed me in the kitchen, and he kept telling me I needed to do that, and I told him I wasn't going to do that, that I wasn't comfortable putting that much money down, that was for my retirement, to be put away for when I retire. And he got mad, and he slung me up against the refrigerator door like 2 times.
And did he do anything else after that?
And then he went up, he got his satchel bag, his phone, his keys, his whatever, I think that's it. And he went upstairs with the satchel bag and his keys and his phone.
Did he go up to the same room
that we see on Defendant's Exhibit 6?
Yes, he did.
this one here? I didn't ask you that very well. Is this the same room that he went into?
Yes, it is.
And was that the end of the matter on February the 15th? Was that the end of the matter?
No, it was not.
What happened?
He stayed up there, and I went ahead and got ready for bed, and I got in bed, and I was reading a book in bed, and I must have fallen asleep. And then when I woke up, he was sitting beside the bed, and he had his gun out, and he was tapping it on my foot.
He's sitting beside the bed in which bedroom?
In the master bedroom, sitting on my side, right up next to the bed. He was standing or sitting like right there
And he tapped you on your foot with what?
with his gun.
Was the gun still in the holster or was it out of the holster?
It was out of the holster.
Did this tapping wake you up?
Yes, it did.
Was that the end of it?
No, it wasn't. No, I woke up and I was terrified. I didn't know why he had his gun out. And then he started telling me. I sat up immediately and asked him what was going on. And he said to me that he was sorry for what he did, and that he understood that I couldn't pay the whole amount, and that he loves me and wants us to be together.
And was that the end of it?
No, that he walked over to the other side of the bedroom, and he put his gun and he put my phone. He had my phone. He put it up on the dresser, and then he crawled into bed with me. And then he put his arms around me and kept telling me he loved me and wanted us to be together. and that if I could just pay maybe just half the mortgage then,
So that would be what, 600 and
600 and something.
600 something? Okay. Did you agree to do it?
No, I said no, that I didn't feel comfortable doing that either. That I just wanted to pay my regular mortgage payment every month.
And then what?
And then when I said no, that I didn't want to do it anymore, and I asked him, I said, are you still paying for your lady friends, her expenses every month?
Okay.
And he looked at me,
And your lady friend means,
Lilia,
okay. You brought that up to him.
right, I brought that up to him. And then he got mad and he grabbed both of my arms and he put them above my head. And then he lifted up my shirt and started slapping my breast and my chest. He started slapping them very painfully and hard.
Had he ever slapped your breast like that and pinned you with your arms above your head before?
No, never.
So then what happened?
And then he slid me off the side of the bed and he tried to have anal sex with me.
Are you on your stomach or on your back when he slides
I'm
you?
on my stomach.
How do you know? Well, I guess that's a bad question. How do you know that that was his intent?
Because he tried to enter me.
Was he successful in entering your body?
No, he was not.
What happened?
Then he said that he wanted to get some lube. And so he turned around and walked into the bathroom. And when he did that, I got my phone and I grabbed my purse and I took off running. And I went outside to my car and I got into my car.
Were you wearing clothes?
I had a t-shirt on at that time, that point. No undergarments on, just a t-shirt.
Did you make it to your car?
Yes, I did. I made it to my car.
And then what?
And then I was backing up and he came outside. He ran out to the door, ran out the door. And I was backing up and then I drove off.
I'll show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 42. You take a look at that. Dates here in the columns here.
Okay.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a call log from your phone?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent the calls that David Barron made to you on February 16th after you left the house?
Yes.
Move to admit Defendant's 42.
No objection.
What's the number?
42, Judge.
Admitted.
After you pulled away, did you receive any telephone calls from David Barron?
From who?
From David Barron.
Yes, I did.
Do you remember how many calls it was?
He called me about maybe 5 times, 5 to 7 times.
Let's take a look, okay? Defendant's 42. You see that first call right there at 10044?
Yes.
What does it say? Does it say that you received the call?
Said missed.
Okay. Let's look at 10042. You see that call?
Yes, it says I missed.
What time was that call?
That was at 2:19 a.m.
Okay. What about this one, 10041?
It says I missed that one, and that one was at 2:19, 56 seconds.
What about 1040?
That was at 2 minutes and 20, 2 o'clock, 2:20, 38 seconds, sorry.
What about 1039?
That was at 2:21, 14 seconds a.m., and I missed that call.
What about 1038?
That was at 2:21, 49 seconds, and I missed that call.
What about 1037?
That was at 2 o'clock, 22 minutes and 21 seconds, and I missed that call.
And what about 1036?
That was at 2:22, 58 seconds, and I missed that call.
You keep saying you missed the call.
Yeah, it was ringing, and I didn't pick it up.
Right. Look at 1035. What time
That's
was
at
that?
2:23:19 a.m., 19 seconds, and it says rejected.
Okay. What about 1034?
That's at 2:23, 57 seconds, and it said I missed it. I just wasn't answering the phone.
Right. What about 1033?
That was at 2 o'clock, 2:24 and 33 seconds, and it said I missed that call as well.
What about 1032?
That was at 2:25, 10 seconds, and I missed that call as well.
And it looks like you tried to place a call here at 1031, is that right?
Yes, I guess so. That probably was a misdial. I don't know.
Who's that?
That's to my daughter, Mary Madden.
Looks like maybe it says not answered, 1030,
Right,
that one. That was to David Barron.
yes.
And then 1029.
It's at 2:39, 11 seconds, not answered.
That's from you to him, right?
Yes,
And then 1028.
that's from him at 2:40, 14 seconds, and I missed it.
And then we'll have to flip to the next page to see who that's from. Let me go here. Looks like you placed a call, is that right?
Yes,
Who's that to?
that's to Mary Madden, my daughter.
And 1025?
It's 2:51, 18 seconds, and I didn't answer the call
And who's that from?
from David Barron.
And this next call at 1024?
It's at 3:02 and 4 seconds, and I didn't answer that call.
Oh, you probably weren't counting, but do you know how many that was? How many calls from Mr. Barron?
No, I do not.
We have heard some or seen some evidence about some notes on your phone or a note on your phone about this DUI night.
Right. Mhm.
In the notes in your phone about this DUI night, it doesn't have any of this information about this incident.
Right. It does not.
Why not?
Well, I wrote the note in case I had to go over what happened that night previously, so I would remember what happened that night, but I left out a lot of details, and I left out the truth in it. And the reason I did that is because he was going to help me with this, and if he saw that I said anything like that or wrote anything, he'd be furious with me and he'd hurt me. So I knew not to say anything about what really transpired that evening.
Did you ever tell anybody about the things that Mr. Barron had done to you?
No, never.
What about your kids,
No, never. I never told anyone.
your sisters?
No, I never told anyone.
I want to ask you about the night when the police came to St. Simon's, okay?
Okay.
What was the place that you guys were staying, you and Mr. Barron?
We were staying at Seagate Inn.
And we've heard from the police officers
Right.
showed up, but can you tell us what happened earlier in the night?
Well, we went to a restaurant called Ember. We went out to eat. We were on St. Simon's. And in the middle of dinner, he said he didn't feel well. So we packed up our dinner and we left. And we get in the car and I asked him, I said, are you okay? He said, no, he's not okay. He said, you weren't paying attention to me in there. You were paying attention to all your friends. Because there were a lot of people in there that I knew. And I was just talking to him and saying hello to him. And I said, no, I was paying attention to you. And he said, no, you weren't. He said, why did I drive all the way from Gainesville to come here if you weren't going to pay attention to me? And then we were silent on the way home. And then we pulled into the parking garage. And that's when he asked me if I could do him a favor. He said, can you do me a favor? And I said, sure. And he wanted me to pay his mortgage for that month.
Okay, hang on. His mortgage means what?
His half of the mortgage payment that we make together.
At this time, we know what the mortgage loan amount is, but what is the monthly total payment, if you know?
It's about probably around $9,000. So between the two of us, it's like $4,500. I pay $4,500 and he pays $4,500.
Did you agree to fund his portion of the mortgage?
No, I did not.
And how did he receive that information?
He slapped me in the face.
And this was in the car?
This was in the car, yes.
Okay. Was that the end of it?
No, then I told him that maybe he needs to find another place to stay tonight. And I told him that I would get all of his stuff together and send it down the elevator. So I went upstairs to get his belongings and pack his bags. And I was up there doing it, and he comes up the stairs, up the elevator, I'm sorry. He comes upstairs and he's standing at the door and he's trying to get in the door and I'm standing in the way of the door and he pushes the door open and makes me fall.
And what happened when you fell?
When I fell, since I was already on the ground, he kicked me in the side and then he kicked me really hard in the head. And then he pulls me up from the ground. He put one hand on my neck and the other hand on top of my hair and pulls me up from the ground that way.
What happens after he does that?
Then the police bang on the door. But before that, when we were talking about why I wouldn't pay for it, I then made another statement that as long as he's paying for her monthly bill, that I would not pay for it.
Was that something he liked you to say to him?
No, that's when he slapped me in the face.
When the police got there, did you feel like what did you tell them? Did you tell them this is what happened?
No, I did not. I told him everything was okay.
What'd you tell them about Mr. Barron?
I told him that he was fine, that everything was good, that everything was going to be okay.
I'll show you 13. Show you what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit 13. Can you flip through those and see if you recognize those? And you can take your time, okay?
Okay. Yes, I recognize them.
Are these your texts with Mr. Barron?
Yes, they are.
Do they fairly enough represent your text from Mr. Barron?
Yes, they do.
From January 31st through January 31st to February the
3rd.
February the 3rd.
Yes.
Move to tender defendants exhibit 13.
No objection.
Admitted.
I have the element back, I'm sorry. Showing you second page of defendants 13. Who's this message from?
It's from me to David.
Okay. And what is it that you're telling him there?
I said the EM came back and took me to the hospital and I had to spend the night for observation. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Now, was it true that an EM came back to your condo?
No, it was not.
What was Mr. Barron's response to you at 12:16 a.m. on the 3rd there?
He said, you should be ashamed of how you reacted. It was you who acted so terribly to have some persons call the police.
Your response to Mr. Barron is what?
I fell and I hit my head and they heard me. I talked to them today.
Are you inferring that you talked to the people who got called 911?
Yes.
But had you actually talked to them?
No, I had not. I was just trying to make him feel better
Feel better about what?
about what he did to me. And that he knows I wasn't going to say anything. He was scared I was going to say something.
What's the next thing that you told him?
It says, I fell and hit my head and they heard me yell. I talked to them today. You did nothing. I held the door. You pushed and I fell. That's all. That's all that happened. I think you need to go find Lily and be with her. I hired a private eye and he told me that she has 8 men sending her money and you are number 9. It's a scam.
Now, had you actually hired a private investigator?
No, I had not.
When was the first time that you and Mr. Barron had violence in your relationship?
Probably in September of 2024.
Okay. And where did that take place?
We were in a hotel in Atlanta, Georgia.
You're staying at a hotel. Is anyone else staying at the hotel besides you and Mr. Barron?
Just us.
And what happened?
Well, we went to dinner at the hotel, and then we were coming back up the stairs, come back up to the room, and we had a seat in the sitting area. And then he told me that he wanted to talk about the down payment for our mortgage.
Okay, so hang on, just so the folks
Okay.
know. When was it that you actually made the agreement or the mortgage or signed all that stuff for the house?
That was in October, so this is a month before we sign everything.
Okay.
And so then he asked me if we had decided beforehand to pay, each of us were going to put $300,000 down on the loan so to lessen our payments, our monthly payments. And then that night he told me that he could only put 100,000 down, but he still wanted me to put the 300,000 down. And I told him I wasn't comfortable doing that I'd put whatever he put down, that it's fine. If he could only do 100,000, then I'd put down 100,000. And then he also said that he wanted only his name on the house.
You mean he wanted on the deed or on the title or something like that?
Right, he just wanted his name to be on there, not mine.
Okay. And was this suggestion a suggestion that you were interested in following?
No, I was not.
So what happened?
And so he suggested that I pay the 300,000 and he pays 100,000. I told him no, that I wouldn't do that. And he told me that I need to listen to him. And I told him that I was listening to him. I just wasn't agreeing with him because I didn't want to have my name on the mortgage only and then his name on it without mine, without on the house, the deed and the mortgage. I wanted both of our names on it because we were both putting in equal amounts of money. And he grabbed me by the chin right here. And he grabbed me and told me that I need to learn to listen to him. And then he turned around and hit me in the side of my head.
And was that the end of it?
No, it was not.
What happened?
He left. He went, I guess, I don't know where he went. He went downstairs or somewhere. He took the elevator and left the hotel room. And then he came back probably about an hour and a half later.
So hang on. He's put his hands on you, you say?
Yes.
Right? And then he just leaves?
Yes, he just leaves. He gets my phone
He took your phone?
off the table.
Okay.
And he takes his phone and he takes his satchel bag and he goes and leaves the room. I don't know where he went, but he left the room.
And how much time passed before he shows back up?
Probably about an hour, hour and a half.
And is that the end of it? He just comes back and now everything's fine?
No, it's not.
What happens?
I was in bed already, and he came in there and he pulled me out of bed with my arm. He pulled me out of bed with my arm and told me that we were going to finish this conversation and that I need to learn to know that he's the boss, not me. And then he told me again to put down 300,000, and I told him I just wanted to put down 100,000 just like he did. And he didn't agree to that. And then I told him I wanted my name on the house as well as his name. He said he needed it for tax purposes and that he knew more about this stuff than I did. And I told him I needed it for tax purposes too. So I told him that I would not put down 300,000.
And that's the end of it? The whole night's over?
And then when I told him that, he told me he needs to teach me a lesson about listening to him. And he grabbed me by the hair, by the back of my head, grabbed me by the hair and threw me down on the bed. And then he sexually forced himself on me.
When you say sexually forced himself on me, what do you mean exactly?
He made me have sexual intercourse with him.
But this is someone you're having sexual intercourse with consensually before this, right?
Yes,
Well, what's the difference between the consensual sex you had with him and this?
because I was being forced to have it with him. When we have it together, we both agree upon it, but I was being forced to have it, and I didn't want to have it at that time.
How is he supposed to know you don't want to have it?
Because I told him no, I told him to stop and leave me alone. I was yelling at him to stop and leave me alone.
And he didn't, did he
No.
respond to that?
No, he didn't respond. He told me to shut up, and he slapped me in the head again.
Did you think, because you said this is the first time, right?
Right, this is the first time that he had, before, maybe a couple of times, he may have pushed me maybe a little bit, or grab my arm more so that way, but this is the first time he really attacked me.
Did you think maybe that you should try to end this relationship?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Why didn't you do it?
Because I loved him, and I thought we could work it out.
I want to talk to you about another time down in St. Simons. May I approach the witness? I'm sorry. Thought I gave you this already. Showing you defendant 68. Can you look at those? See if you recognize those.
Excuse me. Yes.
Do you recognize those? Are these a fair and accurate representation of your text with Mr. Barron from January 20th, 2025 to January 20th, 2025 at 8:03 a.m. Starts at 6:09 a.m. and runs to 8:03 a.m.
Okay, yes, they are.
Tendering defendant's exhibit 68.
No objection.
Admitted.
What do these texts relate to from 1/20/2025?
That's when he was leaving, when he the night before, he'd thrown my purse out the window of the car.
Okay. What were you guys arguing about?
About Lilia.
Okay. Can you read this first text for us?
Yes, it says, I am in such shock. I don't even know what to believe. All I know is you never, ever, ever loved me. I was such a fool.
And then let's go down to this bottom one.
This is where I was telling him what was still missing out of my purse when he threw the purse out the window the night before.
Okay.
I said my remote control for my hearing and my wallet are both missing. Those are missing. My medicine is missing from my purse when you threw my purse out the window.
Okay. And to orient these folks to that, tell us exactly what happened the night that he threw your purse out the window.
Well, we were at a restaurant eating dinner, and we were sitting out at the bar having dinner, and there was two other couples at the bar sitting there with us, and we were watching the Baltimore Ravens and another team they were playing, and I didn't hear what they said, but they asked them if we were Baltimore fans, and I asked David, I said, what did they say? And he said they wanted to know if we were Baltimore Ravens fans, and I said, well, I've been to a game before. I said, my son is a fan of Baltimore Ravens, like that, and they started laughing, and he started laughing, and they said, so you're a fan of Baltimore Ravens? And I said, I guess. And he said, that bitch can't even spell Baltimore, is what he said to them. And so I got kind of upset, and I asked him, I said, I'm ready to go. And so we got in the car, and I got mad at him and said, why did you say that about me in front of us? I said, you embarrassed me. And he said, oh, I was just kidding with you. It was just a joke, like that. And then we started going home, and he said, I'm not going to go home if you're going to be, I don't want to go home if you're going to be pouting or something like that. And I said, well, you hurt my feelings like that. And I said, you shouldn't have said that in front of those people who don't even know who they are. And he said, I was just kidding with you. And then he got mad at me, and we kept talking about other things. And then he said that he's going to open the Porsche door and ruin my car. And then he said he's going to throw out my purse. And so he threw out my purse out the window of the car.
And the items that were in your purse included?
the remote control for my implant ear.
Okay, and this
And-
might be a good time to talk about that, okay? I meant
Okay.
to do it earlier. What do you have in your right ear for your ability to hear?
In my right ear, I have an Envoy implant I've lost my hearing in my right ear, so that provides my hearing. I have a remote control that I have over there, and I can coordinate my hearing to up and down what I need it to do.
And you say it's an implant, so what is that? Does that mean it's something that you can remove, or it stays in all the time?
No, it's an implant. It's inside of my mastoid process. I had to go through like a 7.5-hour surgery, and they put it in your mastoid process, and it's an implant that's covered up by your skin, your bone, by your hair. And I can't remove it.
Okay.
Every so often I have to get the battery replaced.
What about on your left ear? What do you have for that?
My left ear, I wear a hearing aid.
Is that something that comes in and out?
Yeah, that comes in and out. I can take that in and out, and I have it battery operated.
Okay. I want to talk to you about one other thing that we've heard about, which is the thing from December the 28th, okay?
Okay,
You know what I'm talking about?
yes.
Tell us what happened on that night, and first tell us where you guys were.
Okay,
December the 28th,
yes, during the day or at night, you want me to tell you about?
when everything happened at night. Well, I
Okay.
guess you can, because it started in the day, didn't it?
Yeah, it started
Okay,
in the
go ahead
morning.
and start in the daytime.
Okay, so in the morning, we were going to go to Pottery Barn Outlet to look for some more furniture for our home. We had just moved in there, and we're on our way, and he's driving, and he wants me to put the address in my phone, the GPS address for Pottery Barn Outlet. And I said,
He
well, why don't
wants you to
give-
put the address in your phone to do what?
to go to Pottery Barn
The outlet.
Outlet.
Why does he want to put it into your phone? Is he driving?
He's driving.
Okay.
Yes, so he asked me to put it into my phone and put the GPS in my phone, and I said, no, let me put it in your phone, because I'm going to be on my phone looking at more furniture and things, ideas, getting some more ideas.
Mhm.
So he handed me his phone,
Okay, so you have possession of his cell phone. Okay.
and I started to put in the address. Well, then I see a couple texts flocking, but they're coming in. There were about 3 or 4 texts that came in, and they had her name on it, Lilia Boken.
Okay, before this day, had you ever heard that name before or knew anything about who that was or anything at all?
No, I'd never heard her name before. I didn't know who she was.
Okay. And was it a concern for you to see messages from someone, probably a female? I assume you thought it was a female?
Yes, I mean, at first, I looked at it and I really kind of laughed and said, who is Lilia? I said, she's really trying to get in touch with you. And the look on his face was like shocked. And he reached over and grabbed the phone out of my hands. And that's when I knew it was something besides just some lady talking to him. And he tried to tell me that that's what it was, just some friend of his that was reaching out to him. And so I asked him to let me see the text, and he wouldn't let me see them. And he pulled off the side of the road, and we were arguing about letting me see the text and not see the text. And then he walked over to my side of the door, and he opened it up and told me to get out, that I could walk home.
And
We were probably-
where are you now in relationship to you all's lake house?
Probably about 25 miles away from the lake house.
Okay. And
And it
did you
was
take him
misting
up on the
outside.
offer to get out of the car and walk home?
Excuse me, say that again?
Did you take him up on his offer to get out of the car and walk home?
He pulled me out of the car.
Okay, so did you get out?
So I got out. Yes, I got out. He pulled me out of the car, and then I started walking home. And about 15 minutes later, he comes back and picks me up and tells me to get in the car. So I do. And then we just stay silent all the way home. And then I take a nap. I go in there and take a nap. And when I get up, I want to know if he'll talk about it with me. And I remember he was sitting in the chair, and I kneeled down in front of him. And he said that it was a lady friend that he met in 2019, that he went to Croatia with her for a week, and that the logistics of it didn't match for them to be together, but they just stayed friends, and they always notify each other on special holidays, things like this. So this was right after Christmas.
Okay, so you He's telling you, this is just somebody I saw a long time ago from a European trip,
Right,
and I don't ever see them, so no big deal.
right.
Okay?
Okay, and I still asked him to let me see the text then if it was no big deal, and he told me he deleted them all. And so then we kind of stopped talking about it, and then we eat dinner, and then after dinner we started talking about it again. It brought it up, and we started talking about it again, and he didn't want to talk about it. He said he was going to leave. If I was going to continue talking about it, he was going to leave and go to a hotel.
Did you want him to leave and go to a hotel?
No, I didn't want him to leave. He had been drinking, and I didn't want him out there driving.
So what'd you do?
So I reached in his pocket. He gave me a hug, and I reached in his front pocket, and I grabbed the keys out of his pocket. And then I took off, and I ran to the closet.
You're in the closet, you've got his keys, what happens after that?
Well, I didn't have his keys, really. I threw them up on the bathroom counter when I ran in there. I threw his keys up on the bathroom counter. But I ran in the closet away from him, and then he pushed me down in the closet, and all the clothes that I had folded up, he took all those and threw them on top of me, and then took out some hanging clothes and put those on top of me as well. And he kicked me when I was down there on the ground.
Did you place a phone call to his son, Evan?
Well, I placed a phone call to his son after when he pushed me down, and then he walked out of the closet, and then I walked out of the closet, and I looked over there, and he was getting his gun out of the drawer in the bedroom. So then I locked myself in the bathroom, and then I called his son, Evan.
You called from the bathroom while he's outside with the firearm?
Right? He was beating on the door with it.
Had you pulled a gun on Mr. Barron that night?
No, I did not.
You phoned his son, Evan, is that right?
Yes.
What were you telling Evan?
That I said, is this normal behavior for your dad? And he said, who's that screaming? I said, that's your dad. He said he could hear him screaming, and he said, and then he put his wife on the phone, and they were telling me how sorry they were, and that I didn't deserve to hear this, and that he was going to come over. Evan was going to leave his house and drive to the lake house, but he lives pretty far away. So then he said he'd call his younger brother, Colt, who lived closer, and get him to come over and help me. And he could hear his dad. He said, that's my dad yelling. And I said, yes, it is your dad.
Was there a point after, we're going to go back for a second, okay? We're going to talk about that September incident, the first incident that took place, the one in the hotel. Okay, you know which one I'm talking about?
Yes.
Was there a point after that September incident that things changed for you in your ability to sleep?
Yes, I began having nightmares.
And who was the content, or what was the content of the nightmares you had after that September incident?
David was.
Meaning he's in the nightmares that you're having?
He's in my nightmares, yes.
Was there an effect on your ability to sleep after you started having those nightmares?
Yes, I couldn't sleep at night.
I want to come back to March 7th, okay?
Okay.
I think when we left, he had gone upstairs and you're there at the bottom of the stairs, okay?
Right.
I'm sorry to jar you back into it, but I want to make sure we finish this, okay?
Okay.
After he's gone up the stairs and you're there on the bottom of the stairs, what is it that you're thinking, and what do you want to do?
Well, I'm thinking that all I remember is that gun right in my face, and that I was terrified for my life at that point. And I was scared that he was going to hurt me. I was scared he's going to shoot me. And then I realized that I needed to get out of there, and I needed to get my phone so I could call 911 or get an Uber so I could leave and be safe. I didn't feel safe there anymore.
Well, why can't you just walk out the front door?
Well, because you have to go when you get out of the house, there's a road in between the house and the main road, and it's almost 2 miles long, and it's pitch black dark, and there's wild dogs that live there. There's loose dogs that live on the road. They live on a bunch of small little farms, and there's a lot of loose dogs running around.
Is that road that leaves out of your house, is that a well-lit road?
No, there's no street lights on it at all.
Why don't you just use your phone and call 911 right then?
Because he had my phone.
Did you think about maybe going to the neighbor's house and beating on their door?
I thought about it, but I don't know any of the neighbors. We had not lived there very long, and I only waved at one neighbor one time, that's all. And I didn't even know who'd be home.
What did you do after he went up to the upstairs? Where did you go?
Well, I stayed downstairs first trying to decide what I needed to do. And then I went into the closet and I got my gun. And I walked back out. And I stood on the stairs thinking of what I needed to do. How to get my phone out of the room.
Did you think that you could just maybe go to sleep there that night and wait for him to come down and everything would be fine?
No, that's what I was afraid of. I was afraid if I did go to sleep and then he regrouped. When he got up there, he would regroup. He'd usually get up there. He'd usually lay down for a little bit, is what he told me. And then he'd come back down after he regrouped and decided what he needed to do. I was scared he'd come back down and either shoot me or hurt me somehow.
So what did you do with your gun?
So then I went up the stairs and I was telling him, I'm coming up the stairs. I'm going to shoot the lock off if you don't open the door. Take my phone and just put it outside the door. Just take my phone and put it outside the door. I just kept repeating myself. And I told him that if he didn't, I was going to shoot the lock off the door.
Show you defendants 5 again, or 6. Chris, do you have that over there?
6.
Could you see inside the room and know where he was?
No, I could not.
Could you hear inside the room? In other words, was he responding to you and letting you know or giving you some general idea where he was?
He only answered yes to me one time when I asked him if he had my phone, and he said yes. The other times, he would not respond. And when he did answer, it sounded like he was back in the corner by the bed, like laying on the bed, deep in the room.
You're standing outside the door, and tell me how you're feeling and explain to them what's going through your mind and how your body feels and all that.
Well, what's going through my mind is that I want him to open the door so I can get my phone so I can leave. I just wanted to get out of there. I was frightened. I was terrified for my life, really, at this point. I just wanted to get out of there. And then he asked me, what else did you ask me? What else
I just
did you
wanted
ask
you to describe how you're feeling for them.
Okay.
That's okay.
And then I was feeling like I could hardly breathe at this point, and my hands were shaking so bad. They were just shaking uncontrollably, and my heart was about to pop out of my chest. I was so scared.
Did you intend to shoot Mr. Barron when you pulled that trigger?
No, I did not.
Were you afraid for your life when you pulled that trigger?
Yes, I was afraid for my life. I was terrified for my life at this point.
Now, after you pulled the trigger, what was the first thing that you noticed that there might be a problem?
When I heard a gasp, I heard a loud gasp, and so I banged on the door and called his name out, David, David, and he didn't answer me. So then I ran downstairs really quick, as fast as I could, and got the hammer from the toolbox, and then I ran up the stairs again, and then I banged a hole in the door so I could get in there, and I stuck my left hand in there and undid the lock.
Once you got inside, explain to these folks what you saw in there.
When I got inside, I pushed the door open, and he was laying there in front of the door. And he was laying face down, and his face was to the right, to his right. And I immediately checked for a pulse, and I didn't feel a pulse. So then I found my phone, and I called 911. And I was on the phone with 911, and while I was on the phone with them, there was a brown towel on the floor, and I got that towel and pushed it up against his wound in his chest to keep the blood from coming out. So I was putting all the pressure on that area, keep from coming out.
Why didn't you call 911 before you ran down the stairs and got the hammer?
Because my phone was in the room. I didn't have my phone.
Do you know how many times you tried to call 911?
A few times, maybe.
Okay. Did you also try to call somebody else?
Yes, after I called 911 and spoke with someone there, and then I was still tending to the wound on the side of his chest, I called my sister, Dana Gardner.
Did she answer?
No, she did not answer. I think I called her twice.
You're in the room now. You've called 911. Did you say you made contact with them?
Yes, I did. I called him once, and when I was cleaning up, I was putting the pressure on the wound. I dropped the phone.
Okay. What are you thinking at this time as you found him there? You know you've shot him.
Yeah, I know I shot him, and I was feeling hopelessness. I was feeling worthless. I felt like it was all my fault. I felt like everything was all my fault, everything from before and until that day.
So what happened?
So then I decided to get his gun, and I put it up under my chin. I was going to take my life, and then I put it up there, and I couldn't get it to stay under my chin. The gun I was shaking so bad, I couldn't get the gun to stay up under there. And I wanted to push it so bad, but I didn't have the courage to push the trigger. And so my gun just flipped out right there, and I shot the gun. And then I thought I would try it again and see if I could try to take my life, because I was at my wit's end at this point. I didn't know what to do. So I put the gun back up there again and tried to pull the trigger. And I kept pushing and pushing. And I just didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. So I just flipped the gun out again and took another shot. And then the gun got jammed when I was doing that. And I was trying to unjam the gun with the slider on the top part, and my tissue got stuck in there between my thumb and my forefinger. My tissue got stuck in there. So I'm trying to undo it. A lot of the bullets fell out of the gun. And so I decided to clean up the mess I made with all the bullets, because I didn't want anyone to know that I had tried to commit suicide, that I was thinking about taking my life for that. So I cleaned him up and I flushed him down the toilet.
Why didn't you just tell the investigators that that's what happened, that that's why the gun got shot?
Well, I wish I would have been brave enough to tell him, but I was scared to death that if I told what really happened, that David would be furious with me, and he'd hurt me worse when he found out what I did.
No, but you could tell him about the suicide. You could still tell him about the suicide, can't you?
Well, I was ashamed that I even thought about taking my life, especially like in front of my children. I wouldn't want my children to think that I would just abandon them like that. So I was ashamed to tell anybody what I did.
Approach the witness. Sorry.
Defendants 43 through 67.
Can you flip through these and see if you recognize those? 238 and 239.
Yes, I do.
You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent photos from the Bill Morgan class that you had that's related to the Facebook post the state put in?
Yes.
Moving to tender defendants 43 through 67.
No objection.
Admitted.
You remember the state putting in a photo of you and Mr. Bill Morgan?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there was tell me what your recollection is of what your statement was on that Facebook post. You know, that they put in. There's something about shooting or.
Oh, yeah, about
The evidence will be what it is, but I can't put my hands on the exhibit right now.
about the marksmanship, about breathing before you take a shot.
Yeah.
Right.
Was that a post that you made in relation to a class that he was giving?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what was your nature or what was your relationship to that class? What were you doing? What were you trying to accomplish?
What I was doing that night is I organized a shooting clinic for Bill Morgan and the ladies that were interested in learning how to shoot a gun.
Okay. I'm going to show you defendants 43. Okay. And if you can, go through and tell me if you know all these people and who was shooting that day and all that, if you
Okay.
can.
Yes, I know all these women, and they were all shooting that day.
Okay. Do you know their names who's this?
Her name's Becky, Glenda, Wanda, Mindy, Sheila, Cindy. That's Jan, and that's Becky. That's Kathleen and Celia.
Okay, and who's this?
That's Bill Morgan.
What was the point of this class? Why were they having this class?
I organized a class for women that they knew I had posted before about me taking a lesson before. And so they were ladies that were interested in learning how to use a gun. And Bill Morgan was the instructor, and so I wanted to get him some classes.
Okay. Are you in any of these photographs that we have here?
No, I'm not in any. I'm not.
Are you in any of the photographs shooting a gun?
No, I'm not. I didn't shoot that day. I just organized and took photos.
That statement in the state's exhibit about breathing and all that, how to breathe and do that, hit the bullseye, right? Is that the way that you pulled the trigger on March the 7th or 8th? Is that the way that you did it? This slow breath and calm and pulled the trigger?
No, it is not.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
I assume you're going to be a while.
Yes, Judge.
We're going to take I apologize. Y'all want to take an early lunch or take a 10-minute break and come back for about an hour or so? No preference. All right, so let's take a 10, 15-minute break and we'll come back and get through some work, okay? Thank you. Thank y'all so much. We're going to take a 15-minute break, come back. Depending on the demeanor of the jury, we'll probably go to about 12:30 roughly. So we'll get back a little bit, maybe 11:40, and then go. And obviously, at an appropriate time, we'll break, whether that's 5 minutes before, 5 minutes after, and then I would assume we'll pick back up after lunch.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir.
All right. Brief recess. Thank you.
Hi.
So David Barron, he's not here to testify, is he?
No, he's not.
And you told a whole bunch of stories about Mr. Barron, correct?
Yes, I told a lot of information, yes.
All about things that Mr. Barron has said and done to you, correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Barron's not here to be able to tell his side of the story, isn't that right?
right,
Because you killed him, correct?
yes.
And all those events that you talked about, was it always just you and Mr. Barron in the room or in the home when those events happened?
Yes.
So we've got you, and we've got Mr. Barron. Is there anyone else that could testify about all those acts of physical abuse that Mr. Barron allegedly committed against you other than Mr. Barron?
No, there's not.
I want to talk to you about some of the statements that you made throughout this case. First, I'm going to talk about the body cam. So you told Deputy Thomas that Mr. Barron shot at you, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Well, I didn't know if he shot at me or not. I heard a loud noise up there, and I couldn't tell if it was a door slamming or a shot.
You tell him numerous times that Mr. Barron shot at you, correct?
Correct.
And not once to Deputy Thomas do you ever specify, I actually don't know if he shot at me, it could have been the door slam, to Deputy Thomas, correct?
I believe I did say a couple times that it could be the door shutting.
To Deputy Thomas in the body cam?
I'm not sure to who I said it to, but I said it to several people.
Then you told Deputy Thomas that Mr. Barron grabbed you by the neck and drug you up the stairs, correct?
Correct, yes, I did tell him that, I think. I can't remember.
At 3140, would it help refresh your recollection if I played the clip where you told Deputy Thomas that he grabbed me by the neck and dragged me up the stairs?
Yes, it
Would help? Okay. Gonna get as close to 3140 as possible.
I'll ask you a couple more questions. What I can't understand.
Upstairs. The little one. I could be fine.
The wrong way. The police pulled me over. I got put in jail.
I'm gonna start it at 30:02.
And they put me on this. I had to sleep on cement all night. Well, I didn't lose my license. All because of this affair. That hate.
We put a little few stickers on you, okay?
You're taking him to the hospital right now, okay?
What is that? He shot at me.
They don't transport if they don't have anything. So when he left, he was alive.
He was?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Still out.
Oh, baby.
listen, you need to breathe, okay? You keep focusing on
No, I
you need to
can't.
focus on you.
I was trying to, I want to work this out, and he doesn't love me, I know, but I don't know.
Right now, let's focus on you, okay?
I don't know, he's oh my God. I love him. You understand? I love him. We bought this house together.
I'm gonna put this back on you, okay? Alright, can you sit still as possible for me so I can get accurate readings on you, okay? We gotta make sure you're okay, alright? That's my job right now, to make sure you're okay.
He's the one.
So you don't subject to that.
He grabbed me by the neck and dragged me upstairs.
The little one.
Did you hear that, Miss Mericle?
Yes, I did.
He grabbed me by the neck and dragged me upstairs.
Yes, correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Well, I was hysterical at the time, so yes,
So yes.
yes.
So just decided to make that up, that Mr. Barron grabbed you by the neck and dragged you up the stairs, even though that in fact did not happen?
I was hysterical. I don't even remember what I said.
Then later on, approximately a couple minutes later, do you remember telling the paramedic that he held you by your throat and tried to pull you up the stairs? Do you remember telling him that a couple minutes later?
Yes. Hmm.
So again, doubling down on Mr. Barron grabbing you by your throat and dragging you up the stairs, which is in fact false, correct?
Yes.
And then you, let's see, you also tell the paramedic 2 different times that Mr. Barron had been drinking too much alcohol that night. Do you remember talking to the paramedic about that?
I don't remember exactly, but
Do you remember stating I told him he was drinking too much and he got so mad at me?
no, I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if I played a clip of the body cam?
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna hit play at 52:19.
Oh, baby.
Bravo, you know, 7. Do you want to use 7?
Oh, God. I told him he was drinking too much and he got so mad at me.
Did you hear that, Miss Mericle?
Yes, I did.
So is that you saying that I told him he was drinking too much and he got so mad at me?
Yes, I did say that.
Mr. Barron had in fact not been drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Correct.
So that was also a lie.
Well, he was drinking it during the day, but not at night.
So when you told the or I guess this is to the officers, when you told the deputies that one of the reasons that Mr. Barron got angry at you that night was because you told him he was drinking too much alcohol, that was in fact a lie.
No, I may have told him that because I thought he was, but he wasn't.
You thought he was drinking, but he wasn't?
No, he was drinking earlier in the daytime.
So he was mad at you earlier in the day as well then, it sounds like.
Yes.
So I thought that, isn't it correct that you had stated that the day was actually perfectly fine, correct?
Part of the day was, yes.
You guys went and got your provisional license, correct?
Right,
Went to Olive Garden for lunch, correct?
right.
You were watching a movie earlier in the night, correct?
Well, I was watching the movie. He was sleeping.
He was sleeping. So at some point, apparently, he was drinking too much and got mad at you for calling him out for it, sounds like?
During the afternoon.
Okay. You also talked about in this body cam, do you remember stating basically that Mr. Barron said that if you moved, you were talking about wanting to sell the lake house, that you and Mr. Barron were fighting about wanting to sell the lake house. Do you remember talking about that?
No, I do not.
Okay. Let's go to a little bit ahead. I'm gonna hit play at 54:42.
That I was just gonna move this forward, that I just couldn't deal with it. And you got so mad at me. I'm just told him if he wanted to be with her, he could. I told him I wasn't mad at him. I just tired. I didn't want to deal with it anymore. I just said if I started dating. We had a nice night. He got mad. I told him that I didn't want this house anymore. That he told me he didn't want the house. He said, "Do you want it?" I said, "Let's just sell it." And I told him, because he's been paying that woman in Romania money. And I just said, "You can pay the rent for the next 6 months. And let's just not see each other, talk to each other, and let's just..." And he said, "If I moved on, he would kill me."
So you told deputies that Mr. Barron told you that basically you wanted to sell the house, and he basically said, if you move on, that he's gonna kill you, correct?
I couldn't understand what I was saying on there, but yeah, yes.
You want me to go back and
No, I just couldn't
again?
pick it up with my ear.
Sure, I can play it back. I'll go back 20 seconds. So I'm gonna hit play again at 56:33.
Not see each other, talk to each other, and let's just... And he said, "If I moved on, he would kill me." And he told me to
Were you able to hear it that time?
Yes, I heard it.
Okay. Mr. Barron had actually been the one to try and break up with you a couple times, though. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Do you remember when Investigator Mefford was testifying on direct last week? Do you remember that?
When he testified
Yes, correct.
yesterday?
Last week, so it would have been Friday.
Okay, yes.
Do you remember him reading some text messages between you and Mr. Barron?
Yes, I do.
I'm gonna show you, oh goodness, I guess I need to figure out what exhibit number this is. Let's see if I can figure this out. This is text from January 13th. So I believe I'm gonna triple check. Yep, this is State's Exhibit 249. So this is text between you and Mr. Barron from January 13th, and you sent him, how many women are you texting? Why did you delete if there was nothing to see? I feel so unwanted by you. Is that correct?
Yes,
You said, I feel like I am not enough for you, correct?
yes,
And he says, wow, correct?
right, yes,
So then you send some more texts, talking about you're very sad. I thought I wanted everything for you, or I thought I was everything for you, correct? This is all you in the green.
yes, it is,
And then you say, what does Lilia have, Laura? If you want them, go find them, correct?
yes,
And then he asks if you're drinking, correct?
yes, he did.
And you say, no, I'm not enough for you, correct?
No, what?
I'm not enough for you?
Yes,
And then you keep responding, you keep texting, you keep texting. Then right here at 8:39 p.m., Mr. Barron says, okay, let's end this. You will never trust me no matter what I tell or say to you. There's nothing that can satisfy you, correct?
correct,
And then you respond, I feel all alone. I know you will never understand. I thought you loved me with all of your heart, but you don't. You care for Lilia, Laura, and I don't know who else. I am tired. I am not at my waterfront condo trying to figure out what to do, correct?
yes,
And he says, I don't care for anyone but you can't understand that, correct?
right,
And then he says, I will not come down this weekend and will hire an attorney on our house situation, correct?
correct,
And you say, please call me. You don't have to hire an attorney, correct?
correct,
So you're asking Mr. Barron not to hire an attorney because you don't want him to basically get out of this house situation with you, correct?
no, because we can handle it without an attorney.
Okay, so you are fine with breaking up. You just don't want an attorney to get involved.
Well, he never really said break up, we were just, that would be just like a short little break when he said, okay, I'm never gonna make you, you'll never trust me no matter what I tell or say. He didn't actually say he was breaking up, but it was just the beginning of it.
So he said, okay, let's end this.
Right,
You will never trust me no matter what I say, tell you or say. There's nothing that I can do to satisfy you.
right, that time we did, yes,
Okay, so this is him attempting to break up with you, correct?
yes,
So, I want to talk about, well, I guess first, also in Deputy Thompson's body cam, you talk about the DUI, correct? The DUI arrest.
yes,
And you told the deputy that you decided to drive home because you leave around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning anyway, pretty much, correct?
correct,
And then at some point, you kind of switch that a little bit and you tell the deputy, well, he made me leave, correct?
correct,
And then later on in your interview with Investigator Mefford, you also talk about your DUI arrest, correct?
correct,
And you give him this like long elaborate story about how you guys got into a fight that night, correct?
correct,
And that Mr. Barron went up into the room and locked the door to go to sleep, correct?
I don't remember exactly, but
Sure. Would you like to listen to a clip of your interview? Would you like
no,
to
I
listen?
I remember what he said, but I just don't remember that vividly right now, that's what I mean.
Okay.
I remember I said it to him.
Let's see. Here's your interview. I'm going to go to about 38 minutes.
About, I leave between 3 and 4 anyway. So I got up, got dressed.
I was lucky. I'm going to go back about 20 seconds and I'm going to hit play at 38:31.
I went upstairs. I laid there for about 3 hours. I couldn't go to sleep, so I thought I was going to go on to St. Simon's because I usually get up I leave between 3 and 4 anyway. So I got up, got dressed, got all my stuff and put it in my car. And then I went upstairs and knocked. He had the door locked. I knocked on the door and I said I was leaving. And then I got the rest of my stuff and put it in the car. So I walked back in and I was going to tell him goodbye. And he was sitting on the steps, on the second flight of steps. And he said, good. get out of here or whatever. You know, he didn't try to talk me into staying. And so I left. And I had 3 major surgeries.
So, that's a story you told Investigator Mefford about the DUI, correct?
Yes,
And it's your testimony that, in fact, none of that is true, correct?
correct. I wasn't going to tell him anything that happened, that David did to me that night.
And you testified that what actually happened that night was he woke you up tapping your foot with his gun,
Yes,
and that he held your arms above your head, correct?
yes,
And that he lifted up your shirt, correct?
yes,
And he started, you said, slapping or beating your breasts.
yes,
Did you have any bruising from that event?
yes, I did.
Can you kind of explain to me what did the bruising look like?
Just big bruises over my breast.
Like big visible
I like
ones?
the pictures of my arm, but put those on my breast.
So those bruises we saw on your arm looks just like that, but on your breast?
No, similar to that.
Similar to that, okay.
They were black and blue.
So really visible bruising.
Visible bruising, yes.
Okay. Is there a reason why bruising wouldn't have been noted in your jail intake form from that night?
They didn't even undress me. All they did was bring me in there and push me in a cell, and they took off my shoes, that's it. They never questioned me about anything, or looked at my clothes, or did anything.
So if the jail intake form went through detailed list of how your body looked that night and said that there was no marks, scratches, or bruising on your body, that would be because they didn't look at your body?
They didn't look at my body.
Okay. So, moving on. You repeatedly told Investigator Mefford that you did not shoot Mr. Barron's gun, correct?
Correct,
But then your testimony was that you did shoot Mr. Barron's gun.
correct.
I want to ask you about what you told Investigator Mefford about this whole kitchen interaction when these live shell casings came out. Do you remember talking about that with Investigator Mefford?
Did you say kitchen?
When you were in the kitchen with Mr. Barron and he was having you play with his gun. Do you remember telling that
yes.
story?
Yes, I do remember that.
Was that whole entire story a complete lie?
It was not true. The story was not true, because I didn't want to let him know that I was ashamed to admit that I tried to take my life.
Because you were worried that your fingerprints might be found on his gun, correct?
No, that's not correct, because I was afraid my children would see that I tried to commit suicide.
So walk me through how making up that story about you playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen would be a cover for you attempting to commit suicide.
What do you mean? Say that again?
So the story that you made up to Investigator Mefford about you playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen was a lie, correct?
Yes.
Help me understand how that story was the story that you came up with to cover up your suicide attempt.
It's a story I came up with to cover up my suicide attempt.
Is that what that story was,
I
the purpose?
think my hand got jammed in the gun,
Correct.
and that was the reason I said that.
So all I'm asking is for you to help me understand where you got this story about playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen from.
I just made that up
Why?
because I got the gun jammed in my finger right here, and I didn't want to have to explain that I tried to commit suicide, and that's how it got jammed.
So the story you gave Investigator Mefford, actually, I'm just going to play it. I'm going to go to 44. We're going to start at 44:25.
That was another big fight. We keep getting in these fights because of this woman. And that's what we got in a fight that night that I left. And then tonight, that's what we got in a fight with about. And he went into the bedroom and got some stuff because he's going to sleep upstairs. And he got his gun out. And I said, why are you getting your gun out? And we went to the kitchen, and he said, I just want it for protection. And I said, okay. And so he said, take the strap off the gun. So
Why did you specifically say that Mr. Barron told you to take the strap off the gun? Why did you add that part to your story?
I don't know.
It wasn't possibly because you were worried that your fingerprints might be on the strap or the button of the gun holster?
I said, I don't know why.
Just decided it would be important to throw in there that you unhooked the holster from the gun.
Well, I unhooked it when I tried to commit suicide.
Okay, we'll talk about that then. You unhooked the gun from the holster when you tried to commit suicide. That's what you're saying?
Right.
But you say multiple times to Investigator Mefford that, in fact, Mr. Barron's gun was laying right next to his body when you got into the bedroom, correct?
I don't know where his gun was laying.
Was it in the holster or was it not in the holster?
It was on the bed, I believe.
His gun.
Yes, in the holster.
So his gun, so now your testimony is that his gun was in the holster on the bed.
I can't really remember where his gun was. I was hysterical when I got up there.
Well, you would agree, you told Investigator Mefford numerous times that his gun was laying right next to his body when you got in the room, correct?
Correct.
And that you remember even pushing the gun to the side when you got into the room to check on Mr. Barron, correct?
Okay, correct.
But now your testimony is that his gun was actually in the holster on the bed when you got into the bedroom?
I really can't honestly remember where the gun was. I was hysterical when I got in there. I know it was either on the bed or on the floor.
Okay, so now we have no idea where the gun was when you got into the room.
I can't remember.
Okay. But so now going back to my original question of your statement was that you talked about taking the strap off of the gun because you had to take the strap off of the gun when you tried to commit suicide, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you threw that in there about the kitchen story?
I guess. I really don't remember.
So is it potentially because you were worried about your fingerprints being on the snap of the holster?
No, not really. That's not why I said that.
So why did you say that then?
I don't know why.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play again. I had paused it at 45:11. I'm gonna hit play.
he said, this is what you need to get on your gun, because I don't have a strap around my gun. And then he said, is this gun to you? He said, put it in your hands and hold it, because, I mean, I got to take lessons. And he told me if that gun fits my hand. And then he took the gun in his hand, he took his brief and took it on his shoulder. And then I asked him to come, don't go upstairs, just talk about it and try to not be mad at each other and just talk about it normal.
So, why did you add in the part in that story about how the gun fit just nicely in your hand? What was the point in throwing that false detail into that story?
I don't remember why the reason was.
I'm going to skip ahead to 158. Am I at 150? Oh, I'm way off. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to hit play at 158:01.
Understand this one more time. I want you to explain this again, okay? So, he's up, let's start with going up the stairs. Okay, start there.
So we're downstairs on the kitchen, by the kitchen. Okay, he has his gun. That's when he takes it out of the casing, asks me if my hands, I have a top, if my hand can go around his gun. He told me to take his cover off the gun, take it upstairs, see if you know. So I did that. There was no gun, nothing got fired or anything, okay? I pulled that thing back. He told me to pull it back,
Yes.
okay? That's when 2 or 3 of them fell out on the floor.
Just stop pulling back.
So again, you specifically mentioned that you took the gun out of the holster, correct?
You're correct.
And that he told you to hold the gun, and then you explicitly talk about pulling the slide back to the gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you could hear him talking to you through the door that night, correct?
I heard him say yes to me.
So it wasn't that you could not hear him on the other side of the door, correct?
I heard him say yes.
You also heard him make a noise when he was shot, correct?
Yes.
And why were you so, in this story, you're very specific with Investigator Mefford that you flushed those shell casings down the downstairs toilet in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And you're very adamant about, I did not flush them upstairs, I only flushed them downstairs, correct?
Yes, I couldn't remember where I flushed them. I was hysterical at the time.
Okay, so that was just a mistake that you were being very adamant about where you flushed those bullets.
Yes.
Why? This story was basically because you didn't want to admit that you had tried to commit suicide, according to you, correct?
Correct.
So, how did you know to make up that you flushed the shell casings? Why throw that in there?
Because I didn't want them to know that the shellings were there, because I cleaned them up after I jammed the cuff on. After I jammed the gun, then the bullets fell out, and I wanted to hide the bullets from not being able to tell. That's why I had the gun in my hand.
And Investigator Mefford continuously asks you about those shell casings, correct?
Correct.
And repeatedly you tell him that you have never touched the shell casings, correct?
Correct.
Which is also a lie.
Correct. Yes, I just said that I didn't touch them because I didn't want to tell anything. I didn't want to say anything to him about what had happened.
But you did say that you flushed live rounds down the toilet in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And so you didn't tell him that just in case they did find flushed shell casings in the septic line. That's your testimony? You didn't say that just in case they did find these casings?
I wasn't even thinking about what I flushed down the toilet, really and truly. I was just trying to flush them down to clean up after I tried to commit suicide, so no one would know that I had his gun trying to commit it. That's what I was trying to do.
It seems like every fight that you and Mr. Barron got in essentially revolved around Lilia, correct?
Say that again?
Every fight that you and Mr. Barron got in revolved around Lilia?
Not every fight, no.
Is that what you repeatedly tell people, that the only thing you fight about is Lilia?
Tell who?
Everyone that you've told about Lilia.
No, I don't tell them that.
How many people do you think that you've told about Lilia?
About Lilia?
Could you name them off for me, all the people that you've told?
My sister, Dana Gardner.
Okay.
My sister, Leslie Fenoy.
Okay.
My girlfriend, Jenny Hall.
Okay.
Beth Barron, Evan Barron, and I think that's all.
How about Jessica?
Jessica. Maybe Jessica. I don't remember telling Jessica about it.
How about Judy and Mike? Your friends Judy and Mike?
Oh, David told them about it.
So you've talked to Judy and Mike about it?
David did.
David told them?
Yes, they confronted David. I talked to him first, and they confronted David when he came over.
So you talked to Judy and Mike first?
They were with me the night I called Evan.
So you told Judy and Mike first then?
They heard me. They overheard my conversation.
Okay, so you told Judy and Mike first then?
Yeah, they overheard the conversation while I was talking to Evan.
Okay.
And then when David came over later on, they confronted David about it.
Because they found out from you? Correct.
They found out because they overheard the conversation when I was talking to Evan.
You also told your son McLean, correct?
I'm not sure I told him exactly about Lilia or not. I just told him he was going to have to move out because we were having problems.
In the times that you and Mr. Barron got in fights about Lilia, David would basically separate himself from you, correct?
No, not correct. Not always.
Okay, well, let's talk about it. So, December 28th is the first night you found out about Lilia, correct?
I found out that she was texting him, yes.
And that night, he left and went to a hotel, correct?
Exactly, yes.
And you disagree with Evan's testimony that you pointed the gun at Mr. Barron that night, correct?
Correct.
But Evan's testimony was that you called him frantic, saying that you pointed the gun at Mr. Barron, correct?
I did not have a gun with me that night. I flew to Atlanta that weekend, and you can't take a firearm with you.
Okay, and Mr. Barron was yelling because he wanted to get his keys so that he could leave, correct?
The keys were on the bathroom counter.
And you had locked yourself in the bathroom.
I locked myself in the bathroom in the commode. There's a separate part of commode area, and that's why I locked myself. But the keys were right out there. He was right there beside him. I kept telling him the keys were right there, and he wouldn't listen.
So he's yelling for his keys because he wants to leave to go to a hotel, but his keys are sitting right there?
His keys are right there on the vanity, yes.
And then January 4th, you get into another fight about Lilia, correct?
Yes.
And David, again, leaves and goes to a hotel, correct?
Well, no, that's the night. He didn't know I found out about her that night. That's the night he threw my purse out the window of my car, and then I had his stuff, and he didn't come pick it up. I left his stuff at Seagate Inn for him to pick up, and he didn't pick it up, so I took it with me in my car. And then I found out that I read through his briefcase. I was looking through a satchel bag, and I saw where he was sending family. It said family support on the letters to the money for Lilia. But he didn't know I found out that night.
So that's the night, January 4th is the night where you went through his briefcase, correct?
I went through his, the satchel bag.
Satchel
I got it out and went, but he was already at a hotel.
And
got in a fight earlier.
So he was already at the hotel?
Right, because I told him he couldn't stay with me that night.
So he left and went to a hotel? That was my original question.
I told him he couldn't stay with me, so that he had no choice but to leave.
Okay, so he left that time too. Then on February 1st, this is the St. Simon's incident.
Yes.
He was also trying to leave the condo in St. Simon's, correct?
I asked him again to leave because he slapped me.
So all of these are because you were asking him to leave, apparently.
Well, he didn't have a place to stay, so he had to go find a hotel.
So he's trying to leave, correct?
Not trying to leave, he left.
He's trying to get in to get his belongings so that he can leave that night, correct?
I already put his belongings outside the door.
Well, earlier you testified that you said that you were going to go up and get his stuff, but then he followed you up and then he was trying to push his way into the condo to get his things.
I was putting the stuff out the door and he comes in the door. I was putting the stuff out the front door and he comes up to it and that's when he pushes me backwards.
So when the police came, all of his stuff should be outside the door?
It was right there by the door. It was right there by the kitchen door.
Inside or outside?
Part of it was outside and part of it was inside.
So again, on body cam that we have, some of his stuff should be waiting outside for him.
No, it wasn't waiting out there for him. I'd put it right by the kitchen door, so it was still inside.
Okay, so it was still inside,
well,
correct?
Because he came up there and banged the door open, that's why.
Okay, so I'm just confused because 2 seconds ago you testified that all of his stuff was already outside and the reason that you wouldn't let him in was because he was trying to come in anyway.
No, all of his stuff was not outside.
Well, then you said some of his stuff was outside and some of his stuff was inside.
Some of it was inside by the kitchen and some was by the door.
But all of it was inside of the condo.
It was inside, right.
Okay, so he could not leave until he was able to get inside the condo to get his belongings, correct?
Right, and I was trying to get him out to the door for him.
Okay. February 16th, that's the night you get arrested for DUI, correct?
Yes.
And he has locked himself up in the guest bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And March 7th, get in a fight about Lilia again, correct? March
Yes.
7th. And he has locked himself up in the guest bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about your phone. So testimony was that the reason that you attempted to shoot the lock off the door is because you wanted to get your phone, correct?
Correct.
Because he had your phone, correct?
Yes, he did have my phone.
And he had, at this point, told you that he had your phone, correct?
Yes.
Is this before or after he forced you to perform oral sex on him?
This is after, well, he had my phone in the beginning.
Okay.
He had my phone in the beginning. Remember when I asked for where my phone was?
Mhm.
And he told me I wasn't getting my phone and no one was going anywhere tonight.
So he gets his satchel, correct?
Yes.
And his gun, correct?
He already had his gun in his hand.
Already had his gun in his hand. And then presumably he already had your phone in his hand as well, correct?
He had my phone. I don't know where he had it in his pocket or in the briefcase, but he had my phone. I didn't see my phone.
And then all of a sudden he puts those things down and forces you to perform oral sex on him, correct?
No, he didn't have them before that.
Okay, so when did he get the satchel?
After he pushed me backwards and told me not to close my eyes tonight,
Okay.
that's when he got his satchel and everything else. But he already had the phone. I guess it was in his pocket.
Did you notice the phone in his pocket when you were forced to take his pants off?
No, I didn't.
So he pushes you back, grabs the satchel. You said he's already got his gun
Right.
and presumably already has your phone, correct?
Right. He already had my phone in the beginning before any of this even happened.
And then he tells you not to go to sleep tonight, correct?
Correct.
And you walk up, or he walks up the stairs and locks himself in the guest bedroom, correct?
After he did everything to me, yes.
And so you go and get your gun
Yes.
from where?
From the closet.
And you walk back towards the stairs, correct?
Correct.
And then I think you testified that you kind of sat at the bottom of the stairs for a little bit to think about what you were going to do, correct?
Contemplating, yes, what I was going to do.
And you didn't want to walk out the front door because of the wild dogs.
I didn't want to walk out the front door because I'd have to go down that road. That was pitch black dark.
With the wild
Those
dogs.
dogs.
Okay. And there's at least 3 or 4 neighbors, like, within a 2-second walk from your house, correct?
A little bit longer, yeah. There's 1, 2, 4 neighbors around my house.
Because you live in a cul-de-sac,
Correct.
or the house was in a cul-de-sac.
Right.
And you didn't think that the best idea would be to go knock on one of their doors and get help, correct?
Well, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't know who was there and who was not there. It was pitch black dark out.
Didn't want to try?
I didn't know anybody, and it just didn't seem like the right thing to do, to knock on someone's door at 1 o'clock in the morning.
But the right thing to do was to take your firearm and try and shoot the lock off of a bedroom door, correct?
Well, I was hysterical at the time, so I couldn't even think of what to do. To tell you the truth, I was scared for my life.
Well, you thought enough to sit down at the bottom of the stairs and decide you didn't want to face the wild dogs, correct?
I didn't sit down at the bottom of the stairs. I stood up and just thought about it. It took maybe 30 seconds, maybe at the most 30 seconds I was down there.
Okay, I apologize. I thought that on direct you would testify that you sat at the bottom of the stairs and thought about what to do.
When I sat, today I said that?
Correct.
Oh, I didn't mean to say sat. I just
Okay.
meant like stood there.
Stood there. So you stand there and you think that the most reasonable thing to do is to take your firearm, go up the stairs and fire at a locked door where somebody else is on the other side of it.
No, I didn't think like that. I thought that, number one, I didn't know any of the neighbors, so I wasn't going to go just walk up to their door. And then number two, I thought that I could hit the lock on the door, and that would get my gun back. Get my phone back. That's all I wanted was my phone back. I would have thought that he'd take my phone and put it out there.
You ever fired a gun at a lock successfully before?
No, I've never have.
You know if that's even possible to fire your gun at a door to unlock it?
You can fire it, I think, at a gun. I don't know, but you can fire at a locked door.
If you're firing a gun at a door lock so that you can unlock it, you walked up pretty close to the door, didn't you?
I was about a foot away.
And the tip of your gun was about 6 inches away, correct?
I'm not sure.
And your game plan was to shoot the lock off the door, correct?
Correct.
Presumably, standing behind that door is Mr. Barron with his gun, correct?
I don't know where he was.
Well, you know he had gone into the bedroom and locked the door,
Right,
correct?
but I didn't know if he was standing behind the door with his gun.
You know he's in the bedroom.
Right, I know he's in the bedroom.
Okay, so you're shooting the lock off of a bedroom door where presumably Mr. Barron is in that bedroom with a firearm, correct?
Correct.
He has just assaulted you physically, correct?
Correct.
He has just forced you to commit oral sex sodomy on him, essentially, correct?
Correct.
So he has kicked you down onto the ground, correct?
He's what?
Kicked your legs so that you would fall down to the ground, correct?
Right on my knees.
On your knees, grabbed you by the hair, correct?
Correct.
Held a gun to your head, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And forced you to perform oral sex on him, correct?
Right.
And then threatened to
But I already
basically...
performed oral sex before he got the gun out. Because I did the oral sex, then he got the gun out.
So he
I
never
started
had the
crying.
gun when you were performing oral sex on him?
He had the gun in his hand the whole time. He never put it down once he got it out of the drawer. Once he got it out of the dresser, he never put it down.
So where was the gun when you were being forced to perform oral sex on
It
him?
was in his hand.
So he did have the gun out when you were being forced
Oh,
to...
I'm sorry. Yes, I didn't understand what you were saying.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
So he had the gun in his hand.
But you said he put it up to my face before that. He did that afterwards.
So did he just have the gun down by his side while you were
No,
forced?
he did not.
Where was the gun when you were being forced to perform oral
He had
sex?
the gun in his hand.
But where was it being pointed?
It was just standing, it wasn't being pointed at anybody at that point.
Okay.
He didn't
Just-
point it at me till he stuck it to my lips.
And then afterwards, he points the gun to your lips
Yes,
and tells you basically, I'm going to blow your brains out tonight if you...
exactly. Yes,
Okay. And then he's essentially threatened to kill you.
yes,
And then he's gone up with that gun that he's just pointed in your mouth, at your mouth, correct?
yes,
And locked himself in the bedroom door.
yes,
And you said 30 seconds later, you follow him up the stairs, correct?
no, I went and got my gun.
Okay.
Then I came out, and then I stood there about 30 seconds trying to figure out what to do.
So how much time do you think had passed?
Probably about, I don't know, a minute, maybe a minute,
So
minute and a half, maybe.
maybe a minute to a minute and a half at most, since he has pointed a firearm at you, forced you to commit sodomy, and threatened to kill you, correct?
Say that again.
Only between a minute and a half had passed since all those things happened, and you're upstairs with your firearm.
Yes.
Correct. And your game plan is to shoot the lock off of the door, correct?
Yes,
Get inside of the bedroom, correct?
yes.
What was your game plan from there?
Well, all I wanted was my gun. My cell phone. That's all I wanted was my phone. And so I was trying to think of a way to get my phone. If he would have just put it outside the door, I wouldn't have had to do anything.
And you testified that before you went up the stairs, you were terrified for your life, correct?
Correct.
You thought that if you stayed in that house, Mr. Barron was going to kill you that night.
Yes, I was terrified for my life.
But you were not too terrified to fire a gun at a locked door where Mr. Barron's standing behind it with a loaded gun, correct?
Well, my choices were very few. I needed my phone to get out of there so I could call 911 or an Uber. I didn't have transportation to leave because his car was the only one working. And I didn't want to walk down that dark road, in 2 miles. And I didn't want to go to a neighbor's house because I didn't know any of them. So I thought, number one, I thought that when I walked up there that he would put my phone out the door. That's what I was hoping he would do. And
So-
at this time, I was hysterical.
So presumably, while being in fear for your life, correct?
Yes,
Your safest option between walking out of the house and shooting the lock off of a door where an armed individual is behind it Plan B was your safest option, correct?
Plan B was what?
Your safest option.
It was an option, yes.
Was it your safest option?
Yes, it was safest for me, yes, to go through that, yes.
And so presumably, if you successfully shut the lock off the door, your thought process was Mr. Barron's going to hand you over the phone and let you stand there while you call an Uber for help?
No, I was going to get the phone.
And where were you going to go when you got the phone?
I was going to call 911 and get out of there.
Where were you going to go when you got out of there?
I was going to wait for 911 to come
Where were you going to wait?
outside the front door.
Where the wild dogs are?
No, the dogs aren't there. The dog's down the road that you have to go down to. When you get out of the house, you have to go down this road, and that's the road you have to go down to get to the main road. Is that the street without the lights on it and the dogs?
So presumably, Mr. Barron was going to be calm enough to allow you to stand on the front porch and wait for an Uber or for 911 to come, correct?
No, hopefully he wouldn't come down the stairs. He's the one that left and went up the stairs.
You're right. He is the one who left and went up the stairs, correct?
Right. He went up the stairs after he did what he needed to do to me. And then I'm hysterical downstairs after he did that to me.
So, moving on. You are a dentist, correct?
Yes.
And you're required to be certified in life-saving measures, correct?
Correct.
How often do you get that certification?
Once every 3 years. Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Yes,
So
every 2 years.
you get certified in life-saving measures every 2 years.
In CPR, I get certified.
Didn't attempt to perform CPR on Mr. Barron, though, correct?
No, he didn't have a pulse.
So didn't even try.
I didn't have a pulse.
So that's when we just give up, throw our hands up, and call it a day for Mr. Barron's life?
No, I just didn't. He didn't have a pulse, and I called 911.
What you did do was get a towel and start wiping up the blood off of the floor, correct?
Well, I was holding it up to his chest to put pressure on it. And then after I slipped in the blood a few times, I wiped it up, yes.
With that white towel that we saw that was covered in blood?
Well, the brown one and the white one, there were 2 towels,
Correct.
yes.
So you were concerned about wiping the blood up off of the floor, correct? Because you slipped in it.
Because I slipped in it.
But you were not concerned at all about attempting to perform CPR on Mr. Barron, even though you are certified in life-saving measures, correct?
Well, I tried to turn him over, and I couldn't get him to push over. I couldn't get him to turn, but there was no pulse. I checked the neck, and I checked his ankle, and there was no pulse in either place.
So did you just assume he was dead at that point?
I wasn't sure.
If
I
you
was
were,
hysterical, and I couldn't even remember what I did, to be honest with you.
if you weren't sure that he was dead or not, why not try and perform CPR to try and save his life?
I told you I tried to turn him over, and I couldn't get him over. He's 235 pounds.
You left your car with Mr. Barron when you drove back to St. Simon's on March 3rd of 2025, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, your car was working perfectly fine, correct?
No, it wasn't. The interlock device was messing up on us. That's why I didn't drive it.
You didn't text Mr. Barron, or Mr. Barron didn't text you telling you that the car was working perfectly fine on March 3rd, 2025?
What day is March 3rd?
That would be, I don't know what day of the week it is. Monday? It's a Monday.
Okay, on Monday, the car was working fine. And then Tuesday, it wasn't working fine when I left. That's why I didn't drive the car home. Because we were having trouble with it blowing in the machine. So he told me he'd keep the car for me. And Monday, he used it and he went to work. But then Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday morning, it could have been Monday morning, he got up and the car wouldn't start.
So the car wouldn't start when you were going to leave, but then it magically started before you had gotten home?
No, I didn't say it wouldn't start then. When I left the weekend, when I left on Sunday, the car wouldn't start.
This is 270. This is 270. You did, I want to put this in. Well, what number was yours? It's easier because I have it right here.
Okay, that's fine.
What, is the state tendering that?
I was going to, but I know that defense, well, yes, Judge. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 270. Do you recognize, who's texting in that?
Yes.
Is that you and Mr. Barron?
Yeah, that's the day I was leaving.
Okay,
And at first it wouldn't start, but then he got it running.
okay. Judge, I move to tender states 270 into evidence.
No objection, 270.
Admitted.
So, Mr. Willis is correct that he had admitted, I can't remember what exhibit number his was, but he had admitted text from this date as well, yesterday. And I just wanted to pull it up again. So this is states 270. What we saw yesterday was this text from you and Green saying, I'm getting on the causeway, correct?
Correct.
And then that was at 3:45. Mr. Barron replies first with a photo, and then at 3:51 says the car is running fine, correct?
Yes.
So you hadn't even made it home yet, but Mr. Barron's telling you the car's running fine.
Yeah, he was blowing in it, and he could blow in it better than I could. I could not make the car. When I would blow in it, it would not start. But when he blew in it, that's why he kept it. That's why I drove home in his car.
Because you actually respond to Mr. Barron, you say, I gave you the card that with the guy's name on it. Can you call him or send me the number? And I'll call him. It's like a violation was made. I wonder if they know that is you breathing, correct?
Right.
So Mr. Barron is breathing into the intoxilizer that you're supposed to be breathing into to drive your vehicle, correct?
Well, I haven't got my provisional license yet, so I went in and got the interlock device early. So I didn't have the provisional license, so my attorney said that he could drive the car until I get my license.
But you were driving Mr. Barron's car.
Right, that I could drive it because I didn't have my provisional license yet.
Okay.
Why don't we break now? It's now 12:35. We'll continue with testimony at 1:45. 1:45, please. Thank you. Please do not discuss the case with anyone. Do not perform any research. Thank you. Y'all can sit, stand. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense? We'll resume at 1:45. Thank you. I'm good. Thank you. All right, let's have the witness take the stand, bring the jury back.
Oh, I don't have that microphone.
Welcome back. Thank you.
My microphone's not working. I'm getting somebody.
All right, welcome back. We're going to fix a technology issue real quick and go from there.
We're getting a different courtroom coming through.
Not sure how that's even possible, but
We've got another.
sure, please. Thank you. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yes.
Thank you for your assistance.
May I continue, Judge?
Please.
Ms. Mericle, I want to talk to you. We talked a little bit about it before the break, but I wanted to talk to you again about where the gun was in the room, the bedroom, when you entered the bedroom, okay?
Yes.
So, I want to,
Volume again. Chris, we'll get it, Judge. We'll get it.
No worries. Thank you.
50.
I put the volume down.
50. All right, if you can't hear, let us know.
Okay.
That's what it was at last time.
we good to go?
Yes.
I'm gonna play for you a clip of your interview. Right now, we're at 209:58. Is that right? 209:58? Okay. I'm gonna hit play.
To the door to give me my phone because it was on the floor. But then his gun was right there.
Right where?
It's right, like when I walked in, his gun was like right by his leg.
Mm-hmm.
And the holder, the gun holder was right there.
Mm-hmm. Where?
On the floor. It was on the floor. It was on the floor. Everything was on the floor.
Okay.
And then I came in, and he was just laying there.
What'd you move? What'd you touch?
I touched everything. Probably. I mean, I know I did. I started screaming, and I just moved like all over, and then I went to him.
So did you hear where you said that his gun was right there on the floor, correct?
Yes.
And that the holder was also right there on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Next to his leg, I think you said.
Yes.
So, is that where the gun was when you got into the room?
Honestly, I can't remember. I thought it was on the bed, but according to this, it's not. It's on the floor.
So you don't remember at this point where the gun was when you got into the room?
No, I can't remember.
I'm going to hit play. Do you remember telling Investigator Mefford that you, when you were touching everything, you even reached into Mr. Barron's back pocket and touched his cell phone?
Yes.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Why'd you reach into his back pocket and touch his cell phone?
I was looking for my phone.
But you had just stated that your phone was sitting right there on the floor next to his gun.
Before I found it, as soon as I checked his pulse, I went straight to the back and checked for his phone, and I saw his phone, and then I saw my phone.
Okay, so you said that you saw your phone sitting there first, but really what happened was you didn't see your phone sitting there first, and you checked his pocket for your phone, correct?
Right.
And then you realized your phone's sitting on the floor.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember telling Investigator Mefford that you saw your phone and the gun sitting on the ground and that you think you even slid the gun away from Mr. Barron's body?
I don't remember it exactly, but I heard it on the tape.
Do you remember if that's true or false?
I can't remember.
Okay. When you were explaining about this fake kitchen incident where you're playing with Mr. Barron's gun in the kitchen, the incident I'm talking about,
Yes.
do you remember explicitly telling Investigator Mefford that you touched the trigger because Mr. Barron wanted to see if your finger would reach the trigger? Do you remember saying that to Investigator Mefford?
Yes.
You would agree that throwing that little fake fact in there about Mr. Barron wanting for you to touch the trigger of his gun is kind of a random fact to throw into a fake story, correct?
Well, it had happened before. I had tried on his gun before.
So why explicitly tell Investigator Mefford that your finger touched the trigger of Mr. Barron's gun that night?
I don't know.
You don't know why you told him that specifically?
I don't. Mm-mm.
Do you remember getting a psychological evaluation?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember telling that doctor that both you and Mr. Barron were drinking that night and that both of you stopped around 10:30 p.m.?
I don't remember telling her that, but I'm sure I did tell her that.
That's also a lie, correct?
No, it wasn't a lie.
Well, I thought you stated earlier on cross-examination that Mr. Barron wasn't drinking that night, but maybe he was drinking earlier in the day.
He was drinking something. I didn't know if he was drinking alcohol or what he was drinking at the night.
Well, you told the psychological evaluator that he was drinking Jack Daniels and then beer, correct?
He was drinking beer that day. He had beer at Olive Garden, and then he mixed himself a drink when we got home. That's all I know.
And you told her that he was drinking until 10:30 p.m., correct?
I thought he was drinking then.
Why did you think that?
Because he had something to drink beside him, and he never drinks anything. He doesn't drink water. He doesn't drink things like that.
So you told Deputy Thomas that Mr. Barron was drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Yes.
And you told Investigator Mefford that Mr. Barron was drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Yes.
And you told the psychological evaluator that Mr. Barron was drinking alcohol that night, correct?
Yes, I thought he was.
And at no point do you ever tell them, I saw him drinking something and I'm not sure what it was, might have been alcohol. You just explicitly told them he's drinking Jack Daniels and beer, correct?
I told him he was drinking. I didn't say what he was drinking all night.
And you more explicitly say not only that he's drinking, but that he got angry because you got mad at him for drinking too much alcohol, correct?
At lunch.
But that's not what, I know that's what you're saying now. That's not what you told any of those three people, correct?
Correct.
You testified that the physical abuse with Mr. Barron started in about September of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, maybe some verbal and emotional abuse, correct?
And some pushing, yes.
I guess, would verbal abuse examples of that be like cursing at you?
Calling me names, yes.
Calling you names, any cursing?
Yes,
Yes?
I said yes.
And I would imagine that if he's being verbally and emotionally abusive to you in person, he's also sending you some aggressive text messages, correct?
No, he did not.
No? So he's only verbally abusive to you in person?
He didn't want anyone to know about anything that was going on. That's why we never discussed it. Even after an incident would happen, it never got discussed again.
Even between the two of you?
Even between the two of us, we would rarely ever bring something up that happened, except once in a while.
So to him, you acted like absolutely nothing was wrong for what reason?
I was scared of him.
And he just had the self-control to be completely and totally normal to you over text, but then horribly verbally abusive to you in person?
Yes.
Okay. So, can you think of one single example of a time where this victim, Mr. Barron, ever said something mean or abusive to you over text?
Not that I can think of right now.
And you would agree, like, you both had passwords on your phone, correct?
Right.
And you wouldn't just go around showing everyone your personal text messages between you and Mr. Barron, correct?
No.
And presumably Mr. Barron wasn't going around showing everyone his personal text between the two of you, correct?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
So you would agree that it's one thing not to tell other people about physical abuse, but no one's reading the text between you and Mr. Barron other than you and Mr. Barron, correct?
He told me he didn't want anything written down. That's why I put that one note in there about what happened the night of the DUI. It wasn't true. And it's because he said he didn't want anything written down.
So you wrote down a lie about the DUI?
No, I didn't write down a lie. I just wrote down the details. I just left out information.
So you didn't write down a lie, so then what you wrote down about the DUI in your notes is the truth?
Well, I told the truth. I just didn't give the absolute all specific details.
Let's pull up that note then. What exhibit is this? So this is states 199-0. I'm going to go down to the note that you wrote about the DUI. Zoom in a little bit. So you would agree that the majority of this note doesn't even have anything to do with Mr. Barron, correct?
Correct.
That the majority of it is talking about your interaction with law enforcement that night, correct?
Yes.
So the only part that's about Mr. Barron is this first paragraph up here where you write, I remember I realized I was going the wrong way. I was pulling over to the right. I had a few drinks earlier, about 6:30. I think my last one was maybe 12 o'clock. I took my medication, then you list out your medication, around 2. We've been watching a movie and I was headed to bed. We've gotten in an argument and I decided I couldn't sleep, so I would get up and leave and head back home because I had a lot of work to do at my office. I left at 4, but I decided to leave around 3. That is really the only mention of like what could have possibly gone on between you and Mr. Barron, correct?
Yes.
And if you need time to sit here and read it, let me know. But the rest of this looks like this is all about, again, your interaction with law enforcement.
Yeah, scroll to the end of it.
Keep going. This is the end of that one.
Yeah, that's the note. I wasn't talking about that note.
So, talking about this note, I'm a little confused. So you're saying that you wrote this note because Mr. Barron told you, I don't want anything about us to be written down in writing, so you'd go to your notes and write down an untrue statement about Mr. Barron and your interactions with law enforcement for what reason?
What statement did I write about him in here?
That you guys got into a fight and that you went in bed or you were watching a movie and that you got into an argument and that you decided you couldn't sleep and so you would just get up and leave to go back to your office to do some work.
No, some of it's right.
So which part of that is correct?
Got into
which
a fight.
You got into a fight. That's the only true part.
No, and I took my medicine.
Okay.
And I got up to leave when I remember feeling disoriented. I didn't have that much alcohol. All that's the truth.
So why write all the rest of this stuff about your interactions with law enforcement if the only reason you wrote this note was apparently to not document physical abuse between you and Mr. Barron?
It was to document what happened the night of the DUI
Okay, so the purpose of this note is to document what happened the night of the DUI?
between me and the officers,
Okay. For what reason?
so I could have it just to make sure I knew what was going on that day.
But you just, the beginning part lied about? Correct?
Let me see the beginning again.
Starting at, I remember, ending at leave around 3.
Oh, that's true. The first part's true, the medicine's true. And when I first went to bed, I thought about getting up early. I was going to leave early. I saw that was right. I was going to leave. I said, go home, but then he came in the bedroom. He came back from downstairs and came in the bedroom.
So you just left that part out of the note then?
Yes, I did.
Okay. There's another note that you write about the night of the DUI. You write, add, in all caps, nap in times of event, first drink, last drink medicine, Saturday. Do you remember making this note?
Yes.
Was this note not so that you could help remember what happened that day when you spoke with your DUI attorney?
Yeah, that was to help me too.
To help you remember what happened the night of the DUI?
Correct.
But the most important part about having been, only reason you were in the car was because you were brutally beaten, he attempted to sodomize you, and then you fled with nothing but a t-shirt on. That part you decided would not be an important fact to share or remember for your DUI case, correct?
I could remember that without writing it down.
So instead you chose to write down just that you went to bed or you couldn't go to sleep, so you got up and left.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to show you some exhibits. States 253 through 263. If you could take a look at these. Is 253 text messages between you and David?
Yes, they are.
Okay, what about 254?
I'm sorry. Okay. Yes.
What about 255?
Yes.
How about 256?
Yes.
And 257?
Yes.
And 258?
Yes.
And 259?
Yes.
260?
Yes.
261?
Yes.
And 262?
Yes.
And 263?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I move to admit states 253 through 263 into evidence.
Can I see those?
These are the ones you have copies of.
Are those the ones you handed me at the beginning?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. No objection to 253 to 263.
Admitted.
I'm going to show you first states 253. You write to David, do you know how happy you make me, right? And this is on October 15 of 2024?
Right. It's right before we closed on our house.
And you said, do you know how happy you make me?
Yes.
And he said, same. Yes.
Yes.
And on October 15, 2024, how many times had he already beaten, raped, or pointed a gun at you?
Repeat that again.
As of October 15th of 2024, how many times had he beaten, raped, or attempted to rape, or pointed a gun at you?
I think twice.
Okay. States 254. I'm sorry, this is actually states 255. This is on October 27th. I wish I had my butt snuggled up to you, you said, right?
Right,
And then he said, I know, same.
right.
And then you said, this weekend was fantastic, but it went by so very fast, correct?
Correct.
Did he beat, rape, strangle you, choke you, anything like that? In between states, between the 15th and the 27th that you can remember?
No, he did not. That's why it was such a good weekend. We had a good time together. No fighting or no nothing.
And then on states 254, this is also on the 27th, you wrote, I already miss your sweet smile. Where's my mouse? There we go. You wrote, I already miss your sweet smile, and you sent that text twice, correct?
Correct.
And then states 256 is going to be from October 29th, so a couple days later. He wrote, I'm so in love with you on 10/26 on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And then you wrote, you make me feel like the most important woman on this earth. You are everything I could want in a man. You are my heart, right?
Right.
And then he wrote, you are most important, correct?
Correct.
And again, how many times had he beaten, raped, strangled you, or physically abused you at this point?
I think twice.
Okay.
But I was in love with him.
And then on November 7th, this is going to be states 257, he wrote, I found my woman, correct?
Correct.
You wrote, I love being your woman. I found my man. Your smile, your voice, and your touch all make me melt, right?
Correct.
And then I could get my mouse back over there. He wrote, love it, right?
Right.
So you mentioned that the physical abuse really escalated in December, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you states 258. This is from December 2nd, 2024. You wrote, miss you too. Hope you have a great day. I love you so very much. And then you wrote, you are the man of my dreams and now my life, correct?
Correct.
Had he been brutally, physically abusive to you at this point?
No.
No?
At what point? At this point?
Up in, yeah, because now we're in December, so. You said
Twice.
still only twice?
Yes.
I thought you said that the physical abuse really escalated in December.
Yeah, December. This is December 2nd.
This is December 4th.
Okay, it was at the end of December.
Okay. One more from December 4th. You wrote, I wish I could love on you right now, correct? This is
Correct.
states 259, I apologize.
Correct.
And then he wrote, I agree, and then you wrote, baby, you work so hard, you are the best man in the world, correct?
Correct.
And then states 260 is, states 260 is from December 9th. He wrote, I love also, and you wrote, I wish I was snuggled next to you. You make me feel you make me feel safe and loved. Correct. How many times had he been physically, verbally, or emotionally abusive to you at this point?
Probably about 2.
But he makes you feel so safe and loved?
Yes, I was in love with him.
But he makes you feel safe?
At that point, I did.
So now we're in January, so we've gone completely through December. We're in January, this is January 8th, this is states 261. You wrote, we deal, communicate differently. I need to talk issues through. I see you as one who wishes for all to go away. Good to both compromise. I unfortunately need constant assurance of your respect, love, and caring for me. That probably drives you crazy, correct?
Correct.
And then he wrote, doesn't drive me crazy, correct?
Correct.
So here you didn't say, we deal and communicate differently, I need to talk issues through, and you need to beat and rape me, correct?
Correct.
You're talking about your issues with David, but you didn't feel the need to bring up that he's beaten you, attempted to rape you, strangled you, pointed a gun
No,
at you?
I wasn't going to bring it up on those texts. We talked about it sometimes, but usually we just let it go. Usually it was just forgotten. Once it happened, it was gone. It was forgotten.
Are you good at letting things go with David?
Sometimes I am.
How about other times?
When I'm in love with him and it jeopardizes my love, if he'd leave me or not because I said anything, no.
Did you find that he would do little things that would frustrate you?
No.
You never felt the need to text him about all these things that would do, or something that he would do that would annoy you or upset you?
No, I don't believe so. We text so many times.
And then lastly, I want to show you States 263, which is February 16th. So February 15th is the night that David woke you up by tapping your foot with a gun, correct?
Yes.
And then attempted to anally sodomize you, correct?
Correct.
And then slapped your breast to the point of pretty extensive bruising, correct?
Correct.
And then on the afternoon of the 17th, you wrote, "Thank you for keeping me calm and wanting to help me. I feel safe and loved by you."
Correct.
Did all those things that he did to you make you feel safe and loved?
After it happened, after I got the DUI, I was upset when I got back home, and he was very calming to me and told me we were going to work it out together, not to worry.
Okay. I'm now going to, so earlier on direct, you mentioned that on the night of the DUI, you and David fought about the mortgage, correct?
Correct.
You also mentioned that David was trying to force you to allow him to put only his name on the deed to the house, correct?
Correct.
And that he was basically trying to force you to put down a lot more money than him in the house, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you, it's been marked as States 271 through 275. If you could take a look at these. Is States 271 text between you and David?
Yes.
How about 272?
Yes.
How about 273?
Yes.
How about 274?
Yes.
And 275?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I move to admit States 271 to 275 into evidence.
No objection to 271 through 275.
Admitted.
I gotta use this for these, because I don't have these on my computer. Thank you. Oh, sorry, it's off. Okay. Ooh. Sorry about that. So this is States 271. I'm going to zoom in just a bit. At the top, this is you, and it says,
Would you use the table microphone?
oh, yes, I'm sorry. Or I'll use this one. Is this okay? Can you hear me?
Much better, thank you.
This is you, and it says, let's seriously look at a house on the lake. Are you supposed to buy with Evan, or would it be just you and me, correct?
Correct.
And then he wrote, let me zoom out. Just me and you, he was just helping, correct?
Correct.
And then you say both of your sons are awesome.
Correct.
And then in 272, you ask David, this is on July 28th of 2024, would we buy together, both of our names on it, or do you want to have another thought, correct?
Let me see.
Sorry.
Or do you have another thought? Yes.
And then David replies and says, we can buy together. I want us to share everything, correct?
Correct.
And then in states 273, you ask him, you say, you make me so happy. When you speak to Chris, your banker, please ask him if it's easier for him to put only your name on the loan, correct?
Correct.
And then in states 274, now we're in August, you write, where will we live, correct?
Correct.
And David says, house there and or lake house here, correct?
Correct.
And you say, understand, we will buy together, both, correct?
Correct.
And then David replies, I'm open either way, if you buy there and I buy here, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I would prefer we buy together. I want to live at the lake and retire there, correct?
Correct.
And he says, certainly can do. Or can certainly do, sorry. Can certainly do.
Yes.
And then lastly, states 275, David texts you, Chris said to move forward with the wire. Total for Suzanne is $142,500. David, $100,000. Correct?
Correct.
So you only put down basically $42,500 more than David, correct?
Correct.
So when you said that you put down $200,000, he put down $100,000, that was also incorrect.
I thought I did put down $200,000.
So you, again, put down less than $50,000 more than David.
Correct.
And in none of those texts, you would agree, David is trying to force you to allow him to only have his name on the house, correct?
Not in the text. That was in July when we talked about the name on the loan, not the house. That's the loan, and we're talking about the deed to the house.
And because David only talked about mean things, not over text, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So is there going to be text messages where David's trying to force you to allow him to put his name on the deed?
Well, that's not a mean text. That's just what he wanted to do.
And are there going to be texts that show that?
I don't think so. You just think of it to the very end. We didn't talk about that until like right before we closed.
And all of a sudden, he just had a change of heart, it sounds like.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Yes, he almost ended up not wanting to buy the house, so yes.
So I want to show you some other texts. I'm showing you states 264 through 269. If you could thumb through these. States 264 text between you and David?
Yes.
How about 265?
Yes.
266?
Yes.
267?
Yes.
268?
Yes.
And 269?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time I move to admit states 264 through 269 into evidence.
No objection, 264 through 269.
Admitted.
Judge, could I have is it on?
You want the laptop?
Yes, please. I apologize, Judge. This is states 264. States 264 is on October 28th, 2024. Let's see. You say at 9 a.m., please enjoy your grandchildren trick-or-treating. I know they will be adorable. Do you remember this conversation?
I remember reading it now, yes, vaguely.
Who is Meg?
Who's Meg? Meg is his daughter-in-law's sister.
You got really jealous about something he did with Meg, correct?
I was what?
Jealous.
I wouldn't say jealous.
No?
I was upset.
Upset. Because he told her that he mentioned that she had pretty hair, correct?
Well, yes, that, and they were hanging around each other at the birthday party the whole time.
And it was a birthday party for Evan's twins, correct?
Correct, yes.
In September.
Correct.
And Meg so Evan again is David's son, correct?
Right.
And Evan is married to Brittany, correct?
Right, is his sister-in-law.
And Meg is Brittany's sister-in-law.
No, Evan's sister-in-law.
So Colt is married to Allie, correct?
Correct.
And so Meg is married to presumably Brittany's brother.
No, she's not married to anyone.
So
She's divorced.
Okay, so who is Meg in this? Meg is Evan's sister-in-law.
Evan's sister-in-law, right.
Okay, so Evan's sister-in-law is at the birthday party for his twins, correct?
Correct.
With the whole family, correct?
Correct.
And he mentioned that Meg had pretty hair.
Correct.
Okay, so you say do not say anything to Evan about this, correct?
Right.
What are you talking about?
Oh, about saying about the pretty hair.
Okay, so you didn't want for David, you're telling David over text that you don't want him to tell Evan something, correct?
Correct.
He responds, I love you, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I love you. Please be respectful of me before you comment or reach out / hug another woman, as I will respect you with other men, correct?
Correct.
We're talking about his son's sister-in-law, correct?
Correct.
And then you send a screenshot. We can't see what that is, but he responds, will do, correct?
Correct.
Then you say, please understand, I do trust you. Sometimes people misinterpret comments and gesture, correct?
Correct.
Then he says, sorry, I missed call, was an elevator, I tried you back, and you say, sorry, I missed your call, correct?
Correct.
So now y'all are kind of playing phone tag a little bit.
Yes.
And then you say, hey there, sorry I missed your call, Judy, Mike, and I are at the lodge, correct?
Correct.
He just says, pardon, tell them hello for me, and then you say, excusez-moi in French, correct?
Yes.
Then there's some more conversations. He says, LOL, then he says, you are my love, right?
Right.
And then he says, you are special. I would never thought I would live with someone before marriage. I am very happy to do this, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I love you so much, correct?
Correct.
And he says, love you, my lady, correct?
Yes.
And then you say, what are you doing? He says, watching World Series, correct?
Correct.
And you say, we're back at Judy and Mike's, just having a normal conversation, right?
Right.
And then you say, I miss you. He says, oh, good, I miss you, correct?
Correct.
Then all of a sudden, that same night at 9:42, you send him a text saying, I am worried about you going trick-or-treating with Meg being there. I do not trust her. I hate that I have to even think about this. It is obvious you are attracted to her and her to you. Please let me know if you prefer her. I have been through this. It has made me sick all day thinking about it. Men are visual. You are apparently attracted to her. If you want her, go after her. I do not have hair like that, and I am older. Correct?
Correct.
And he responds, baby, please don't worry. I will not go there if you wish. There is no attraction on my end, correct?
Correct.
And David did not go trick-or-treating with his grandkids in October of 2024, correct?
I'm not sure.
You don't know if he ended up going trick-or-treating?
No, I don't know.
Moving on to States 265. This is on November 20th of 2024. This is November 20th at 10 p.m. He says, I do desire you, babe, correct?
Yes.
And you say, I'm not sure. We never text sexually like we used to. We are not married, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I think you need some young pussy with pretty hair, correct?
Correct.
Are you referring to Meg? With the pretty hair
referring
comment?
to someone with pretty hair.
Are you referring back to your Meg argument when he said that she had pretty hair?
I'm referring back to anybody that has pretty hair.
Okay. How many times has he raped you or sodomized you at this point?
November 20th, twice.
Okay. Then you say not interested in mine anymore, barely wanted it this past weekend after not having for 10 days. And he says, I only need you, correct?
Right,
Then he says, I'm gonna hug you now to stop this, correct?
correct,
And then he says, we were texting sexually because we were only seeing each other occasionally. Now we are seeing each other almost weekly, correct?
correct,
And you say, that does not mean it needs to stop. It keeps things alive between us. I should have refused to live with you until I received a ring. Commitment on your part. I am an idiot, correct?
correct,
Then you say, never mind, you do not get it, right?
correct,
Then he says, stop tonight, right?
correct,
You say, I will, do not worry, you have no right answer, good night, correct?
correct,
He says, what a night out drinking can do, correct?
correct,
You say, I did not have but one drink, thank you. You had so much to drink Saturday night, you could not even stay awake, could not stay awake. This is how I feel, sorry. You tell me to stop, and then you discuss drinking. At least I don't flirt with other men like you do, correct? Those are all from you?
correct,
Then you text again. This all started because I wanted you, but you don't, so don't worry about it. I know I've been through enough to know when I am wanted and when I am not. I will be fine. I'll get over it. I always do. Go after what you really desire. Pretty hair girl, correct?
correct,
And your testimony is that you are not continuously referring to Meg with the pretty girl comment or pretty hair comment.
I said on that one text I wasn't.
Okay, what about this one?
Yes, it was just anybody with pretty hair.
Okay.
That was just kind of a running joke with us about the pretty hair dress.
Does it sound like,
Again,
are you joking
No,
there?
I'm not joking about it, but he
Okay.
was.
Then he says, I do not flirt with anyone, correct?
Correct,
And then you say, Meg, question mark?
right.
So we are talking about Meg.
I'm asking about Meg on this text right here.
And this is 1 month after, actually, this is more than 1 month after the time where he told Meg that she had pretty hair, correct?
Yes,
So then you say, you and her had something between you two. Go find out. I will not stand in the way. I would never have done that to you. It is obvious you have a thing for her, correct?
correct,
This is so crazy, it's hard to believe, is what Mr. Barron responds, correct?
correct,
And you say touching her hair, correct?
correct,
And then he says, so far from the truth, correct?
correct.
So I thought that Mr. Barron didn't want for you to put in writing any disagreements that the two of you had.
Anything with anything that he's done to me.
Oh, okay,
If he's
so
harmed me in any way.
are these rules like written down somewhere?
Well, no, there's actually two rules.
Okay, what are the two rules?
One is not to say anything about anything that we do.
Okay,
If he touches me, another one that he's a good man.
so his first rule is not to say anything about anything you do, and the second is that he's a good man.
Right.
And so this conversation would not fall under one of those two rules.
He didn't do anything to me physically,
But he did touch another girl's hair and say that her hair was pretty.
and that's okay.
Okay,
But he didn't do anything to me physically.
so you're allowed to yell at him about this, you're just not allowed to yell at him about other things, is what you're saying, correct?
I didn't yell at him about this. This was just in a text.
Okay. So then you say, I was humiliated in front of her. She knows what she is doing. She followed you around like a puppy dog, correct?
Correct.
And then he said, I will go to funeral over the weekend. What's he talking about there?
I have no idea.
Okay. Then you say, don't come here, correct?
Correct.
Oops. And then you said, you're such a baby. Then you say, you hurt me and will not be held accountable. Then you say, I will not see you for a while, correct?
Correct.
Then say, shows you don't want me, take Meg with you, correct?
Correct.
Thanksgiving, you two can enjoy each other, correct?
Correct.
I am done.
Correct.
Moving on to States 266. This is from December 5th. You sent him a message, correct, or an address, correct?
Correct.
He says, let me make sure for last names, correct? Then you say, baby, I have left you 2 messages, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, do not manipulate me and make this my fault. I am so happy as can be, called you 2 and 3 times, left you a few messages. I'm almost an I'm almost an hour ago. We specifically discussed the tree, and I asked you to wait for me, but you do not respect me. You went ahead and did it anyway. Why do you need me? You are so good by yourself. Then you hang up on me. You are so immature. Is this an argument where he put up Christmas tree decorations without you?
No, it's a tree that he was working on,
Okay,
that he finished, that he started decorating it.
we'll keep reading. So then you say, never mind, you need a young woman that has no brain, correct?
Correct.
Then you text again, this is our first Christmas together and it should be special. I only wanted to decorate the tree with you. I wanted us to have a fire room, put on some music and just relax and have fun together. We obviously want different things. I love you so much. I need us to be on the same page, not against each other. This is my last time getting married and being deeply involved with someone. I need to be happy and rewarding for both of us, correct?
Correct.
So do you think that you are, in fact, arguing, or you're angry with him because he put up decorations on a Christmas tree?
Well, yeah, because the weekend before, I wanted to decorate it, and he wanted to be there for it.
Okay.
So, yes.
So is this one of the things that you are allowed to get angry at him for in writing?
He didn't touch me physically or sexually.
Okay. So then you say, please call me. I do not want to fall asleep upset, correct?
Correct.
Then you text again saying, please call me so we can work this out, but I have to get up in the morning and go to Jacksonville and go to the doctor to have my hearing test again. Never mind, you do not care about me or my feelings, correct?
Correct.
Please call me, right?
Yes.
I am sorry. I want us to be so different than what I have had. Maybe I am not ready. I seem to get hurt so easily and I'm so sensitive, correct?
Correct.
Then again, you text, please call me and let's talk this out. I miss you. I want to be with you. I was excited about decorating the tree with you, and I know you didn't mean to hurt my feelings, but it did. Please show me the things I want to do with you and be special. I want our life to be different than whatever. You've had a good life. You have had good people. I'm not that person for you. Maybe this is your kind way of telling me to go away. I can't believe you hung up on me. You act like you did nothing. I'm an idiot. Again, I'm sorry, you deserve better, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I will stay away from you.
Correct.
And then again, you text him, I was upset earlier. I wanted to decorate the tree with you, but I love you, and I want to work this out. I don't want to go to sleep like this, correct?
Correct.
Then you text again, please, let's make this right, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Barron has not replied to you at all,
No.
correct?
Correct.
And then you send a picture. We can't really see who's in that photograph. But then you text again saying, David, I am sorry. Please call me. Correct?
Correct.
My heart is breaking. Please reach out to me. Correct?
Correct.
Then you say these will be delivered tomorrow and send a screenshot of something, couple things. Now we're on the next morning. Mr. Barron never replied to you, correct?
Correct.
Called you any mean names, correct?
Right. Did he call me on the phone, though?
And he hung up on you, correct?
Right. Did he call me back, though?
I don't know. You tell me.
I can't remember, but I think he may have called me back,
Okay.
but I'm not sure.
But you kept saying, please call me, please call me, please call me. So do you think he did call you if you were continuously asking for him to call you?
I'm not sure.
So in the morning, you text him, good morning. I am sorry. I am totally overwhelmed and stressed out right now at office. We are working so hard trying to get everyone in, of course, at last minute for their insurance. Yesterday, I had 2 people yell at me, my office patients. I talked to the guy helping me with my practice, and he gave me bad news, but it will out. Trying to furnish and finish the condo, furnish the house, and get Christmas presents. I'm totally, completely overwhelmed. Trying to squeeze my ear appointments in Jacksonville is so hard. So sometimes little things to you are big things to me and important to me. During this time, I'm looking forward to the little things. I do love you, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to States 267. This is from December 15th. You say, did you fall asleep on me, correct?
Yes.
And David said, I love to feel you squirting, correct?
Yes.
Then he said, no, I'm awake putting things up around the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And this is at 11:58 p.m., right?
Yes.
So then you reply and say, never mind, I cannot seem to keep you interested in me, finish the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And he says, I'm very interested, but I thought you were going to sleep. After trying to find your daughter's present, I started to rewrap the two presents, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, we are in the middle of a conversation and you leave. You will never understand my heart, my soul, or my thoughts, correct?
Correct, because we were in a conversation and then he ignored me before these. This is before
And then he didn't
these
reply.
texts.
So then he said, I left when you closed the conversation, correct?
Correct.
And then you said, how did I close the conversation? My last comment was, yes, I would be writing your whole hard cock squirting all over us. That is not closing the conversation. Where do you get this stuff? How did I close the conversation? Oh, that's the same text that you edited a couple seconds later, correct?
Correct.
How many times had Mr. Barron raped you or sodomized you at this point? We're in December 16th.
Twice.
Okay. So then he says, good night, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I am calling you. How did I end the conversation, correct?
Correct.
Then you send 2 more texts. I didn't close the conversation. You lost interest in the conversation. What is wrong? You said you would be squirting. I wrote, yes, I would be writing your hard cock squirting all over us. How is that ending the conversation? You make up so many things. You said earlier, I need to tell my psychologist, were you making fun of me? I am wasting my energy and my heart is going to be hurt in the long run. I do not believe anything will happen except my heart will be broken, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, not at all, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I called you and you will not pick up. Don't call me, correct?
Correct.
And he says, what are you saying?
Correct.
And then you said, I'm an idiot. How did I end the conversation? David, answer me, correct?
Correct.
Then you said, we were in the middle of having a sex conversation just like we were the other night, and you tell me you're watching the country music. Tonight you go clean up. I do not turn you on any longer. I guess you are tired of me, correct?
Correct.
Then he says, where is this coming from, correct?
Correct.
You say, from when you never answered me after I said I would be writing you your hard cock, and then you left the conversation. I did not end it, correct?
Correct.
And he says, I am totally lost with this.
Correct.
And then he says, can't believe what started this, correct?
Correct.
Then you say, we are in the middle of texting each other and having a good conversation, and then you never comment again for 20 minutes. You left me hanging, correct?
Correct.
So presumably this entire argument is because he left you hanging for 20 minutes?
No, there's more to it before this, yes.
Okay. We are and then this is the same text that it's a different text. We are in the middle of a conversation and you just got up and walk away for 20 minutes. You don't answer me. You will never understand me and I will never understand you. Please, I will be fine. I always am, correct?
Correct.
So again, you reference that he did not reply to you for 20 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Good night is what you say. Correct?
Correct.
And he says, what did I tell you I was doing? Good night. Correct?
Correct.
You say, you're right, it is all me. Correct?
Correct.
He says, where did I say it was all you? Show me. Correct?
Correct.
And then you send him something from the internet that you're referencing, and then that's the end of the conversation that night, and he texts good morning the following day, correct?
He did what?
He just texts you the following morning, good morning.
Yes.
States 268 is from January 24th. So at this point, you know about Lilia, correct? Because we're into January of 2025.
Yes, I do.
So you say, please call me after you eat. Can I ask you a question? How would it make you feel if you never saw me again? Correct?
Correct.
He says, very lonely. Correct?
Correct.
You say, well, your decision to not call and tell me what's going on tells me that you are prepared to be lonely without me. If you love me and want to work this out, you need to come see me. I deserve face-to-face with you. Correct?
Correct.
And then he says, good night.
Correct.
And then he says, I miss you. Now we're into January 25th. Correct?
Correct.
And then you don't reply, and on the 26th, you send him a text at 9:59 p.m. and say, "We have got to talk when my son lives there. We have to settle this. Where is our relationship headed? I really care for you. We need to go through this so we can start planning our life. I have been at my office all weekend to get the numbers so I can sell my practice to move to the lake to be together. My condo is being shown in the AM. I have my place at Seagate until January 30th. Please answer and talk to me if you want to work this out," correct?
Correct.
And then you say, "Please call me,"
Yes.
on the 26th. And then now we're in the 27th. You say, "What is so sad is that only God knows how much I've cried for you to save our relationship," correct?
Correct.
And then you reply to his, "I miss you," and you say, "Why? I don't understand. I could have understood what you were doing. You did not trust me. I wanted to be your safe place. I wanted to be your wife. I am too old for this. I don't even know what to do forever. I honestly thought you were my forever. I'm so stupid. I believed in you. I loved you. Please call me and just let me go. I have to hear you say those words to me. I will never bother you again. I wanted us to be together forever," correct?
Correct.
And then you text him again on January 27th, "I wish I could fall asleep, miss you," correct?
Correct.
Then you say, "Please call me, I love and miss you, I want to work this out, please be honest with me and tell me what is going on so we're both on the same page. If I need to keep a secret with you, then I will, but we can't keep secrets from each other," correct?
Correct.
And then you say, "I miss the man who used to make me feel like I was his world. What happened to us? I truly don't understand," correct?
Correct.
And then he sends you pictures of a bunch of boxes, it looks like, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, "Many boxes," right?
Yes.
And then he says, "McLean should stay here with me to save money until we decide to sell our house or buy out." And is McLean your son?
Yes, he is.
And was he living with David in the lake house at this time?
He was staying there for about a month.
Okay. And you didn't have any concerns about your son living with the man who beat, raped, and pointed guns at you and strangled you?
But he didn't do all that before this. He only did part of that.
So we're into January. We're almost to the end of January at this point.
Okay, yeah, so in December he did the gun. He didn't point it at me, he just beat the door with it. So he hadn't pointed a gun at me at this point.
He had at least raped or sodomized you at least twice, you said, at this point, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay, had he strangled you at this point? Ever?
Yes,
Had he physically assaulted you at this point?
yes,
Okay. And then you say, "McLean will be moving out this week. Please do not contact me again," correct?
correct,
You said, "I have explained to McLean what you did, and the best thing for you to do is stay away from him. I don't want him to be around someone like you," correct?
correct.
And you're talking about Lilia when you said, "I explained to McLean what you did," correct?
I'm not sure. I don't think I told him about Lilia.
Did you? Well, what else would you have told McLean that David did other than Lilia?
About maybe not trying to work it out with me or something.
Okay. Then you said, "You're a coward in so many ways. Stay away from my children and do not contact me again. I will be there tomorrow to pick up my things. I have a truck coming with me," correct?
Correct.
Y'all need me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
All right, see you back at 3:12. Thank you. We're in recess.
Admit states 199P, which is a timeline of events from Ms. Miracle's phone from January 28th through January 29th.
Not Q, correct?
No, P.
Okay. No further objection to P.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry. I think I have a video playing in the background. Sorry. I did not. Can you take the screen off, Judge? Okay. I got it, sorry. Okay. We're good now. I apologize.
It's all right.
You can put it back up now.
I told them they need to have a button right there.
I apologize, Judge.
All right.
My fault. So this is.
Hold on, let me catch up with you. We're good?
It's minimized, we're good. Sorry, Your Honor. So this is states 199P. So this is a report. You were here when Lieutenant London was testifying, correct?
Yes,
And you heard him testifying about Cellbrite reports that can be run of certain date ranges or certain things, correct?
yes,
So what I'm showing you is states 199P, which is a Cellbrite report of all the activity on your phone starting January 28th, 2025, going through all the way, I'll show you to the bottom. PM on January 29th, 2025, 10:57:50 or 46. Okay.
okay,
So what I'm going to do is you sent the text at 3:24:06 on January 28th to David that was meant to go to Jen, correct?
yes, except I did not tell the truth about that. I did not go to the hospital
Okay.
that morning,
Okay.
so I did not go to the hospital, so I'm sorry.
So we're not going to see an actual text from Jen asking to take you to the hospital, correct?
No, you're not.
And you were actually at the,
No, that day was for a procedure, right? So no, I didn't go to the hospital,
and so you were actually at the gun range.
right,
Okay.
that night.
Okay. But David was concerned because he thought you had been in the hospital all day vomiting up blood, correct?
Correct.
And let's see if I can, let me just pull that back up. I'm pulling back up states 268. And I'm gonna scroll back down to where we left off. Oh, this is where we left off. So, this is where we left off. So basically, this text to David is a lie
Yes, it is.
because you wanted him to basically feel sorry for you, correct?
Correct, I did.
And so, you text him saying, I have way too much going on to make decisions. I was supposed to go Friday to Gainesville for an interview at 3 offices, but I had to postpone, correct?
Correct,
And then you say, please do what you need to do. I'm in so much pain. I want the house, correct?
correct,
You say, and then this is an edited text, and then you just added, my dreams have become my wealth and the best part of my life, correct?
correct.
So then David replies and says, I did not know any of your physical problems. How can I or your children help you, correct?
Correct,
I will wait for us to discuss, correct?
correct,
So now David's offering to help because he's so worried about you because he believes you've been in the hospital vomiting up blood, correct?
correct,
And then he says, can I come down to help you, correct?
correct.
And you say, I just woke up, so now we're in January 30th at 7 a.m. I appreciate the offer, but you do not love me. You do not miss me. You do not want me anymore. I am good alone. I have done it many times over the years. I do not want anyone to know right now. I have told you too much. Thank you, though, correct?
Correct,
And you told David not to tell McLean that you were in the ER because you didn't want McLean to worry because you weren't actually in the ER, correct?
correct,
And then he says, but you need help, correct?
correct,
You say, I am good. I have to get up because the team are stuck in Brunswick because of an accident and I need to go let patients in, correct?
correct,
Then he talks about how he's leaving for a doctor's appointment, correct?
correct,
And then there's something that's deleted there. And then you say, I hope it went well, right?
right,
So now he
Correct.
starts talking about his doctor's appointment and you're asking him questions about that. And then he asks, is McLean okay, correct?
correct,
And then you say he's in Atlanta for an interview, then headed to DC soon, correct?
correct,
And then you say, I tried to go to my office, left, and went home and fell asleep. I am very sleepy, correct?
correct,
And he said, got it, I'm sure sleepy, right?
correct,
Then you say, I wish you were here, watch TV and relax, take care of me, would be nice, correct?
correct, yes,
And then you say, I called Uber Eats for lunch, correct?
correct,
I feel very sore, scared, alone, and sad, correct?
correct,
And he says, I asked you about coming to you, correct?
Correct.
And you say, I would like that. I see now that I do need someone to help me some, correct?
Correct.
And he says, since I'm not home or packed, I would have to do that. I could leave early tomorrow morning, correct?
Correct.
You said, I would love to see you. Understand, I would love to see you.
Correct.
So at this point, you've essentially manipulated David into worrying about you to get him to come visit you in St. Simon's, correct?
Yes, I want him to feel sorry for me.
So then he says, I could leave around 5, 6 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And then you heart that message and say thank you, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, sleep and rest tonight, right?
Correct, yes.
And you say, I will, you too. Let me know when you leave. What time are you thinking of leaving? Can you bring my Glock and my Ruger that is in the black duffel bag? Thank you, drive safe, correct?
Correct.
And he says, 5 to 6, I will bring gun, correct?
Correct.
And food to cook, right?
Correct.
You said, sounds good. I do not have your Jack Daniels ginger ale. Are you happy to be coming? Correct?
Correct.
And he says, I will bring, absolutely happy, right?
Correct.
So worried about you, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, do you love me, right?
Yes.
He says, you know I do, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, forever, correct?
Correct.
And then David goes to St. Simon's, correct?
Yes, he does.
And this is the weekend that police are called because you get into an argument about Lilia, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the only reason David is even in St. Simon's this weekend is to take care of you because he believed that you had been in the hospital vomiting up blood, correct?
Well, he believed I was sick, yes.
Which was in fact a lie, correct?
Right.
Lastly, I'm going to show you States 269, which is texts from February 2nd. So this is the day after the police come to the St. Simon's, for the St. Simon's incident, correct?
Ms. Bennett,
Correct.
269?
was the last one 268?
Yes. Yes. And so this is on February 2nd at 11:28 a.m. David says, hope your head is okay. Just let me know you are okay, correct?
Correct.
So I thought there was a rule about not talking or putting down into writing when there's been physical abuse.
There is, but the police were involved in this, so it wasn't a secret.
So is that like an addendum to the 2 rules? That if the police get involved, then you are allowed to talk about it in writing?
Is that a what?
Like an addendum, like we're going to add, a little exception to the
He's
2
the one that
rules.
he's the one that brought it up, so yes.
And the police were involved, but you never told the police that David kicked you in the head, correct?
Correct.
So technically, the police have absolutely no idea that there's been any physical abuse, correct?
Correct.
And nobody was arrested that night, correct?
Correct.
And the police had indicated that there was no really aggressor and that it was an accident and there was no physical abuse involved from that night, correct?
Correct.
But David broke his own rule to ask how your head was doing and to make sure that you were okay?
Right, because there was nothing involved.
What do you mean there was nothing involved?
There was just that the police who were involved. It wasn't a secret. It was just not me and him.
But the physical abuse was apparently still a secret, correct?
Yes,
So why is he allowed to text you about it right here?
because he thinks I hurt my head when I fell backwards.
Is that how you hurt your head, from when you fell backwards?
I'm not sure if it's from that or when he kicked me in the head.
And if it's from when he kicked you in the head, then he's breaking one of his own rules by texting you about it,
Yes,
correct?
he is.
Okay. So then your response, stop, I have nothing to say to you, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, the EM came back and took me to the hospital and I had to spend the night for observation. You should be ashamed of yourself, correct?
Correct.
And we've already established that this is also another lie, correct?
Correct.
And you did not actually go to the hospital.
Correct.
Did you say this because you also wanted David to feel bad for you?
Yes.
Then he says, you should be ashamed of how you reacted. It was you who acted so terribly to have some persons call the police, correct?
Correct.
And then you say, I fell and hit my head and they heard me yell. I talked to them today, which was also a lie, correct?
Correct.
Then you say, I fell and hit my head. They heard me yell. I talked talked to them today. You did nothing. I held the door. You pushed and I fell. That's all. I think you need to go find Lilia and be with her. I hired a private eye, and he told me that she has 8 men sending her money, and you are number 9. It's a scam, correct?
Correct.
You say, I can't believe I was so stupid to believe that you loved me. I fell so in love with you. You only care about me. Correct?
Correct.
Then you say on April 1st, April Fool's Day, I will make the decision to sell or buy the house. I have a good friend of mine, and he wants to go in with me on the house, correct?
Correct.
You say, I mean nothing to you. I am good. I will move in with him, and he will figure it out. He loves the place and wants to take care of me, correct?
Correct.
He is meeting me there this weekend, correct?
Correct.
And you send that text at 12:26 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, this man actually did not exist, correct?
There was a friend of mine that wanted to buy the house, but not to live with me, though.
And was he actually going to meet you there that weekend to discuss?
We talked about going that weekend. It was Mike.
And so was he going to meet you there that weekend? Does he love you and want to take care of you?
No, he does not.
Because he's married, correct?
No, he's not married.
Oh, he's dating Judy.
Judy, yes.
Judy, yes, okay. So that part was a lie.
Right, it was.
To try and make David jealous, correct?
Correct.
And then he says he will not come into my house, correct?
Correct.
He doesn't say, if you move on or sell the house or move in with this man, I'm going to kill you, correct?
No, that was not until the Charlie English thing came up.
So, okay, so here he didn't mind if you moved on with another man, correct?
He knew I wasn't moving on.
Okay. Then he said you were so drunk you could not even talk, correct?
Correct.
He said he is and he will. You were having an affair with Lilia. You made your choice and I'm going to make mine. The police officers came here today and talked to me and told me I should have had you arrested. You were sitting over there so drunk and they understand why I was so upset. You say that, correct?
Correct.
And that's also a lie.
Correct.
Police never came back and talked to you, correct?
No, they did not.
He said he's coming this weekend and he will stay at the house and you can go to Romania and stay with your whatever she is. I am moving on and this is a guy that has been attracted to me and I'm going to be with him. Good luck to you and Lilia, correct?
Correct.
And you're talking about your friend Mike who's dating your friend Judy? This
Yes.
person who's coming to see you this weekend?
Yes.
So he is in fact not going to be moving in with you and has been attracted to you for a while, correct?
No, he has not.
And then he says, believe me, I wasn't drunk, drove all the way to Atlanta that night, correct?
Correct.
You say, I'm not going to interact with you. You need some kind of counseling because what you're doing with Lilia is totally insane. She is using you and there's nothing I can do. But you do need support from your family, and I hope you get that. I thought you were the love of my life, but she is the love of your life, correct?
Correct.
And he says, so you have been fucking him this whole time. That's great, correct?
Correct.
And you say, never have. I have been so loyal and faithful to you. I called him today and told him that we were over. He is going to fly here tomorrow to talk to me, correct?
Correct.
Does Mike live somewhere where he's got to fly there?
Mike lives in St. Simons, but he was going to fly to Gainesville that weekend
Okay.
if he wanted to look at the house.
And you sent that at 12:33 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Then he says, I will send you whatever my buyout costs are on the house, correct?
Yes, correct.
You say, I have been so faithful to you. I have loved you with everything I had this weekend. Being with you was so special until I knew that it was not, correct?
Correct.
My attorneys say that I don't have to buy you out, so good luck. Do not contact me again. I am blocking you, correct?
Correct.
You are pathetic and a fucking loser that Lilia has eating out of her hands. I'm going to send your boys all the copies of everything I sent to them that you need help, correct?
Correct.
And his response is no need. I had a long talk with them today.
Correct.
He's not yelling at you or cursing at you, correct?
Correct.
He's not calling you names, correct?
No, correct.
Then you say, I know all about it. You care about me. Ha ha. Correct?
Correct.
He says, there's so much I'm going to tell your kids, and then he sends his picture, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what's in this picture?
A scratch on his eye.
And he's bleeding?
Yeah, a little scratch on his face.
And your response to that picture is, "You have given up the best thing in your life. I've already talked to my children and told him we got in an argument and I scratched your face. They love me and I've shown them Lily and all the documentation and they are sick. Go to hell. It is a small scratch that bled. Whoop-de-doo. You look like a drunk." Correct?
Correct.
Are you breaking a rule right there with the putting down in writing physical violence?
He didn't do anything to me. We didn't have an argument. He accidentally moved and I scratched his face.
So when you're physically violent towards him, apparently you are allowed to put that one down
I
in
wasn't
writing.
physically violent. I got in the way and I scratched his face.
Is that what you tell him? We got in an argument and I scratch your face? How do you scratch his face in the argument?
It says we got into an argument and I scratched your face.
How'd that happen?
We got in an argument earlier and then I scratched his face when he moved out of the way. I got his face right here.
And you don't reply saying, you got a scratch, but, you kicked me in the head and I have a softball-sized injury to prove of it, correct?
No, I don't.
And then you say, "Your son told me you look like a drunk and look unhealthy. You better straighten up before you lose them. He told me it was so nice for you to be involved again," correct?
Correct.
"I love you like an idiot. You were having an affair with Lily the entire time I was with you, and she's nothing but a stupid fucking whore from Romania," correct?
Correct.
"Do you know how many men are supporting her? You are pathetic. You are such a good man. You could have had a great life with me, but you chose differently. Please just leave me alone and we'll leave you alone," correct?
Correct.
"They took pictures of my head last night and it was bleeding and it looks horrible. You don't want me to send that to your children though through my purse. I lost my wallet and I paid for my trip. I paid for everything and I sent them everything. You paid for her for every trip to New York, to Atlanta, her apartment, the money you sent to them every month. You have lost your mind." Have you lost your mind?
Correct.
"My friend just arrived." We talking about Mike?
Yes.
This is at 12:40 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you said that he was going to fly there this weekend?
No. He was going to fly into Atlanta if he wanted to come look at the house.
He's going to fly here tomorrow. That was sent at 12:33 a.m. And he has arrived at 12:40 a.m.
Well, I'm not telling the truth.
Okay, so that's a lie as well.
Yes.
Okay. "This is my house. If this man comes here, I will call the police. Watch. I have to sign up a property title for any transfer." That's what David says, correct?
Correct.
He doesn't say, "If you sell this house or get with this man, I'm going to kill you," correct?
Correct.
And then he says, "You should have been arrested. The police knew you were a drunk. You couldn't even talk," correct?
Correct.
And you say, "We could have had a beautiful future, but you allowed Lilia to come between us when you mean absolutely nothing to her except money. I want to feel sorry for you, but I can't. I feel sorry for your boys and their families. I understand you're struggling and her life is so mixed up, but I honestly believed in you and loved you more than life itself. This weekend meant the world to me," correct?
Correct.
That weekend meant the world to you where he beat you up and kicked you in the head?
Yes. You got to remember, I was in love with him.
Sure. So then you respond and say, "We could have," this is an edit, sorry. You text again, "I need to move away from you and spend the next month getting my life back together. I hope you do the same. I will always love you," correct?
Correct.
"I feel like we are broken up, not a real couple, since you are having an affair with Lilia and possibly her daughter. So are we free to date others?" Correct?
Correct.
And then he responds, "I don't even see Lilia," correct?
Correct.
Doesn't threaten you, correct?
Correct.
"I told him you offered me money, but I refused to take it and put it back in your suitcase. I wasn't going to be a paid whore like her. He sent money so I can stay here another month. That's what I call a good man," correct? You say that?
Correct.
"He is helping me and is driving to the lake with me as well," correct?
Correct.
"If he comes near the house, police will be called," is what David says, right?
Right.
"Great, you can both stay there together and he can be added to the list of men you have there," correct?
Correct.
"I'm glad you're working on taking care of her. Let me know when you've taken care of it. Maybe you can take care of it before Thursday when I get there to change many projections," That's the last text, correct?
Is that what?
That's the last text in this, that's the end of this PDF, right? And you sent that?
Yes.
So I want to show you a clip of something. We're gonna have to approach.
All right, I appreciate the lawyers are just doing their job. We need to discuss something outside of your presence. Brief break for the jury. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
Y'all can be seated. What are we doing?
So Judge, I'm seeking to admit a body cam of the defendant's DUI. I'm seeking it for impeachment purposes, based off of testimony that the defendant made about what she was wearing the night of the DUI, how she left in a rush, didn't bring anything with her, stuff like that. I only plan on playing like collectively 25 seconds, and I'm fine playing it without sound. I'm not gonna play the whole body cam to show the whole DUI incident.
Okay. If you are seeking to show the video itself to the witness, are you trying to put it on
I was
the
gonna
screen?
authenticate it and then put it from her, admit it, and then put it on the screen.
Can you give me the timestamps
Yep.
from the? Okay, so I'm being told it's 2:10 to 2:30.
And then 30 to 35. Really just like the first 5 seconds there and 20 seconds there.
What's 30? You mean 30 seconds?
30 seconds to 35 seconds, and then 2:10 to 2:30.
Okay. And you want her authenticated first, and then
I was just gonna bring it up to her and show her, is this you?
without publishing it first?
Correct,
I got it.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, as long as it's not being published to the jury and it's being shown to the witness, this is just the procedure we'd agreed to, so I thought it was appropriate to do that for the DUI stuff, so.
that's fine.
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna move to tender, yeah.
Well, if it actually is impeaching, then it would be admissible as long as the foundation is laid. But if it's not impeaching, then it would not be. So, we'll just have to see how that plays out. That's our position right now. So in other words, I don't have an objection to her showing the witness.
How you plan on doing that?
I was just gonna bring my laptop up there.
Okay.
But if we get to a place where they're tendering and I have an objection, then I'll voice it as
If they're ready to come back, I'll take them. If they're on a break, we'll give them another break. They're not ready. Okay. Can you tell if it's a couple, everybody, two? Does anyone else need a break?
No,
And
Your
we
Honor.
just kind of took one, so I'll sit here until they're ready. That's fine, whenever they're ready. Thank you. Lawyers, come on, let's discuss scheduling, please.
I'm here too.
If they're ready, we're ready. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for your patience. Welcome back. All right, thank you so much. While we're at, y'all can be seated. Jurors, anyone have a problem with staying till, let's say, 6 o'clock? No response. All right. So obviously, as you tell, it's more of an art than a science, but we'll try to go to about 6. Go ahead.
Ms. Mericle, earlier you testified that the night of the DUI, Mr. Barron had attempted to anally sodomize you, correct?
Correct.
And then he went to go get lube, and that's when you decided to make your run for it, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that you had nothing but a t-shirt on, correct? And you grabbed your keys and your phone, you threw a t-shirt on, and you ran out the door, correct?
I grabbed my phone and my purse.
Okay. And threw a t-shirt on, nothing else, ran out the door.
I already had the t-shirt on.
Okay. So, I'm going to show you a clip. Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
Are you wearing a t-shirt?
No, I had clothes in my car.
So you changed in your car?
Yes, I just threw those on top of it. I had no undergarments on, but I had a sweater on and a pair of blue jeans.
And then, so you ended up, by the time you were arrested for the DUI, you're wearing a sweater and jeans, correct?
I pulled over and changed into my clothes
And then,
because I had just got there. I had bags of clothes in my car.
okay. You had just gotten there?
Thursday night.
And this was end of the weekend, correct?
Right, yes.
So you had been there all weekend.
Right, that's what I meant, but I carried clothes in my car from work.
So, hey, Naz, what's the second time stamp?
2:10 to 2:30.
Thank you. I'm gonna show you this. Is that your car that you were
Yes.
driving?
Yes.
And right there, is that your purse in the front seat?
Yes, it is.
And then we can see your wallet right there, correct?
Correct.
And then right there. What's that in the back seat?
The bag.
Is that your overnight bag?
Yes,
So you did have an overnight bag in the car with you.
yes.
And you told Investigator Mefford that you decided to get up that morning because you couldn't go to sleep. You packed your bag, you put it in the car, and then you went to go say bye to Mr. Barron, correct?
Correct.
And there's your overnight bag in the back seat.
But I had stuff in the very back because my suitcases.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I had my overnight bag, that was not even from the trip. That was the week I had it before that, but I had bags in the back of my car.
So you just happened to also have bags in the back seat of your car the night that you got arrested for the DUI?
I had the bag in the front seat, in the seat behind me, and then I had other bags. But that night, remember, I didn't go and pack my bags in. I'd already packed them, and then I brought in the very back of the trunk. There was a trunk to that car, and there was bags in there.
So I'm a little confused. You testified on direct that you had been there all weekend, correct?
Correct.
And you and Mr. Barron got into an argument about the mortgage, correct?
Correct.
And he decided that he was going to go sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And he brought his briefcase and he went up there and he locked the bedroom door to go to sleep, correct?
Right, and then he came back downstairs.
Hold on one second. Is that you or is that someone else?
That was me.
That's okay. That's fine. We've had roof issues too, so I didn't know if someone was coming through the roof. All right, sorry about that.
That's me. That was me.
Elevator issues, you got roof issues. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I just wasn't sure what it was. Go ahead.
So you go to bed, correct? In the master
Correct.
bedroom.
Correct.
And then you testified that what woke you up was Mr. Barron tapping your foot with a gun, correct?
Correct.
And that he started apologizing and saying, I love you, and then crawled into bed with you, correct?
Correct.
And then from there is when he pinned your arms up above your head, correct?
Correct.
And lifted your shirt up, correct?
Correct.
And started slapping your breasts, correct?
Correct.
And then at that point is when he attempted to anally sodomize you, correct?
Correct.
And it was only when he went to go get lube so that he could successfully anally sodomize you that you fled the room, correct?
Correct.
And you grabbed your phone, correct?
Correct.
Your car keys, correct?
My car keys were in my purse.
Your car keys were in your purse, so you grabbed your phone in your purse.
Right.
And was your wallet in your purse too?
Yes.
And then you head out the door in the t-shirt that you already had on that you were sleeping in.
Right.
But you coincidentally already had an overnight bag already packed in the car for you?
I had a night bag in there from the week. When I went to work one day, I had to change into clothes. So I kept the bag in the car with me. So yes, I already had it in the car.
Okay, so you just typically keep an overnight bag in the back seat of your car at all times?
No, just during that week, I had to run an errand. I changed into my clothes.
Okay. So it was just this week that you luckily had an overnight bag in the back seat of your car
Correct.
when you had to flee the house in nothing but a t-shirt to get away from Mr. Barron's attempted sodomy, correct?
Correct.
So, hey Matt, could you help me? I just have a very couple questions. If you could hold the door up. So Ms. Mericle, you did not shoot David that night and kill him because you were trying to protect yourself is what you're saying, correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Did you shoot and kill him to protect yourself?
Yes.
So you did intentionally shoot him then?
I didn't mean to shoot him.
So either you were trying to shoot the lock off the door or you were trying to shoot Mr. Barron.
I
Which
was
one
trying
was
to
it?
shoot the lock off the door.
Did I
Okay.
object to that question? It's not a proper question. Either or is not correct. I object to the form.
Ask the question again, overruled.
Were you trying to shoot the lock off of the door or were you trying to shoot Mr. Barron?
I was trying to shoot the lock off the door.
So you were not shooting Mr. Barron to kill him to protect yourself is what you were saying?
Correct.
Okay. So when you brought that gun upstairs, you were not, what your testimony is you were not intending to use it to shoot and kill Mr. Barron to protect yourself, correct?
Correct.
Your only intent was to shoot the lock off of the door.
To get my phone.
To get your phone, and to do that, your best bet was to shoot the lock off the door. Correct?
Correct.
That was the only way you were going to be able to get your phone, correct?
Correct, he wouldn't give it to me, and I needed to get out of the only way that I could leave is to get my phone and to get out of there.
Only way that you could leave that house was by getting your phone, correct?
Correct,
Because we've already gone over, you didn't want to go knock on the neighbor's door, correct?
correct,
You didn't want to go walk outside and get attacked by the wild dogs, correct?
no, I didn't want to walk down that road without the lights on.
Okay.
It's 2 miles long.
And so the most reasonable option for you to get away and protect yourself was to shoot the lock off of that door, correct?
At the time, yes.
Okay.
I was hysterical because I was terrified for my life.
And so, if you could go back just a little bit more, so I just want to make sure she can see. So this is, actually, I'm sorry, can you flip it around? So this is the outside of the door, correct? Where you were standing.
Yes,
And the only way that you thought to get into that door was by shooting it?
yes,
Because you did end up, there are probably other ways that you could have gotten into that locked door, correct?
probably.
Because you ended up getting into it with a hammer, correct?
Right, correct.
And is there a key that's needed? Is this like a locked door that needs a key to enter?
I don't know, I can't see it.
So, like, let me see, if you could just turn it so she can see. So this door locks from the inside by just flipping the switch, correct?
Okay, yes,
So right now it's locked, right?
okay, yes,
And if I switch it again, it's unlocked, correct?
yes,
So if I were to lock it, now it's locked, can you switch it back? Your testimony is that the most reasonable way to get into this locked door is by firing a gun at it while there's someone on the other side of the door.
At the time, I was hysterical and I was terrified for my life. I didn't even know what kind of lock was on the door at the time.
You couldn't use your eyes to see?
I didn't look at the lock
You didn't look at the lock that you were trying to shoot?
until I got up there.
You did go get a hammer from a toolbox, correct?
Correct,
There's other things in toolboxes like screwdrivers, rulers, things like that, correct?
correct, but I saw the hammer was on top.
So like,
That's all I thought about.
if I were to get a screwdriver with a flathead and I were to just turn it, that unlocks the door, correct?
Correct. I didn't know what type of lock was on the door.
I could even use my finger, well, now I'm wearing gloves, but really anything, here's a ruler, anything with a flat edge is gonna turn that lock, correct? Just like that,
Okay,
correct?
correct,
Thank you, Matt. But the most reasonable way for you to save your life was to fire a gun at a lock, correct?
correct. At the time, I wasn't thinking very well.
Did it ever occur to you that there's a man on the other side of the door with a gun, right?
Right,
Who's just pointed it at your mouth, right?
correct.
Did you ever fear that if you fired the gun at the door, he would just fire his gun back at you?
No, I didn't think that.
You didn't think about the fact that if he did in fact have a gun in the room with him and you're in fear for your life that this man's gonna kill you, that if you fire a gun at the door that he's locked himself behind, that he wouldn't fire the gun back at you?
I was thinking that he might be waiting up there for me when I come up there with the gun, but he wasn't, and it was just a thought that I had right there at the second because I was hysterical. I was terrified for my life. I couldn't think about what I was really doing.
And so you're so terrified for your life by the person behind that door that it never occurred to you that he might fire his gun back at you if you fired the gun at that door.
I thought he might shoot me, but I didn't really think about it at the time. about that he would get me right then when I shot the door with the lock off of it.
So you couldn't have been that scared for your life if you didn't even think about the fact that the man who had just threatened to kill you might shoot a gun back at you.
I thought he had a gun, but I thought he was going to be outside waiting for me.
But by the time you got up the stairs, he was behind the locked door, correct?
Correct, he was.
And you were in fear for your life.
Right, and I wanted to get my phone so I could get out of there.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
No redirect, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You can join council table. What are we doing next?
Calling Daniel Hoka.
Do you have someone getting him, or do you need help?
We're getting him right now. What number one?
Come on up. Thank you so much. You'll eventually end up over here. If you would, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. You can have a seat. Please use the microphone. Thank you. If you would, for the record, please state your full legal name.
Daniel Allen Hoka,
If you don't mind, spell your last name.
Houcutt.
Witness is sworn. Go ahead.
Mr. Hoka, where is it that you are from and how are you employed?
I'm a personal trainer on St. Simon's Island.
And how long have you been working in kind of personal training in that area of work?
25 years as personal trainer.
Okay. Do you know Miss Suzanne Mericle?
Yes.
And how is it that you know her and how long have you known her?
I've known her for 10 years or so. I started training her son, McLean, trained her daughter, and then would move on and train with Suzanne.
Okay, so you started out training, you said her son,
Yes.
and McLean is her son's name, is that right?
Yes.
And then you started training her daughter, and her daughter's name is?
Mary Madden.
Okay. So you trained McLean, you trained Mary Madden, and then you started working with Suzanne, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have, I'm going to ask you about the week of March the 3rd through the 7th of
Yes.
2025, okay?
Yes, sir.
Did you have sessions with Miss Mericle that week?
Yes.
And if you want to look at your note, I can approach and show it to you, but do you know what days it was that you had sessions with her?
Tuesday and Thursday of that week.
Okay. And Tuesday would have been the 4th, is that
Yes.
right? Okay, so March the 4th, you had a session with Suzanne. What time was it, do you know?
7 to 7:30 was her times.
7 or 7:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And that's Tuesday, March the 4th.
Yes.
And is this a personal, like a one-on-one type session?
Yes, in a private studio.
Private studio, it's just the two of you?
Yes.
Okay, it's not like a class of people. You don't have, 20 or something that you're working with. It's just one-on-one.
Yes.
Okay. You trained her on Tuesday, right?
Yes.
Did you train her again that week?
I trained her Thursday morning.
And do you remember what time it was that you trained her on Thursday?
7.
7 a.m. Let me show you, first witness, sorry, keep asking that, I have it. Showing you defendant 69, that's not been yet tendered. Recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is our schedule for the week. 7:30, or 6:30, I'm sorry. 6:30 was the time I trained her. So, yes, 6:30, that's my schedule.
Is this like a calendar note that you make of all your clients and all that?
Yes, sir. That's just a hard copy of my schedule for the week.
All right, tendering defendant's exhibit 69.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. So just orient jurors, let them know what we're looking at here and where she is on your schedule.
She's on Tuesday and Thursday at the 6:30 to 7 o'clock slots. She normally would have taken the 7 o'clock on Friday.
So she normally, and when you say normally, you mean that, what exactly?
We were scheduled for 3 sessions a week. She's consistent with 2. Friday was an optional day for travel purposes.
And did she end up canceling the Friday appointment with you?
Yes, she canceled that Thursday.
Did you talk to her about what she was going to be doing on Friday, and without getting into, hearsay or whatever, did she keep the Friday appointment?
No, she told me she was going to Gainesville.
Did some investigators from our office come to talk to you in April?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You remember them asking you what it was she was wearing?
Yes, sir.
And do you have a recollection of what it was she was wearing when you trained with her that day?
Tank tops and shorts.
Tank tops and shorts?
Yes.
And this would have been Thursday, March the 6th.
Yes.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been previously tendered is defendants 38, 36, 23. I'm going to hand you all these, okay? 23, 22, 21, 24. It's 28, 40, 39, 37, 33, 31, 29, 41, 25, 36. Just take a second and look over those. Did she have any of these injuries when you saw her on March the 6th in the morning?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Hulcutt.
Hello.
How long had the defendant, Ms. Mericle, been training with you?
Approximately 6 years.
For 6 years? So for 6 years, you worked on strength training with her.
Yes.
You worked on lower body strength,
Yes.
and you worked on upper body strength.
Yes.
And she made significant improvement over those 6 years, I imagine, with you.
Yes.
So I know you said that you had never seen those bruises in that picture on her. And in fact, you've never seen any bruises on her at all, isn't that true?
Yes. No, ma'am, I've never seen bruises.
And she never told you about any problems with her boyfriend, David Barron?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You're excused.
Haley Lamb.
You can remain in the gallery if you want. You can go about your business. I'm fine either way. Thank you.
We're going to go with Andrea Alcon, Judge. Our witnesses.
One more time.
We're switching. We're going to go with Andrea Alcon.
Andrea Alcott.
Alcon.
Okay,
Ms. Lamb is not, she stepped out for a moment. I want
it's
to
your case. It's fine.
keep rolling.
Come on up. Thank you so much. You'll eventually work your way up here. Thank you.
Ms. Wareham, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and introduce yourself to the jurors.
My name is Dr. Andrea Elkon. That's spelled ANDREAELKON.
And what is your profession?
I am a licensed clinical psychologist. I also practice forensic psychology.
What is your educational background?
I earned my bachelor's degree in psychology at Haverford College in Philadelphia. I then went on to earn a master's degree and a PhD at the University of Virginia. While I was at the University of Virginia, I was involved in 2 research labs. One examined various things about youth violence, and the second lab, we were looking at mental health issues among incarcerated women. As part of my PhD, one of the things that I have to do in order to earn that degree is a year of licensed clinical work, where I'm doing nothing but clinical work all year. I did that at the University of South Carolina, and that was specifically a forensic internship. Once I got my PhD, I moved back here to Atlanta, and I spent 2 years in a postdoctoral fellowship where I was focused completely on forensic work as well. And then I earned my license after all of that.
Okay. And you mentioned clinical work, and just break that down, what that means when you do clinical work as opposed to, I think you said, postdoctorate fellowship. What's
Sure. So I'll explain clinical work. So clinical work as a psychologist breaks down into 2 parts. Really, one part is psychological assessment, where we use a series of scientific tests to help us understand a person, really to offer a diagnosis. The second piece is what I would call intervention, and that is therapy, counseling that can be done in groups, in couples, individually. So it's really those 2 pieces.
Therapy as opposed to the testing part.
Yes.
Okay. The testing part is what you're calling clinical. Do I have that right?
I'm calling both clinical.
Clinical
Yes.
means testing and also seeing people.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you work also with people sort of in a one-on-one setting, and is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
You said you did postdoctoral work, and I missed the end of it, so I just wanted to have you redo that. I'm sorry.
Sure. So I completed a postdoctoral fellowship at a private practice down in Stockbridge, Georgia. I was there for 2 years, and that was focused primarily on sexual abuse and sexual offending.
After you finished the postdoctoral fellowship, what was your first, I guess, employment in the field, if you will?
Sure. I was employed by the state of Georgia as a forensic examiner.
Okay. When you work for the state as a forensic examiner, what is it that you do? What are the types of cases that you get? What is the type of work you're doing?
Sure. So I was working in Metro Atlanta, so covering the 5 counties, DeKalb, Fulton, Gwinnett, Newton, and Rockdale, and occasionally Clayton. I would cover those counties where I was conducting court-ordered psychological assessments, so assessments that were ordered by a judge, either because there were concerns that the defendant was so mentally ill that they didn't understand what they'd been charged with or couldn't cooperate with their attorney. The other thing that came up in that role was mental state at the time of the alleged crimes.
Okay, and that's what people typically call not guilty by reason of insanity cases.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you are asked to do those types of assessments, do you have, and did you have situations where people would be, I'm going to use the word faking the not guilty by reason of insanity claim?
Yes.
And is your job at the, when you're working for the state, is your job to ferret that out in part?
Yes.
Okay. And how many evaluations of that nature do you think you did for the state?
Evaluations where a defendant was feigning mental illness?
Specifically, more like how many where they're claiming not guilty by reason of insanity? How many of those, if you have an idea?
I would say I conducted, while I was there, I conducted probably about 1,500 evaluations total, and I would say 25% of them were cases where the defendant was asserting not guilty by reason of insanity.
Okay. Does your current practice now include doing forensic psychological evaluations?
It does.
Okay. How many forensic psychological evaluations have you done?
In my lifetime? In my whole career?
In your whole career?
Oh gosh, over the course of my whole career, I've conducted upwards of 5,000 forensic psychological evaluations.
What does it mean to do a forensic psychological evaluation?
So forensic psychology has to do with the connection between mental health issues and the law. So anytime someone is involved in the legal system, whether that be because of a criminal trial or because of a civil matter, and so civil would be involving money, and an attorney has a concern about either a defendant or a claimant's mental health, then they would call in a forensic psychologist to evaluate that person and say, is this person mentally ill? And is it affecting their ability to participate in legal proceedings somehow?
Are you licensed in the state of Georgia?
I am.
Have you been tendered and accepted as an expert in forensic psychology in Georgia state courts?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I would estimate approximately 75 times in Georgia courts.
Have you been tendered and accepted as an expert in forensic psychology in federal courts?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I would estimate approximately 50 times.
At this time, the defense would tender Dr. Andrea Elcon as an expert in forensic psychology.
No objection.
So ordered, members of the jury, as I've explained many times, with any witness, you can believe or not believe the witness. Purpose of an expert witness is to shed light on something that lay people may not otherwise understand. Thank you.
So, have you done forensic evaluations involving post-traumatic stress disorder?
I have.
How many evaluations of post-traumatic stress disorder have you conducted?
I would say of the 5,000 plus I've conducted in my lifetime, close to 3,000 have involved someone talking about PTSD.
Did you work at the Veterans Administration for a period of time as well?
I did.
How many years were you at the Veterans Administration?
7.
What did your work there entail?
While I was at the VA, the only job I had while I was at the VA is to evaluate veterans for their disability claims. So just to educate the court, veterans are entitled to disability benefits if they have some sort of condition that is connected to military service, and if that condition in their present life is impairing their capacity to work.
And so do they if they're applying for some sort of a benefit or whatever, then they would potentially assign you to do an evaluation to see if they qualify.
If they were claiming a mental health condition, yes.
Okay. Only mental health stuff. It's not for anything else.
Correct.
Would one of the claims be sometimes or maybe frequently PTSD?
Yes, I would say that is approximately 90% of the mental health claims in the VA system.
Okay, and you were there for 7 years.
Yes.
How'd you get involved in this case?
I got involved in this case because you contacted me. You had expressed concerns about Ms. Mericle's demeanor, and you requested that a psychologist come and take a look at her and kind of see what I thought.
Did you review did you actually evaluate Ms. Mericle in person?
I did.
How many times did you see her?
It was 3 separate occasions for a total of close to 9 hours.
Other than meeting with Suzanne and those 9 hours you spent directly with her, what other work did you do? What other background materials did you review? And you don't have to list them all, but just give the jury an idea what all you looked at.
Sure. So I looked at all of the police records that were made available to me. I reviewed body camera footage that depicted Ms. Mericle on the night of the incident. I also reviewed text messages between the defendant and the deceased Mr. Barron. I reviewed jail medical records. I interviewed 2 of Ms. Mericle's sisters. I also conducted psychological testing.
Okay. And I want to ask you, I think I'm going to go into what psychological testing you actually gave to her and the types of tests, okay?
Yes.
So walk me through what tests you gave to her and what they mean and how they function.
I administered a series of psychological tests that basically breaks down into 2 categories. Category 1 is an assessment of whether or not the defendant is faking mental illness. Very important to consider in a legal context. The second category was a broader assessment of her psychological functioning, and based on the symptoms that she was reporting within that general assessment of psychological functioning, I also administered tests that specifically examined for symptoms consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD for short.
Okay, so in other words, you didn't come right in and just give a PTSD test right away?
No.
Okay. That was only after you did the general psychological functioning testing?
Correct, and hours of clinical interviewing as well.
Okay. Talk to me about the first part. You said you did testing for what you called faking of symptoms, or malingering is the medical term, right?
Yes.
Okay. How is it that you test to see if somebody is faking it or giving you correct answers or somehow, tricking you or trying to?
Absolutely. So one of the things that I do is simply administer a clinical interview. So I am just talking with the defendant, trying to learn more about her. And in that, I ask a lot of open-ended questions. So I'm not asking a ton of questions that are yes, no, but more questions that are asking things like, tell me about how you've been feeling. Tell me about your sleep. So I'm not asking really specific things. I'm just eliciting whatever Ms. Mericle had to tell me. And based on that, I can tell whether someone is reciting a textbook almost, like they've read somewhere what the symptoms of an illness are and they're just repeating them back to me, versus someone who is telling me, hey, these things are really going on with me. Here's examples of how these symptoms show up in my life. So if I'm asking about sleep, they might say, and Ms. Mericle said this, actually, like, on one hand, I really want to fall asleep. I really try to fall asleep. But then I'm right back up, and then there's no way I'm going back to sleep. And that isn't something you could pull out of a textbook. So already I'm getting a sense that she's responding honestly. But of course, we want to back that up with some scientific tests. So in this case, I administered 2. One was a test that specifically assessed malingering. And when we're looking at malingering, we're looking at a couple of things. When someone is faking mental illness, they will report every single symptom of mental illness that there is. So if I'm asking about all the symptoms of anxiety, for example, do you worry? Yes. Are you having trouble sleeping? Yes. Same with depression. I would say, do you feel sad? Yes. Do you have concentration problems? Yes. And it was all yeses. So that would be somebody who's faking it. The other thing that we look at is the distinction between what someone is reporting and what I can observe. So, or what I've read in medical records. So if someone is saying, I'm nervous and jumpy all the time, but they can sit through 9 hours of interview and just be as calm can be, then there's a difference between what someone is telling me and what they're showing me. And I think that's a really important piece too. The other thing that folks who are faking it will do is report symptoms that they think are mental health symptoms but aren't really mental health symptoms. So the most common one is the experience of someone telling me that they see little green men. That's not a symptom of mental illness. That's not something that actually happens, but somewhere along the way it got into the believers of malingering that is something that you should say. So these tests really look at those things, the difference between reported and observed, whether somebody is just saying, yes, I have every single symptom, or I have every single symptom and it's really bad. And in this case, Miss Mericle was not malingering. So on 2 separate tests, she showed a pattern of responding honestly.
Are the tests that you give, these psychological tests, do they have any tests built into them, fail-safes to catch people if people are trying to fake it, if they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes?
Judge, I apologize. May we approach briefly?
Come on up. Again, thank you, lawyers, doing their job. Go ahead.
I think we were talking about the general psychological functioning testing that you conducted.
Yes.
And I asked you what fail-safes are built into that psychological testing.
So I believe the test you're referring to is called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, or MMPI. This is a really old psychological test that's been revised a number of times to keep up with modern populations. It's a 335-item true-false test. The wonderful thing about this test, and the reason why it is the most frequently used in the scientific community, is because it has safeguards built into it. So we can know from this test whether or not someone is putting in a reasonable amount of effort, whether or not someone is responding randomly, whether or not someone is exaggerating their mental health symptoms, or whether someone is actually underreporting mental health symptoms. So we have all this extra information that we get about someone in addition to their mental health symptoms.
What were the results of this general psychological functioning that led you to go into step 3, which you testified about as the specific PTSD testing?
Yes. So based on this test, Ms. Mericle endorsed clinically significant numbers of both health complaints, things like concentration issues, memory problems, pain, things like that, and clinically significant numbers of symptoms that are most frequently associated with PTSD.
And after you got those results back that had those markers, for
Yes.
lack of a term,
Yes.
Did you make a decision then to go on to further testing?
Yes, I thought that based on the results of this initial test, which is true-false, that I wanted more information about symptoms associated with post-traumatic stress.
Was there any other, we've talked about your interviews with Ms. Mericle, your face-to-faces.
Yes.
Were you pulling from any other documentary evidence to help you steer in that direction?
Besides my interviews and the MMPI, before I administered any other kind of testing?
Maybe you did that after, so tell me, I'm not sure.
So I had reviewed all of what's called the collateral data, so the body camera footage and the police reports and investigative interviews. I had reviewed all of that prior to meeting with Ms. Mericle, and then I interviewed her, and then the next step is to administer tests, the more general ones, the assessments of effort and of honesty, and then going into a more thorough assessment where I'm asking about PTSD.
Tell me and tell us what the PTSD testing, what it's called, and what it consists of, and what the results were.
Absolutely. And it's probably helpful before I do that, just to give you a little explanation of what PTSD is. That's a term that gets thrown around a lot in the self-help literature or on Instagram. And so I thought I'd just go back a little bit and maybe educate everyone about what PTSD is in the clinical sense.
Thank you.
So in order to be diagnosed with PTSD, someone has to have experienced a trauma as defined by the psychiatric and psychological community. And the way that's defined is someone who has directly experienced a life-threatening event or a direct threat to their safety. The other way that someone might experience PTSD is if they've witnessed something like that. So they've witnessed someone else's life being in danger or a threat to that person's safety. But the point is that it has to be life-threatening or safety-threatening. It can't be, my boss yelled at me at work. Yes.
Let me make sure I got this right.
Sure.
In order for a person to be diagnosed, meaning by the psychological community,
yes,
this person has PTSD, they have to have directly experienced a life-threatening event, or potentially they saw someone else have that.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
How is it that there's a way to tell that they meet the definition, basically?
So it kind of goes stepwise. So in order to diagnose PTSD, there has to be a trauma. And then from there, the symptoms fall into 4 categories. So what happens when someone experiences PTSD or when someone has a trauma, our fight or flight response kicks in. And the fight or flight response is what happens in every single animal, humans included, when we get scared or when we perceive a threat. What happens is our fight or flight mechanism goes on, and that is both a psychological response, so there's an emotional response, and there's a physical response. And it prepares us to respond to the threat, either by getting the heck out of there or by fighting back, and in some instances, by freezing. And what happens with PTSD...
Say this again. You said one of them was freezing.
Correct.
Meaning they don't move at all.
Correct.
And then one of them is fighting.
Yes.
And then the other one's flight.
Yes.
Meaning run.
Yes.
Okay.
Escape.
Go.
Absolutely. So what happens when someone has post-traumatic stress disorder is that fight or flight switch stays on. And so the trauma does not recede into this person's memory, but rather the person who experiences trauma, it's like it's happening in real time over and over again. So what happens when someone's experiencing PTSD, they will have what's called re-experiencing symptoms, where they are reliving the trauma either through dreams or through memories that just kind of come into their head when they don't want them there, or through what's called flashbacks, where they actually believe that they are back in the situation. Or there will be some trigger, whether that's a smell or a sound or the sight of a particular person, where they have that fight or flight response all over again. The second category of symptoms is avoidance. So when we feel bad, the thing we want to do is get away from it. We don't want to think about bad memories. We don't want to have them around. We don't want to talk about them. And so folks with PTSD will go to great lengths to avoid thinking about, talking about, feeling anything related to the traumatic experience. Sometimes these people,
It seems like,
yes.
What if the person is in a relationship with someone and the thing that's negative happened within that relationship? Is that something they're going to even avoid talking about in that relationship?
Yes.
That's part of the problem, basically.
Yes.
You said the switch stays on when
Yes.
when you have this exposure to the life-threatening event.
That's correct.
And how does that play into a person's ability to sleep?
So that category of symptoms is called hyperarousal. So because this fight or flight switch is constantly on, someone thinks they're in danger 24/7. And of course, when we think we're in danger 24/7, you don't sleep well. You're kind of agitated and on edge all the time. You might startle to loud noises, so you're just kind of jumpy. Some folks can be what's called hypervigilant, where they're constantly looking over their shoulder or checking for the exits. I often had veterans who would say when they sat down in a restaurant, they had to know where all the exits were before they could be comfortable. Those are what's called hyperarousal symptoms.
Would we see, let's say, examples of that person sending, late night texts past midnight, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., stuff like that?
Yes, it would be this chronic pattern of sleeplessness and just an agitated, constant agitation.
Okay. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said re-experiencing, avoidance, hypervigilance.
And then the fourth category is that PTSD essentially changes how we think and how we feel. So when someone's been through trauma, they start to think that the world is a much more dangerous place, that people are dangerous, people are not to be trusted, that they, again, don't want to talk to anybody. They often blame themselves. Trauma is so nonsensical, and there often isn't a why. And so survivors of trauma will often blame themselves for any of the things that happen to them because that's the only conclusion they can come up with. And of course, if someone is blaming themselves all the time, they feel pretty depressed.
If they're blaming themselves, if they're in this aspect of the I guess, the disease, the mental disease they're living with, is that going to also be something you might see in some of their communications, taking blame for things that may not be their fault?
Yes.
You've got re-experiencing, there's avoidance, there's hypervigilance, and you titled the last one, and I didn't get it, I'm sorry.
Negative changes in how we think and feel.
Okay. Would someone experiencing negative changes in how they think and feel, would that be something that people on the outside of them might notice, like friends, family, things like that?
Yes, they would notice things like maybe social withdrawal, that they're just not talking as much anymore, they're not socializing as much anymore, just seem more down.
Would they necessarily hear from that person about what the trauma was, meaning would they be told, what's actually going on?
No, because back to the avoidance piece, people who have experienced trauma do not want to talk about it.
Did you have experience at the Veterans Administration and in your work at Georgia Regional and in your education with intimate partner violence?
Yes.
How much, give me an idea of how many persons you've seen that have experienced intimate partner violence and treated and evaluated?
So if we say that, let's say, I would say maybe 35% of the evaluations I conducted at the VA were women who had been in the military. The incidence of intimate partner violence among female veterans is upwards of 85%. So I say that almost every woman who I interviewed in the context of the VA had experienced some sort of intimate partner violence.
Did sometimes those intimate partner violence matters also sort of coincide with a PTSD diagnosis or a PTSD case? Are they always there or not?
Meaning that somebody who has experienced intimate partner violence, do they necessarily get a diagnosis of PTSD?
Exactly.
No.
And tell me why they wouldn't automatically be PTSD. They've experienced some sort of trauma, perhaps.
That's correct.
Would they not present to you, meaning they wouldn't test out as having PTSD?
Well, the most simple answer is that our brains are incredibly tough and our brains are incredibly resilient. So that most people who have experienced trauma over time, even with no treatment at all, will not go on to develop symptoms of PTSD. That the incidence of PTSD among combat veterans, for example, is about 10%.
So we don't know, in other words, why some people end up with it and some people don't, even though they've been exposed to the same sorts of...
That's a really long answer and a really complicated one, and I don't want to bore the jury.
Sorry.
But there are some individual factors that play into it, historical factors, just kind of general psychological makeup. The research is very much active as to figuring out who's more vulnerable to PTSD than others.
I meant to ask you this earlier. Have you testified for both have you testified as an expert for the state?
Yes.
What percentage of the time that you've been called to court to testify as a forensic psychological expert, what percentage of the time have you been testifying for the government?
75% of the time.
Have you had cases where you've been testifying for the government against a defendant who's claiming that they have PTSD and you found that they didn't?
That's correct, yes.
And help us understand how you can discern this person doesn't have it and that Ms. Mericle does.
Sure. So in that was another case of intimate partner violence. The defendant was actually a man. He, in that particular case that I'm talking about, the only symptom that he ever came up with was, I have flashbacks. Couldn't describe flashbacks, couldn't tell me what happens, didn't spontaneously report any other symptoms of anxiety. I met with him on several occasions, and he too was calm, collected, but insisted that these flashbacks amounted to PTSD. It just wasn't the case.
In Ms. Mericle's case, did you, in your evaluations of her and testing of her, did you find anything to suggest that she was in any way faking to you that she has PTSD?
No.
And let's go ahead and finish up with the PTSD testing that you gave her in your results, okay?
Sure. So to follow up on all of the just kind of general interviewing that I did with Ms. Mericle, I also administered what's called a structured clinical interview. So that's essentially a script where I'm bound to ask very specific questions about PTSD symptoms, and then Ms. Mericle's responses are scored. This is a test that's put out by the National Center for PTSD. I had to get a lot of training on it to make sure that I was asking the questions correctly and scoring the responses correctly. So this test is called the CAPS, and it takes about an hour to administer, and we basically go one by one through all the different symptoms of PTSD, and I ask for a lot of detail. I would always save this kind of test for later on in my evaluation of a client because we're bringing up so much sensitive material that folks usually don't want to talk about.
And what were the results from Ms. Mericle's PTSD testing as well as her other tests that you conducted?
So her entire presentation was consistent with a clinical diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder.
Once you have gotten the results back from all the testing and you have concluded that she presents as PTSD, what does that tell us as far as the source or the potential source of the PTSD symptoms that she has?
So as part of the caps that I administer, the first thing that we do is go through a series of traumatic events. So just a general questionnaire. Has this happened to you? Has this happened to you? And you have the option to say, yes, this happened to me, or I witnessed it. After going through that questionnaire, I will ask the respondent, I will ask them, okay, now tell me, of all these things, what is the worst trauma you've ever experienced? And that's called an index trauma, or the most horrible memory that they have.
And in this case, the index trauma that was reported to you was what?
Was Mr. Barron pointing a gun in Miss Mericle's face and telling her that she better not close her eyes tonight.
And that was reported to you as having occurred on the March 7th, March 8th event?
That's correct.
Is the index trauma when we call it index trauma, we're saying this is our likely source of PTSD, or this is just the most powerful reported source?
Both. I mean, it's the most likely source of her symptoms.
Did she report to you that she had any post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms that arose prior to March the 7th?
She did.
And what were those symptoms?
The symptoms that she was reporting prior to that night really had to do with a heightened state of anxiety, feeling nervous all the time, having some nightmares, and generally not sleeping well.
Did she recount to you the nature of the nightmares? What was, I guess the topic of the nightmares that she was having?
So the nightmares that she was having at the time I interviewed her, the nightmares involved the index trauma itself. So she was having nightmares in which Mr. Barron was coming after her with the gun.
Did you review any collateral information where Miss Mericle was reporting these symptoms prior to you ever having gone to see her? Specifically related to the other counseling sessions that she'd had?
Yes, so she had reported in to her jail counselors. Both reported and jail staff observed mental health symptoms.
When someone is, faking mental health symptoms, is there generally something that they're wanting from that?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
So the technical term is secondary gain. So in a criminal setting, that might be that if the person is incarcerated, they might want to fake mental health symptoms to move to different housing that they perceive as better. They might be doing it for the purpose of a lesser sentence or an acquittal. In the civil setting, someone might be faking mental illness for the purpose of money or not working or both.
Did you see any indication in the materials involving Ms. Mericle that she was using these reported symptoms that happened before you ever got involved to try to do something with respect to medical?
No, to the contrary, she was showing so much distress at the jail that jail staff offered to move her to medical housing, and she declined the housing. She didn't want to go.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with malingering or faking?
So it's inconsistent with faking. It's consistent with honest mental health symptoms.
Did you review the body cameras of the initial responding officers?
Yes.
And is there anything on those body cameras specifically with respect to treatment from EMS or anything else that is consistent or inconsistent with malingering?
Yes, so on the night of the offense, on the body camera footage, EMS is concerned about Ms. Mericle having a panic attack. They're concerned about elevated heart rate, elevated blood pressure. They offer repeatedly, really, for her to go to the hospital. Hey, you should go get this checked out. And she declines repeatedly. And so that would be inconsistent with malingering, very consistent with honest reporting.
Did you notice anything else in the body cameras that would be suggestive of a consistent mental health issue outside of the home there on the body cameras?
Yes, so Ms. Mericle's behavior, as observed on the body camera footage, is incredibly consistent with what happens when somebody has just experienced a traumatic event. There was an inability to calm down. There was emotions going up and down, hyperventilating, throwing up at one point. All of these symptoms, again, if we're thinking about that fight or flight switch and it is on high alert and really hasn't come down yet, we are seeing the emotional and physical overload of that throughout the entire duration of the body camera footage.
Would her behavior on the body camera be consistent with an acute stress response to something very recently occurring?
Yes.
Did you notice anything? Well, let me ask you this. When you treat patients in your office who are people who have PTSD,
Yes.
is there some physical responses, some physical manifestations that those patients will actually express and that you see, and that's consistent with what you see from Ms. Mericle?
Yes. So the treatment for PTSD is pretty intense, and it involves revisiting the traumatic experience over and over and over. So in the therapeutic setting, my clients who are diagnosed with PTSD, I'm having them in this structured setting repeat the trauma in real time over and over and over again. The point is to move the memory of that trauma back in its rightful place so that it doesn't feel like we're re-experiencing it in real time. And that is a really, really challenging process. And the clients who come get treatment for PTSD are incredibly brave because it's just so difficult. Because especially in the initial retellings of the traumatic event, we see those physiologic symptoms, those physical symptoms happening all over again. I often keep a bucket close to the chair because I will often have clients throw up. I will often have clients have panic attacks, that we see these symptoms and we just have to work to regulate through them in therapy, but it's a pretty tough process.
Did you notice in the interview with the police where Ms. Mericle keeps saying that it's hot and unzipping her, I guess it's a fleece or whatever? Did you notice that in the interview?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with a trauma response?
That is consistent. That's part of the physical reaction, is that anxiety and the threat response makes us super hot. We start sweating profusely.
It seemed to be on the body camera, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but that it was almost like she would say something in a certain state of mind and then go into a different state of mind and then get elevated, then come back down. Did you notice that on the cameras?
I did.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with an acute trauma response?
That's consistent because what is so challenging when someone has just very recently been through trauma is that we're not regulating our emotions real well, that our brain is on overload. This life-threatening thing just happened, and the brain is working double time to try and regulate, but it's not going that well. So we'll see periods of calm and then periods of hyperventilating, and that's perfectly consistent with a stress response.
I think you used a term for me before. The word was labile.
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
Emotional lability or labile means that emotions are up, down, all over the place. People who have really labile emotions basically go from 0 to 60 like that they're just very, very quick to get emotional and often just as quick to calm down. It's just up and down, up and down. It's exhausting for the person who's experiencing it.
Is that sort of up and down emotional swing, is that consistent or inconsistent with a acute stress response to trauma?
It's consistent.
Is someone who is, I guess, faking a trauma response, let's say, are they typically capable of keeping that going for a very long period of time?
No. Someone who is faking any kind of mental health condition, that's one of the ways that we know that they are faking a mental health condition because they can't keep up the act. That they'll try it for a few minutes, but then will inadvertently slip back into being themselves.
And you've reviewed the 3 hours or so of the body camera. Are you even familiar with somebody ever being able to do that for such a long period of time if it's not actually happening?
No, I've never seen that.
Have you ever heard of if someone doesn't close their eyes, that means they're faking a panic attack? Have you ever heard that before?
No.
Is that a medically correct conclusion?
Not at all. And in fact, quite the opposite. When someone's having a panic attack, they usually have their eyes wide open because it's a fear response.
I wanted to ask you about the elevated heart rate that the EMS folks found from Ms. Mericle when they were treating her outside of the, on the front porch there.
Yes.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with a trauma response?
Consistent.
And again, if she is faking it and trying to get out of the situation, and they've offered her, hey, let's go to the hospital, would she be more or less likely to accept that offer?
If she were faking mental health symptoms, she would want to go to the hospital.
Is her declining that treatment consistent or inconsistent with faking it?
Inconsistent with faking it.
Have you reviewed the 4,000 pages of text messages that we sent you?
I absolutely have.
Okay. And I mean the messages from Mr. Barron and Miss Mericle.
Yes.
Okay. Is it consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence for the victim in an intimate partner violence relationship to be jealous?
Yes.
It is inconsistent for the victim to be jealous?
It's consistent for the victim to be jealous.
It seems, and you're going to have to help me out with that, because it seems like if I'm frightened of someone because they're violent with me, that I wouldn't dare ever mention something like, hey, you cheated on me, or, how dare you do this with this woman, things like that. Help me understand that.
Absolutely. So the intimate partner violence is so complicated. Like any relationship is messy, but relationships that involve intimate partner violence are really messy because they involve the power dynamics where one partner is coercing, meaning that they're getting the partner to do a bunch of things she doesn't want to do, and controlling the person in various ways. Sometimes that's through physical threats, sometimes that's through financial, sometimes that's through emotional abuse, like calling someone a name. But the purpose is to establish a power differential and prevent that person from thinking she has any other options but to be in that relationship. So what we see in intimate partner violent relationships that include intimate partner violence, is that we will see the survivors of those relationships sometimes behave erratically. So sometimes make efforts to really hang on to this person, sometimes get angry to sort of test the waters, or sometimes to get attention. But we don't see a consistent pattern of behavior all the time. So someone who is in a relationship where there is abuse and then finds out that that person is cheating might actually confront that person because that's a socially acceptable thing to do. That is not a person who is in the relationship. That's something where the survivor might not blame herself. She might think that that's something that the perpetrator is doing all on their own.
Did you see evidence in your review of the text messages, the voluminous text messages of coercion and control.
Yes.
Can you talk to me about what evidence you saw and that you noted?
So in the early stages of the relationship, I mean, I think I also want to point out that abusive relationships don't usually start out abusive. They start out with charm, with love, with lust, that there's usually the excitement at the beginning of the relationship. And slowly but surely, the perpetrator is taking more and more steps to control this person. And what I saw early on in the text messages as the relationship was in its maybe third or fourth month is a lot more argument about finances. Mr. Barron was wanting Ms. Mericle to sell her practice, and she was feeling very on the fence about it. She talks a lot about how she's always been independent. She's always worked. She's always made her own money. And it seemed like there was a lot of pressure for her to sell that practice, to have more money kind of in the pot. And that's something that she talked about in her interviews too, is that one of the things that she and Mr. Barron fought about frequently was money, that him wanting her to use her money in ways that she didn't feel comfortable with.
Is getting into a large mortgage with someone part of, or can it be part of, a tactic of coercion and control?
Absolutely.
Can other, you've already talked about emotional abuse that would just be sort of like insults and things like that.
Calling bad names, degrading, yeah.
What about flirting with somebody in front of the other partner openly?
Yes, to make the partner feel less than.
Is it consistent or inconsistent with coercion and control and intimate partner violence for, at the beginning, the perpetrator is very, very kind, very, very nice, seems to be a Prince Charming. The relationship moves very, very fast.
That is completely consistent. Again, these relationships don't usually start out bad. They usually start out exciting.
Talk to me about how it is that it can change, and what it is that starts to change things in a typical coercion and control, intimate partner violence situation.
Well, it typically doesn't start with physical violence. It starts with more of the degradation, name calling, pulling the person away from their network, so more isolation, more situations to create a sense of dependency so that the survivor is dependent on the perpetrator.
Can you walk us through the prior, I guess, the violence that was reported to you and that you laid out in your report with respect to Mr. Barron and Ms. Mericle?
Yes. So in terms of when the physical violence started, Ms. Mericle reports it was maybe around September or October of 2024. In terms of collateral data to support that, there are some text messages that match up with Ms. Mericle's report, but it isn't like we have text messages, and I wouldn't expect to see text messages where it's like, oh my God, you hit me.
And let me stop you and ask you about that.
Sure.
Is it common that in a violent relationship that they don't openly communicate about the violence in text messages? Is that a common thing?
That's the most common, yes.
That's more common than actually, hey, I beat you up, you beat me up, you hurt me.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you find in the 4,000 pages or so any, open statements by either of the parties? You hurt me, you did this to me. Anything really express?
Yes, and that was much later in the relationship. So
jump ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So that was much later. Ms. Mericle suggested that the violence really escalated around late December of 2024. That was the time at which she inadvertently found out about the other woman.
That was late December.
Late December 2024.
28, 24 sound right?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And that was the first fight, per her report, that was the first fight that involved weapons, where guns were brandished.
Okay. And to be super, super clear, the earlier September thing was not weapons, but it involved
Some sort of violence. Ms. Mericle is reporting hair pulling, calling her a whore, slamming her against a wall.
well, check and I want to make sure we get this right. The earlier September, October violence was physical violence
Sexual violence.
and sexual violence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now we go forward to, I think you said December.
Correct.
Tell us about that one.
Correct. So Ms. Mericle reports at that time that there was an escalation, and there was really an escalation around the fact that there was this other woman to whom Mr. Barron was sending money. And that was the first time that the fighting escalated to where he brandished a gun.
And is this the one where she's in the closet and makes a phone call to, I think, Mr. Barron's son?
To Mr. Barron's son, that's correct.
Now, what was the next one as far as you have in your notes?
So the next time there was any incident of what I would consider violent behavior was in January of 2025. And that was an incident, again, where there was an escalation in fighting around this other woman, and Mr. Barron chucks Ms. Mericle's purse out the window, which is an act of aggression, in my opinion.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence, that behavior of throwing a cherished personal item away or throwing it out the window?
That's consistent with intimate partner violence.
And first of all, was that incident also confirmed and by collateral material in the text?
Yes, that one was confirmed by text messages in which Ms. Mericle tells Mr. Barron, hey, my phone was in there, my hearing aid charger was in there, my ID was in there, my money was in there, and he had just thrown it out the window.
Okay, and then moving on from there?
Moving on from there, the next incident was an incident in early February when Mr. Barron reportedly came to visit Ms. Mericle on St. Simon's Island so they could talk things out about this other woman.
And is this the incident that involved the police?
Correct.
Okay. Did you watch the body cameras from the St. Simon's incident where the police appeared?
Yes, I did.
Did you see anything on the body cameras that is the hallmark or very consistent with intimate partner violence?
Yes. The thing that was readily apparent to me on the body camera footage was when Ms. Mericle is shown stepping outside of the apartment, the door, she's talking to police, and the police officer asks her something to the effect of, did he hurt you? And what Ms. Mericle does is, without saying a word, she takes the police officer's hand and she places it on the back of her head. So she's trying to tell the police officer without telling the police officer, hey, something's going on here.
In other words, verbally she's saying nothing, but she's demonstrating it.
Correct.
And is that something that is consistent with intimate partner violence?
It absolutely is, and especially because Mr. Barron was essentially right there.
Moving on to the beyond that St. Simon's incident, what was the next incident? What was the next incident that was reported to you?
So the next incident that was reported to me was in mid-January, shortly after Valentine's Day, mid-January of 2025.
Mid-February.
February, I'm so sorry. February of 2025, where Ms. Mericle and Mr. Barron reportedly got into a fight, some combination of money. She reported to me that there was a fight around money and how she was going to use money from selling her practice. And also, again, this third woman, or this other woman, second woman, was also involved. And that was another big fight in which there was a gun. Miss Mericle reported that Mr. Barron was tapping her foot with a gun, that he beat her up, that he was hitting her around her chest. She said she looked like an MMA fighter, but all of the bruising she reports was around her torso.
Meaning not on a visible part of her body.
Correct.
Tell me if that is consistent or inconsistent with intimate partner violence for a perpetrator to select a portion of the victim's body that is not openly viewable by other folks.
That's correct. That's consistent with intimate partner violence.
Did Miss Mericle relate to you the incident from the March 7th? Obviously, the matter in which she's charged as well.
Yes.
Okay. Did she relate to you a suicide attempt after the unfortunate death of Mr. Barron?
Yes. She said she thought about taking her own life.
You said before that persons who are having a trauma response are going to have some sort of, maybe this is related to the intimate partner violence, but the sort of the shame or the guilt or the self-blame.
Yes.
Okay. Is that related to a PTSD? Is that a PTSD response? Is it an intimate partner violence response, or is it both?
It's both. It's both. It is part of what keeps a survivor of intimate partner violence in the abusive relationship, is that they think they're at fault. And in Miss Mericle's case, she was reporting over and over again in her interviews with me that she just felt like she wasn't doing enough. She wasn't doing enough to make him love her. And why didn't he love her? And if she had just tried harder, if she had just done things differently, I mean, she really weathered the blame for their relationship not going well. And that is largely why she stayed in it.
But it seems like she would be stating in the texts, something about his violence, doesn't that? Why are the texts all about Lilia Bocan, right? Why are they all about this and trying to get his attention? Like, why would you want the attention of someone who's violent with you?
It goes back to the power dynamic. I mean, in terms of the text with Lilia, that was just an easier way to fight with him. I guess I would say that it is easier to fight about a third party than it is that, hey, this traumatic thing is actually happening to me. Because, again, like we talked about, someone who has experienced trauma doesn't want to talk about it and won't typically bring it up to their abuser, that's happening. So this felt like a safer thing. It's also, quite frankly, a perfectly reasonable thing to be angry about if you're in a committed relationship.
Meaning that, look, you bought a $1.59 million house with a man and he didn't have the mortgage 1 month, and all of a sudden you find out he's giving money to somebody else. You're saying that's not necessarily unreasonable to be upset about that.
Correct.
Would someone who is wanting this attention, more of the attention from the abuser, would they be willing to sort of make up stuff and tell that person anything for more attention?
Absolutely.
Like, I'm hurt, or I'm going to the doctor, or I've got a medical condition that I may not have.
Absolutely. And we see this a lot in intimate partner violent relationships, and also with parent and children relationships where the parent is abusive or neglectful, that the survivor, the victim of the abuse, often comes to believe, well, any attention is better than no attention at all. And so they sometimes act in ways that are not in their own best interest to solicit that attention.
Talk to me about if someone has been the victim of sexual violence. Okay, have you worked with sexual violence survivors?
Yes.
And have you worked with them in the context of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And also in PTSD?
Yes.
Okay. If someone has had an act of sexual violence visited upon them, what are the potential responses that they might have after that event with respect to sex?
So it usually goes one of two ways. Either the victim of intimate partner violence will avoid sex altogether, go to great lengths to avoid sex, or alternatively, become very solicitous of sex. And that really comes down to that women who have been sexually assaulted or men who have been sexually assaulted come to believe that their sexuality is what makes them worthwhile. That's what makes them lovable. And so they really lean into that even in ways that are not in their best interest.
Did you find evidence of that in the communications with Ms. Mericle and this other individual, Mr. English?
Yes, with Ms. Mericle and with Mr. English, and also with Ms. Mericle and Mr. Barron.
Would it be inconsistent for someone who has been a victim of sexual violence to have consensual sex with the person who has previously perpetrated an act of sexual violence?
That would be perfectly, I would expect that, even in a relationship that's abusive.
Would it be inconsistent with someone who's been a victim of sexual violence to want to sext or talk on the phone in a sexual way with the perpetrator of the prior sexual violence?
So someone who is the victim may be solicitous of that. Again, believing that that's where their worth lies, is in that solicitation of sex.
I wanted to talk to you now about the DUI arrest, okay?
Yes.
And specifically, talk to you about defendants. I think it's State's Exhibit. Did you examine the notes that Ms. Mericle has, the note that Ms. Mericle has about what occurred on the DUI arrest night?
Yes, it was a note from her phone.
Yes. Is that note consistent with intimate partner violence, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it is consistent with intimate partner violence because the note appears as if she is rehearsing a version of events in which the perpetrator is not at all involved.
In other words, do victims of violence, whether it be sexual or whatever, do they try to create a script that they will stick to in order to not mention or not expose the perpetrator?
That's correct.
Did you examine text messages related to the St. Simon's incident between Ms. Barron, Mr. Barron, and Ms. Mericle?
I did.
Did you find evidence of a rehearsal in those messages as well?
Yes, I did.
And is that rehearsal, again, consistent with intimate partner violence and behavior by victims?
It is. The way that Ms. Mericle is rehearsing in those text messages is repeatedly saying, I fell and hit my head, you did nothing wrong. And there's a repetition of that.
I want to talk to you now about the symptoms that we might expect someone who is suffering an acute stress response to exhibit.
Sure.
Okay. If someone has experienced an incredibly traumatic event and they're having an acute stress response, what physical manifestations would we expect to find?
So in an acute stress response, what we think about is what happens when we get scared. When we get scared physically, our heart starts racing faster, we start breathing much more rapidly, we start sweating, shaking, sometimes we get a nervous stomach, and sometimes we get so sick that we want to throw up. But think about, so this isn't just being scared, this is way the next level. This is traumatized. So it's all those symptoms that we've all experienced when we've been scared times a million.
So in other words, if I'm scared, I might normally be a little bit jumpy or a little shaky, but this is going to be well elevated beyond that.
Extreme, yes.
Is a person who's experiencing an acute stress response might their hand shake?
Yes.
Are they going to be capable of, would you say, taking a very good aim at a target with a pistol?
I can't imagine they would be.
Now talk to me about specifically post-traumatic stress disorder, okay? If someone is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, how if at all, does it affect their threat perception?
So when someone is in any elevated state of stress, including being diagnosed with PTSD, in their minds, they're in a constant state of threat.
And if they're, in other words, if someone is not immediately charging down on them with a weapon, right? Normal folks would be frightened in that instance, I would assume, correct?
Yes.
If someone is not having that immediate threat, but they have a stress disorder, what might they perceive about the imminence of a threat that's different from a normal folk?
So if someone has been previously threatened with a weapon and then aren't currently being threatened with the weapon, that doesn't mean that they still don't believe that they're being threatened. The threat still feels incredibly imminent.
Okay. Meaning if someone was to assault someone else with a firearm and then retreat behind a door, the person who's outside might still be feeling that that is an imminent threat, even though it may not be in that very moment.
That's absolutely correct.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Judgment be approved. Dr. Elcon,
Yes.
how much were you paid by defense? How much were you paid to be retained by defense?
I charge $400 an hour.
And so, what's that total? Up until you had to come into court to testify, what was that total?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't have the total right in front of me. I apologize.
So $400 an hour, so that's 9 hours of interviewing the defendant, correct?
Yes.
So 400 per hour of that, correct?
Yes.
Because I'm terrible at math. I'm gonna get a calculator. So 400 times 9, so that's $3,600 just for your interviews with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And then, besides interviewing with the defendant, you spoke with Dana Gardner for about an hour, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be 4,000. You interviewed Leslie, who's also her sister, correct?
That's correct.
So that was an hour and 25 minutes. How do we do that billing?
Sorry?
Is it like $400 plus like the, is it like, if you do an hour and 25 minutes, what would you bill for that?
Whatever a quarter of 400 is, so 100.
So we'll do $500 for that. As far as so the body cam, that was 3 hours it took you to review, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be another $1,200. So now we're at $5,700. How long did it take you to review the indictment and the incident report?
Probably about an hour.
So another 400. How about, do you remember how much you billed to review like the other evidence in the case that you were given, about how long that took you to review?
Another 4 hours.
So $7,700 is the math. Is there anything else that Like, how about the psychological testing? Is that all included in the 9 hours that you met with the defendant?
That's correct.
Is there anything else I'm missing prior to like showing up today? Like, did you have to review notes or anything like that that you billed for?
So the other piece of it, and this is where it gets a little complicated, is that when I am retained by the defense, I say, I'll go take a look. I can't guarantee you're going to like what I have to say. So after that initial stage that you just mentioned, the next thing I do is I come back to the defense and say, here's what I found. I'm going to go ahead and write this report.
Okay. So I would imagine it probably took you a little bit to write your report for this case, correct?
That's correct.
So about how long do you think that you probably billed for writing the report?
8 hours.
So now we're at $10,900. How about talking with Mr. Willis? Did you bill for your time to speak with the defense attorney about your findings?
Yes.
How many hours did you spend doing that?
About 4 total.
So now we're at $12,500. Am I missing anything else?
I don't think so.
So now we're talking, so that's about $12,500 prior to your testimony.
Yes.
So do you start billing for your testimony from the time you get, like, driving to the courthouse, waiting to testify, and then also testifying?
That's correct.
So what are we at as of where we sit right now? It's 5:24. How many hours are you going to bill for today so far?
Starting at 10:30 this morning.
Oh, goodness. 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. About 7 hours?
That's correct.
Okay, so another 7 hours. So now we're at $15,300
Okay.
and counting, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So maybe Mr. Willis is hoping I talk fast so the clock stops at some point soon. So I want to talk to you about some of the things that you reviewed, aside from your interviews with, I'm sorry, I have another quick question. Talking about all the hours you spent on this case, I actually also called you to try and speak with you about your report, correct?
Yes.
And you would not speak with me, correct?
That's correct.
And you basically told me that you were hired by defense and so you weren't going to speak with me about your report, correct?
My concern about the questions that you were asking me is that I felt that you were starting to ask me questions to try and get me to give you testimony over the phone. Now, it's very clear from my report and the report that you had, it's very clear that my opinion is consistent with what the defense is asserting. And so I didn't think it was appropriate to give you testimony when I know that the prosecution is adverse to anything I have to say. So I didn't want any behind the closed doors gotchas. I wanted any testimony that you ask me to be asked in front of the jury in open court.
And I simply just said I wanted to talk to you about your report, and your response to me was, I'm not going to talk to you about my report, correct?
That is not what I said. I only started to say that when you were asking me questions about what do I do when I assess for malingering. That is the point at which I said I'm not comfortable answering any substantive questions about my testimony.
And so a question as far as what do you do to assess for malingering is a gotcha moment?
It could be. I don't know. I don't know what your agenda is.
And I actually told you what my agenda was, right? I told you I just wanted to understand your report and get to the truth. I actually told you that, correct?
Correct.
And your response to me was, if you have questions about my report, you can ask me in court when I testify, correct?
Correct. And that you could read my report.
Oh, yes, of course. I just can't ask you about your report, correct?
Correct.
And then I asked you if you spoke with Mr. Willis, and you said yes, correct?
Correct.
And your response to that was basically that that was because you were retained by Mr. Willis, so that's why you spoke with him.
Correct. I have a contract.
And then I asked you, so Mr. Willis paid you, so you'll speak with him, but because I didn't pay you, you won't speak with me. And your response was verbatim, they paid me for my opinion, correct?
Correct, and I misspoke because the reality of that is that I was not paid for my opinion. I'm paid for my time.
But that's not what you told me over the phone, correct?
That's correct, but it was a complete misspeak.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about your opinion that they paid you for. In your report, you list out the things that you reviewed aside from speaking with the defendant as part of the case file. I know we talked about some of them. For example, you read the police reports.
That's correct.
Do you know if you were given the entirety of the Hall County police report?
What I have is about 50 pages.
So if there's a report that has more pages, you wouldn't have that?
Correct.
And then you also indicated that you watched 3 hours of body cam, right?
That's correct.
And in your report, and I genuinely don't know the answer to this, you said that you reviewed video footage and written transcript of interview, and that only took you 1 hour, correct?
That it seemed like it was an hour of footage.
Did you watch the entirety of the 3-hour interview with the defendant and investigator Mefford?
I did not think it was 3 hours. I thought it was 1.
So when you hit start on the interview and the interview runs for 3 hours, at what point did you just stop watching the interview?
Well, I watched it. I don't know if I looked at the timestamps incorrectly. I also read the entirety of the transcript, so I don't think I missed anything.
So did you, because I was genuinely confused about that because the interview was 3 hours long. So did you sit down and watch from start to finish the interview that the defendant had with investigator Mefford?
I thought I had, because I thought it started when Ms. Mericle walks into the room and concludes with him saying she didn't make it. Or he didn't make it, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that interview was about 3 hours long. And you think that it only took you an hour to watch?
I suppose I misread the timestamps.
Okay. And then you also reviewed Hall County Jail medical and mental health records, right?
That's correct.
And text messages between the 4,000 pages of text messages between the defendant and the victim, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever, and I know you interviewed the defendant's 2 sisters, did you ever interview anybody else who knew the defendant?
No.
Did you ever interview anyone from Mr. Barron's family?
No.
I actually want to ask you this. I know that part of your qualification, you talked a lot about conducting forensic examinations, like for people who are claiming not guilty by reason of insanity, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm very familiar with those evaluations. And so one of the things that I know is very important in those evaluations is basically when you're trying to determine whether or not someone is not guilty by reason of insanity, it's important to look at the objective facts about the case, not just what that individual is self-reporting to you, correct?
That's correct.
Because, of course, that individual, not talking about lying about symptoms, but lying about, like, stories that they experience could potentially lie, correct?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, so I'm not, when I say lying, I don't mean lying about symptoms that they're having. I mean lying about, like, if they said I walked my dog yesterday, like, they could lie about that, correct?
So in those kinds of cases, we're looking at mental state at the time of the offense. Mm-hmm. So the collateral data that we're looking at is anything that would be going on at that exact time.
Sure, and that's why, like, the objective facts are so important to figure out what was going on at that exact time, just because anybody can say, at that time I saw a ghost walking across the street who told me to kill this person. They can say that, but then you want to look at the objective facts to see what makes sense with what they're saying, correct?
Correct.
And that it's important not to just rely on self-report. You want to also be looking at, like, the objective evidence, the objective facts that can't be lied about.
Correct.
Essentially. So in this case, did you call investigator Mefford and speak with him to get an understanding about this case?
No.
Did you call Sergeant Cameron Durham to get a better understanding about the crime scene in this case?
No.
did you get medical records pertaining to Miss Mericle to validate any of the things she was telling you about her medical past?
Whatever was available, I had.
So, for example, like Miss Mericle talked about surgeries and different hospitalizations she had had. Did you pull any of those medical records to confirm that those things did in fact happen?
No, but her sisters corroborated that those things occurred.
Her two sisters did.
Correct.
What about, Ms. Mericle told you that she had seen a bunch of different therapists in her past,
Yes.
correct? She even gave you like the specific name of at least one that I know of, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to any of them, get any other prior mental health records?
I tried. I couldn't track them down.
Even though she gave you the name of the
Yes.
actual therapist?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't get any prior mental health records of the defendant, correct?
Correct.
The only mental health records you had were mental health records from the jail, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be after Miss Mericle had killed Mr. Barron, correct?
That's correct.
So we have no mental health records from what Miss Miracle's mental health was like prior to meeting Mr. Barron, correct?
That's correct.
To be able to compare whether or not these symptoms of PTSD potentially existed prior to even knowing Mr. Barron, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't think that would be an important thing for you to get, would be prior mental health records to make sure that these symptoms of PTSD did not exist prior to her knowing Mr. Barron?
So the symptoms of PTSD that she reported to me were directly related to the trauma that involved Mr. Barron.
According to her, correct?
According to her, but it's the kind of thing that she couldn't have made up.
Why is that?
Because so much of what she said was spontaneous. It wasn't like I asked her specifically, are you having nightmares about this thing? I said, how's your sleep? And she spontaneously said that, and that's not something that someone would typically make up.
And she reported to you that the most severe, I forget exactly what you called it, like the most severe thing that she was having a trauma response to was the night of March 7th where he put the gun to her mouth, correct?
That's correct.
And that is entirely self-report, correct?
Yes, but she says it a lot of times, and she says it before she's even asked about it.
And she's being evaluated by you for her criminal case where she's being charged with murdering Mr. Barron, correct?
Correct.
Did you look at any photographs from the crime scene?
No.
Did you look at the defendant's phone for any other text messages between her and anybody else in her phone to corroborate some of the things that she was telling you?
There were text messages between her and Mr. English that came up.
Okay. Anybody else?
No.
Okay. So, when you met with Ms. Mericle, one of the very first things you did was basically told her, our relationship is not confidential. Whatever you tell me, basically is likely or could be used in court, right?
That's correct.
And so when you went into that interview, you knew that all of these interviews that you were having with the defendant could potentially be talked about in court.
That's correct.
Did you record any of the meetings you had with the defendant?
That's not allowed.
It's not allowed?
No.
So I've had psychological evaluations before with criminal defendants who have been recorded in interviews by evaluators.
Objection to counsel testifying.
And so
Objection to counsel.
I haven't gotten to my question yet.
Still object to the form of the question.
Okay. Let's hear the question.
Is your testimony that evaluators are never allowed to record an interview that they conduct with the defendant?
Well, if it's in an outpatient setting, but this was in a jail, and I don't bring my phone into a jail.
Did you ask the jail if you could record your interviews with the defendant for the purposes of court?
No.
So, Ms. Mericle told you that Mr. Barron had been drinking Jack Daniels and beer the night of March 7th, correct?
Yes,
And that she reported to you that both of them had been drinking, but no one was drinking. Both of them pretty much stopped drinking around 10:30, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. I want to ask you this before I forget. You mentioned that Miss Mericle told you that she had thoughts or had attempted suicide the night of March 7th.
She said she thought about it.
She thought about committing suicide. Can you point to me where you note that in your report?
Did I not put it in?
I don't see it. I don't want to say you didn't put it in because I could have just missed it. So if you don't mind reviewing your report and showing me where you put in your report that she thought about committing suicide.
I'm not sure that I put it in.
You don't think that would have been an important thing to note in your report, that on the night where Miss Mericle killed her boyfriend, that she had a thought about committing suicide?
It wasn't really significant to a PTSD diagnosis, so I must have omitted it.
You don't think it's significant that the defendant told you that on the night that she killed her boyfriend, she had thought about committing suicide?
I think it's significant. I don't think it's consistent with a diagnosis of PTSD.
Okay. Did she go into detail about how did she actually attempt to commit suicide, or just that she thought about it?
Just that she thought about it.
Did she ever tell you that she actually attempted suicide?
No.
Did she tell you that she actually attempted suicide 5 different times?
No.
In your report, you note that I think it's your very first meeting with her, she told you that the very first time Mr. Barron pointed a gun at her was the night of March 7th. And then you, later on in your report, talk about other times where Mr. Barron pointed a gun at her. Do you remember that in your report?
It wasn't that he pointed a gun at her. That was the first time that he took a gun and pointed it in her face. That's not the first time that there was a gun involved in the argument.
Okay. So, like, for example, the night where she got the DUI, the night of December 28th, when she found out about Lilia and there was a gun involved, did she explain to you how the gun was involved that night?
Just that he was brandishing it.
Well, did she say what she meant by brandishing?
Like, had it out.
Okay. But, like, did she ever specifically say whether he did or didn't point it at her?
No.
Okay. So, I want to talk to you about the text messages. It was about 4,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Lots of pages of text messages.
Yes.
Between the two of them. So, did you see in that 4,000 pages a text where Mr. Barron is calling Miss Mericle a bad name?
I would need to go back through all the text messages.
If you had noted where Mr. Barron was calling the defendant a bad name, would that not have been something important to note in your report as far as abusive behavior?
Yes, it would.
And so if it's not noted in your report, is it safe to say that there likely is not any bad names being called in those 4,000 pages of notes by Mr. Barron to the defendant?
I would need to go back through all the text messages to answer this question properly.
Well, but again, you said that if there had been any evidence of name calling in those text messages, it would have been important for you to note in your report, correct?
Correct.
And is there any note in your report of Mr. Barron calling the defendant any bad names in your report?
Not via text message.
Okay. So, what about, you mentioned the evidence of physical violence in text messages. I know that one of the examples you gave was when he threw her purse out the window of the car, correct?
Correct.
And the other example I think you gave in your report, you might have also testified to it, was when Mr. Barron asks, "Is your head okay?" after the St. Simon's incident, correct?
Correct.
Can you think of any other examples of the two of them talking about physical abuse in any way in those text messages?
No.
You testified that Miss Mericle wanting to, of course, we see all the time where, people can be sexually abused by their husbands, their boyfriends, correct?
Correct.
And they can still be in a later on consensual relationship with them. That doesn't mean that they haven't been previously sexually abused by them, correct?
That's correct.
And so you talked about how someone who's been sexually abused by a significant other basically can show one of two things. Do you remember talking about this?
I do.
That either they basically avoid sex at all costs or over-sexualized.
Yes.
And that either one of those could be consistent with someone being sexually abused by a domestic partner, correct?
That's correct.
Someone wanting to sext their boyfriend does not mean that they were sexually abused by that individual automatically, correct?
Not automatically, but it's inconclusive, right?
Sure. So basically, when you see an individual sexting the person that they're in a relationship with, it's not an automatic, they must have been sexually abused by them. It could also just be because they want to have a sexual texting conversation with their significant other, correct?
That's correct.
Same with, for example, the note about the DUI on her phone that you testified about. And you said, that could be consistent with a domestic violence victim basically writing out a script so that they remember it, correct?
That's correct.
Could that not also be consistent with somebody writing out what happened to them so they don't forget to tell their attorney?
Yeah, that's entirely possible. It's not my opinion, but it's
Sure.
entirely possible.
But it's entirely possible.
Yes.
Especially if she has a pending DUI arrest. It would not be out of the realm of possibility that she wrote down what happened to her so that she could remember to have that conversation with her DUI attorney, correct?
It's possible. It remains my opinion that was a rehearsal.
Sure. And then the other example that you gave that I wrote down was when she texted Mr. Barron and said, I fell on my head, you did nothing wrong, and you gave that as another example of something that would be consistent with basically a rehearsed response, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand that's going to remain your opinion, but couldn't it also be possible that that's just actually what happened?
Not in this case. Not in this case. Not based on what I saw on the body camera footage. She was clearly signaling to the police that something bad had happened by using no words and putting the police officer's hand on her head without saying anything. It's so clear that something happened.
And something did happen. She did injure her head. No one is saying that she did not injure her head, correct?
That's correct.
It's just the how she injured her head is really the question here.
It is, but there's no explanation other than something really bad was going on, and then she immediately recanted and said, everything's fine, nothing's going on. He was sitting in the next room, so she wasn't going to say anything was going on. So that text message to me was so obviously a rehearsal, in my opinion.
As far as the text messages, you would agree that when Miss Mericle gets angry, most of the time Mr. Barron will just stop replying to text messages, correct?
That's correct.
And basically the argument will result in the defendant essentially kind of having an argument with herself.
Correct.
And then at some point, she just kind of gives up on this argument with herself, and then Mr. Barron will reply when the argument with herself is completed.
Well, that's not entirely correct. What happens in these text messages is that she initially is angry about something. She's angry, she's trying to express herself, and he doesn't respond. And in those cases, silence is a manipulative tool that he's using because she is so self-doubting that she's now second-guessing herself. She's like, well, maybe it was my fault. And she becomes solicitous, and that's when he responds.
So that confuses me a little bit, because you're saying that Mr. Barron not replying is manipulative, correct?
That's correct, using silence as a manipulative tool.
But could it not also just mean that he doesn't want to engage when she's speaking with him that way?
Well, in the broader context of a relationship, this is how abusers assert power, is that they just don't respond until the victim comes back with, I'm sorry, it was my fault, and in Ms. Mericle's case, solicitous of sex.
Couldn't an abuser also respond by using manipulative words?
They could.
Like, for example, you said that in a relationship in the beginning, everything is great, but you know when things are starting to go south in an abusive relationship because of the verbal and emotional abuse, correct?
That's correct.
So it sounds like an abuser can abuse by both being verbal and not speaking at all?
Sure.
So what is, it sounds like everything is consistent with someone being an abuser then, is what you're saying, correct?
Well, in this case, I mean, as I said, relationships are messy, and any of this could have happened. I mean, what we see in the text messages is the use of silence. And it's equally as possible that not in text messages, he was really mean to her. That's what the report is.
So Mr. Barron not replying is abusive, but would your opinion be the same if Mr. Barron had replied saying, calling her names, you whore, I'm gonna kill you if you ever say that again? Would your testimony be that that is also abusive?
Sure.
So, okay. You would agree that after December 28th, almost exclusively, or if not the vast majority of fights that Mr. Barron and the defendant have over text message are involving Lilia, correct?
That's correct.
And I would say, I feel like I can confidently ask you, all of them are started by the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
And the defendant is calling Mr. Barron names, correct?
Yes.
And there's actually a photograph where there's physical abuse by the defendant to Mr. Barron, correct?
That was part of the early February
Yes.
incident.
Yes.
Yes, where he had like a little scratch on his face. Is that what you're referring to? Yes.
She's calling him names. You would agree that lying about vomiting in the ER to get him to come take care of her is manipulative, correct?
It's solicitous, yes.
What's the difference between solicitous and manipulative?
That she is doing things to gain his attention.
Correct, okay. In your report, you put in there that Mr. Barron inadvertently found out about a medical issue that Ms. Mericle was having and offered to drive to St. Simon's to help, and that Ms. Mericle accepted this invitation, correct?
That's correct.
Have you since been made aware that that was, none of that was true?
No, I didn't know that.
So, do you remember reading the text messages where Ms. Mericle talked about how she was vomiting up blood, correct?
Yes.
And that she sent that text saying, Jen, can you take me to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And that she said she spent the whole day in the ER. Do you remember all those text messages?
Yes.
And if I told you that Ms. Mericle said that all of that was false and none of that was true and it was all a lie, would you say that that was Ms. Mericle manipulating Mr. Barron to feel sorry for her?
It was certainly attention seeking.
When you read those text messages, did you think it would be important to validate that any of the defendant's medical issues that she was talking about in those text messages?
I didn't think so.
Do you remember reading the text messages about the St. Simon's incident when the defendant texted Mr. Barron that the police came back the next day and basically told her, "We wished we had arrested Mr. Barron"? Do you remember those?
Yes.
Do you know if that was true or false?
I found out yesterday that that was not true.
But that was in your report. That was something that you found important as part of your opinion to put in your report, correct? It was important enough for you to put in your report.
Yes.
How about the male friend? Do you remember the text about the male friend that was going to come and basically buy Mr. Barron out of the lake house? Do you remember those text messages?
Yes. Or he was going to help her move out.
Yes. Well, that's what you put in your report. Do you know if that was true or false?
I don't.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the DUI. I know that you had the jail medical records and the jail mental health records, correct?
That's correct.
Part of your report that you note was the night of March 7th when you noted that the jail nurse saw bruising on her arms, and you note in your report like the bruising that the jail nurse saw on her arms on March 7th, correct?
That's correct.
Did you have the jail intake form for the night of February 16th?
I did.
Did you notice on the jail intake form that there was no bruising noted by the jail nurse?
I did.
Did you not find that to be significant?
No, because the bruising that Ms. Mericle was reporting was not in anywhere visible.
Did you call the jail to confirm whether or not the jail nurse looked at Ms. Mericle's breasts or had her dress out, anything like that?
Well, I know she didn't dress out.
Why?
Because I know she bonded out.
So, again, did you call the jail to confirm that they did not look at her chest for any visible bruising?
I did not.
Also in the jail medical records, Ms. Mericle was speaking with like a jail psychologist or psychiatrist, correct?
That's correct.
And I would say there's a big quantity of these records where what Ms. Mericle is most concerned about and has the most depression about is her current status incarcerated in the jail, correct?
That's correct.
And there's constant discussion of her depression as it relates to her current status as an inmate, correct?
That's correct.
And how, let me see. You mentioned on direct that.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Judge.
Nope, that's fine. It's 6:05. I gotta be honest, I mean, and no disrespect to anyone, I don't know how long this witness is gonna go for. So we can call it a day or we can keep going. It's 6:05. I get the nonverbal cue that we're gonna call it a day and come back tomorrow. Is that, or do you wanna keep going? Come back tomorrow. Okay. Okay, we'll take a break in the action. Again, please don't discuss the case with anyone and don't do any research. We'll see you tomorrow. Same situation, 8:45, 9 o'clock. Thank you. Lawyers remain. I would anticipate we'll have some lawyer business to deal with. It's still an open court. If you want to hang out, great. If not, that's fine also. can stand, that's fine with me. What I'd like to do is, clearly we're coming back tomorrow. Clearly there's going to be some evidence tomorrow. I like to give the attorneys a brief respite between conclusion of all evidence and closing. Certainly, my only interest in this case is that it be tried fairly under the laws of Georgia Constitution, the U.S. Constitution. So I'm not rushing anyone. I just want to make sure we're utilizing our time correctly. So all that being said, it's my understanding, obviously we'll continue on, and y'all can stand, I'm fine with whatever. We're going to continue on with the defense witness. I don't know how, let's assume it goes another hour, whatever. And then it's been indicated, and clearly the defense has no obligation to put up any evidence, but it's been indicated there may be additional witnesses. So I would anticipate that tomorrow, a large bulk of tomorrow, which is Wednesday, will be taking up with evidence. At some point, we need to have a final charge conference. I have no problem with it being tomorrow, but then that pushes our closings into Thursday morning, potentially, and then from there, which is fine with me. Again, I'm not beholden to any arbitrary deadlines or anything along those lines, but that's kind of where we are. So I would like to go through some sort of charge conference this evening. If anyone absolutely doesn't want to do that, then we can do it later. That's fine. But we do need to get some mileage on this case. State?
We're fine to start with a preliminary charge conference tonight if defense is judge.
Very well.
Very well.
Can we maybe show like a 5-minute restroom break, comfort break?
The answer to that is yes.
Okay.
And then anything else we need to discuss? Did you want to do more of your mistrial motion?
No, Judge, it was taken down to the bench.
So you're satisfied?
I'm satisfied.
All right, folks, it's an open court. You can remain, and I'm not trying to be dismissive. This is one of the more boring parts of a trial, in which the lawyers will argue to the court about what the law is or is not. If you'd like to hang out, that's fine. I'm not excluding anyone. If you want to leave, I don't think you're going to be missing a whole lot. But again, not trying to be dismissive. It's an important part, but many times people don't want to hear a bunch of lawyers arguing about stuff. With that, we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Because I still have to find
Yeah.
Parties. Supplements. Cheers.
I'll note that all those in the gallery took me up on my opinion of charge conferences.
Smartly so, Judge.
All right, so this is a very broad V2. I'm not saying this is it, it's just a discussion point. As I've indicated before, I like to use this as a talking point so we're all on the same page. That being said, if either party wants a formal up or down on their request to charge, that's fine with me too. I'm not going to mention the lawyer's name, but on the civil case, he wanted a ruling on preponderance, so it happens. So if y'all want a ruling, I would be more than happy to give you an up or down on everything, or we could have a kind of generalized discussion and address only the important things. But everyone's definition of important may be different. pursued somewhat informally. Obviously, the court reporter's here taking things that are down. Obviously, this may be making no comment one way or the other. This may be subsequently reviewed, and I understand that, and that's fine. My feelings don't get hurt one way or the other. So, anyone passionate about starting with anything? Or just dive in page one and...
I say let's dive in, Judge.
Might as well.
Might as well. All right. Jury instructions. Number one, page one. I don't think anyone has any problem with that. Very general pattern instructions about indictment,
No, Your Honor.
issue and plea and not guilty, presumption of innocence. Pretty basic stuff.
Yeah. I think both sides asked for the pattern anyway, Judge, so.
And I think that's what we have. So page two, again, very standard stuff.
You got it.
Grave suspicion, jury, judges of law and fact, evidence generally. Page three, direct and circumstantial, credibility of witnesses, expert witness, and to be clear, I leave the headings in, but I don't read the headings. So for example, credibility of witnesses, I wouldn't go, credibility of witnesses, the jury must, I just simply go right into the jury must determine.
Do you provide a written copy?
So I always give the jury literally the copy I have, which I do not write on. I literally hand it to the bailiff and it goes back with the jury. On one occasion, when we had sufficient time, Mr. Preston made 20 copies and everyone had a copy, including all the jurors and alternates. I'm not saying I will or won't do that here, but my main reservation has always been giving them the wrong version, which would be a huge, big problem. So we have to have 2 hours lead time to really organize that. So for example, in this case, if it becomes very clear that we're going to have closing starting on Thursday morning, and we conclude with all evidence at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Wednesday, we may, and we'll keep you all informed on that, but every time they will get a written instruction back in the deliberation room. Now, whether they will read along with me and turn the pages, it's happened one time. I have not excluded that from this case. All right.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, no.
As a point of curiosity, when you send them I know this is not the final that we're looking at now, but there are, both in the patterns and right now in the draft we have, there are parentheticals that may or may not be read. If the copy Your Honor has and gives to the jury has unread parentheticals, I just want to make sure that we're not sending the jury with information that the court did not charge them on or that we did not.
So, for example, like direct and circumstantial, I mean, there's a parenthetical that it's just more explanation, so that would remain. Mm-hmm. You'd be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes. So, I mean, that would remain. Mm-hmm. But to your point, let's just say, for example, and I'm not saying I'm going to give it, but, sodomy, I don't think I need to give them the entire statutory definition of sodomy, so we would kind of, lack of a better term, chop that up so it makes sense. So my preference is that we, I guess edit's a better word, my preference is that we edit it as clean as possible, subject to obviously objection, but please be mindful that at some point we're going to have a final charge conference. At some point you're going to be handed a final charge, and at some point your copy, my copy will be the exact same, and the version literally that I read goes from me to the bailiff to the deliberation room.
Thank you.
And I don't
Thank you for indulging me, Your Honor.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't write on it for obvious reasons. But yes, I mean, my preference would be that we don't have anything improper in there. So page 3, credibility of witnesses, expert witnesses, all pattern, witnesses impeached, prior statements, single witness, defendant's choice not to testify. Obviously she did, so we'll scratch that out. That's off page 4. Then we get into the jury determination of voluntariness of the statements. That's page 4, page 5. Page 6, prior difficulties, definition of crime, multiple ways committed crime, intent. 7, presumption of criminal intent, criminal negligence, proximate cause, venue generally. Page 8, verdict generally. Page 8, still sympathy. Page 8, date not material allegation.
I
Go ahead.
realize in date not material allegation, I made an error in the second paragraph about the actual, statute of limitations for those counts. I will submit I believe that's not accurate. It might be.
Your Honor, I mean, I understand what Ms. Bennett's coming from, and that's, we can check that, but, I mean, I don't think there's a dispute about the date. We may not even need to, may not be necessary to charge it.
I mean, I know, I typically just ask for it just in case. I'm not really passionate about it one way or the other, but if we.
I'm fine either way. I mean,
Okay.
you know,
Yeah.
we marked it for new.
I'll submit a corrected one with the accurate law in it, and then we can go from there.
Page 9, getting obviously into the malice, murder, premeditation, motive, felony murder, causation in felony murder. I imagine we're going to start having more conversations.
Yeah, actually, Your Honor, I'll note it now. I'm sure we'll have a more robust conversation later. And I'm certain I know how this is going to play out, but for purposes of the record and our eventual objection, I think that Georgia has departed from the Apprendi doctrine on the definition of felony murder for some time. So we know that under Ford, it's not just any felony, it's an inherently dangerous felony, and while that's been traditionally a decision that's been either out in the ether or made by courts by way of demur, I think under Apprendi, it's an issue that the jury should have to decide. So I understand what the court is likely to do, but for purposes of the record, I would note that, and then I'm sure we're going to lodge that objection later, should it be viable on appeal.
And I apologize. What subsection specifically?
So under 2.10.2, beginning at the bottom of page 9, for felony murder, the state must prove the defendant caused the death of another person. Yes, by committing a felony. The state of the law is that under Ford, that it is an inherently dangerous felony. And that's why and so I think under Apprendi, any fact, and the inherent dangerousness is of a fact that determines whether a person can be convicted, whether a person can be sentenced, is an element of the offense that must be found by the jury beyond a reasonable doubt. And so Georgia has blithely ignored Apprendi for about 20 years now. So that's my position. And so I would, again, note it for the record. I understand what the court's likely to do, but I wanted to at least make a record on it and lodge the objection at the right time.
Thank you. You want to be heard on that? Moving on.
We would prefer to go with the pattern.
Okay. So for purposes of likely the way this is going to go, and certainly I'll note the objection as to bottom of page 9, which will very likely be in the final charge, and note that now, and obviously note it when we get to that point as well. All right, thank you. On to page 10.
This is page 10. This one? Yeah. No, he was talking about the felony murder one. Now the cousin. Do you have any objection to this? I haven't looked at the last one because he just added them. Just got the
You said, I could go home. You said do.
I'll leave that up. 21040, yeah. This is updated. This is the new version, are you sure? Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's yes, I checked. I didn't like it. I trust you. I always like it. Yeah. I did check because I didn't like it either.
All right, so causation and felony murders pattern, 21040 is pattern, 21041 is a mixture of defense's request and pattern.
Oh, this is for these first.
The first paragraph of 21041.
So the first sentence is what's been added by defense?
That's
Yes.
my understanding.
I understand where they're getting at with that. It's just it's worded very confusing. Like, I don't even really I barely understand it, and I'm a lawyer. I think that this is very confusing for the jurors, the way it's written.
Walk me through that. So it says defendant may not be guilty of malice murder in count 1 or felony murder in counts 2 or 3, but still guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
Like, it's basically going to like the inconsistent or the
Yeah, it's trying to head that off at the pass.
right. And so so that's something I get where they're going with it. I just think that this is worded very confusing. I don't like the way it's worded.
Okay. Do you have a suggestion now?
Like, I would need to maybe think on it, but maybe.
That's fine. Think on it.
Okay.
I mean, I anticipate that we're going to be having more robust discussions in page 1 and 2. Now on to page 11, 21042, provocation by words alone.
That needs to go in the self-defense section.
Nothing.
I think it's pattern and part and parcel with a voluntary charge, so.
My only note with it would be to maybe move it to. No. It goes with, it goes with the voluntary. Never mind. Sorry,
Okay.
Judge.
That's fine. That's why we're doing this.
Yeah.
21044, involuntary manslaughter, parentheses, unlawful act.
And I think that first sentence is the same issue that I think we just might want to reword that. I've noted that to offer a suggestion.
Thank you.
And won't that also, Judge, be something on the verdict form that you explain to them?
So we will certainly need to have a fuller discussion on the verdict form. Do they have a copy of that yet?
Not yet.
It'll be forthcoming.
Okay.
Yep, it'll be forthcoming, but yes, we'll definitely need it. So I've marked 21044, I've marked that. Thank you. And then obviously defenses, pretrial, demur, as it relates to aggravated assault. All right, so we now have 22021 aggravated assault with a deadly or offensive weapon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Here we are. I renew the objection that basically we made via demur originally, because we have both species of underlying assault. Still think that we shouldn't have to dance back and forth between them, and I think the evidence here sort of illustrates the problem in our not having known what the underlying thing we have to defend against here. I mean, now is not the time. I suspect I know what Your Honor is going to do, but now is not the time formally. The law calls for objections later, but
I understand.
I'll be lodging the objection at the appropriate time.
Great. I like that. You can lob it now too, or
Well,
log it.
yeah,
Whatever you want to do.
I'll make sure that.
Noted.
Yeah, I promise to make sure the record is satisfactory.
I would expect no less.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else on 2-1? 2-2, firearm is a deadly weapon.
Just in the spirit of candor, Your Honor, I lodged the same Apprendi objection that firearm as a deadly weapon is not a creature of statute, it is a creature of case law. And so the removing from the jury the consideration of a firearm in the manner of which it's used is a violation of Apprendi doctrine. I'll be lodging that too, but I also know what the state's going to say and what I expect Your Honor to do about it.
It'll be noted. Thank you. The objection, that is. 2-20-23, determining a weapon is deadly.
I don't think we need that, Judge, since we're going to go ahead and instruct the jury that a firearm is a deadly weapon.
I'm fine with that.
Your Honor, same objection. If you, for this, on the same basis, it would be appropriate to instruct the jury on how to determine if it's deadly, but I understand where Your Honor is coming from. I will lodge the objection at the appropriate time.
So to be, and I apologize, state's okay with it being deleted, you'd like for me to read it?
I'd like for it to be retained. But I understand, from the state's perspective, absolutely, if as a matter of law, the firearm is a deadly weapon, yeah, and if as a matter of law, the firearm is a deadly weapon, then it's a deadly weapon, and there's no need to instruct the jury on how to determine whether something is a deadly weapon. I don't think it's appropriate under the 6th and 14th Amendment to tell the jury that a firearm is a deadly weapon, and the determination of whether it satisfies that statutory element should be left to the jury. I can also see how they would be confusing, but I also seem to recall the states having requested 2-20-23 initially.
We withdraw our request. Which request? This one.
I think it was in the packet.
Okay, so here we are. So the state does not want 23, and defense is saying, obviously your overarching objection, I get that, but you would like it to be left in.
I'd like, yeah, I would like it to be left in for the same reason that I think 2-20-20, the previous charge is out, or should be out.
All right, I'll look at that. Thank you. It's likely going to be, 23 is likely going to be out and subject to your objection, I understand. All right, 26820. I don't think I can't anticipate any problem with that.
I know
the damage to property in the first degree.
Not as to the definition of the offense, Your Honor, but we've asked for in our requests a specific instruction on the meaning of without authority, which is a defined term in the code in 16.1.3, paragraph 18. Without authority has a specific definition that is not, it's a term of art and the jury wasn't necessarily going to know it. So we would ask that, next time I do this, I'm going to index them.
I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. I'll double check that.
Yeah, but there's not a pattern on it, which is why in our requests, our request number 47, I included reference to the code.
Great, thank you.
And that should be 16.1.3. The hyphen somehow didn't make it into the.
So I'll look at defense 47. All right, well, thank you. Appreciate you pointing that out.
And Judge, I think that without authority can also open up a whole can of worms. Because, no, I think that's fine. I think that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
What?
Just the
I'll think about it. We can talk about it again. 220, if y'all want to, I mean, I'm fine if we want to address it now.
Judge, I think it does open up a can of worms because there's case law that basically says if it's marital property or joint type of property, then one person can't destroy that property without the agreement of the other person, basically.
So I think it's pretty well established they both own the door.
Correct.
So, Your Honor, I would say that there are several things on here. The exact question of without authority has not been addressed in the context of first-degree criminal damage. Without authority, in fact, has never been addressed in the context of marital or joint property. Those are always been addressed in the context of property of another, which comes up in second-degree criminal damage, burglary, etc. Here, there is no property of another qualification, but there is the without authority element. And the closest case the court's going to find, I think, is Gooch versus the state. But there, the Court of Appeals, it was a blanket that the defendant had set on fire and that the ex-wife had to jump over. He claimed it was marital property and jointly owned, but it was raised as the notion of property of another. It was not raised with in the context of the without authority element. And so that element, as a matter of case law, hasn't been decided. What's more, it's an element of the offense. And I would also note that 16722 requires a scienter, knowing. And when it is knowing has to be applied to every element. So it is not enough that simply, even if it were without authority, a point we don't concede, the state would have to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant had the scienter, that she knew that she was without authority to damage the door. So I think it is absolutely appropriate to charge on without authority. I would also, and we requested it, a charge on the meaning of knowing in the context of a statute, because it's not something that's immediately obvious.
Let's revisit that. I'll make a note. Thank you. 22310, reckless conduct.
Just that first sentence again, judges, I would like for us to revisit.
The ongoing, sure. Thank you. $240.30.
No real problem with it, but I think it may be clearer to just forego the last phrase in number 3 and just substitute aggravated assault. It's the only felony alleged in the count. So if they find that she committed an aggravated assault and that she possessed a firearm while doing so, there's no real dispute that an aggravated assault, if proven, is a crime against another or a felony against another. But the court can, that's not an objection, it's a suggestion.
This is pattern, Judge.
Yeah, it's pattern. I think the pattern could be cleaner since there's only one felony at issue. Saves the court a line of reading.
I think it is a very astute suggestion, and I will take it under advisement. Thank you. Turning to page 13. Tampering with evidence. Is that right from the code? Or is that a state's request?
I took it just from the code because there's no pattern for the misdemeanor tampering, so I just basically copied from the statute.
And I think our request is identical, so I copied from the statute as well.
Great.
So, hard to object to something you asked for.
3 even, affirmative defense definition, burden of proof. Three, 110, justification, generally. 3, 10, 10, justification, use of force in defense of self or others. Turning to page 14. We have aggravated assault, strangulation. Next down, aggravated sodomy. Still on page 14, rape.
Judge, I don't think that it's been alleged that he raped her on the evening of the shooting. So therefore, I don't think that's part of the self-defense on the night of the shooting.
Your Honor, it's the reasonable belief and not the fact that it's not in response to rape, it's a reasonable belief of the rape and the pattern of their relation. It's been alleged during the course of their relationship over time that he did rape her, and that would be a basis for her to reasonably believe that a rape was forthcoming, because it's happened before. It would inform whether she anticipated it would happen again.
Judge, there's been no evidence that Ms. Mericle was in fear of being raped that night. There's been absolutely no evidence of that in this trial. She said that she was sodomized that night and that she was strangled that night and that she was in fear of being killed that night. But at no point has there been any evidence that she was also in fear of being raped. Just because she was raped in the past doesn't mean we charge the jury on it. Just because she alleges that she was raped by the victim in the past doesn't mean we get a jury charge on it. It does not go to her reasonable fear of why she did what she did that night. She didn't testify to that, and there's been no evidence of that.
Your Honor, the defendant doesn't have to testify explicitly to something for the jury to be able to infer it. The court's going to instruct the jury on direct and circumstantial evidence. And as the update to section 16.322 explains, the quantum of evidence that is, or the scope of evidence that is relevant now to prove reasonable beliefs is much broader than it once was. And the course of the relationship would inform whether it was her reasonable belief. Now, I'm sure that in argument, the state can get up and say, well, they argued this, but you didn't hear her say it. And it'll be for the jury to decide whether in the course of the relationship, that was yet another thing she could have feared.
I'll look at the reasonable belief. I'll be honest with you. I'm a little bit disinclined to give the rape charge. But I believe I understand your reasonable belief argument. We'll revisit that. On a related note, 310.12, reasonable beliefs explained. Page 15. (310.13), no duty to retreat. 316.10, threats justifying a homicide. 316.20, excessive force. 316.30, revenge. Have a generalized alleged violence.
Judge, we object to that. It's not a pattern charge. The only and it's not the statute, it's not a pattern, which we've already charged on justification. We already have a charge on justification, a pattern charge. We already have a pattern charge on reasonable belief. And it's just not supported by the only part of this that's in the self-defense statute is if you find the defendant was subjected to acts of family violence or dating violence committed by the alleged victim, you may consider that evidence in determining whether the defendant reasonably believed that the threat or use of force or deadly force was immediately necessary. Then if you skip down to the evidence of family or dating violent relates to the reasonableness of the defendant's belief, that is not in any of these statutes that he cited. It's not in any pattern charge. And the last paragraph that says the question for you is not in the statute. And let's see. And then, yeah, it's just not in any of the only thing that's, what he says it is that little first blurb, and then the parts about what family violence is. And so, and the rest is covered by reasonable belief, and it's covered by the actual justification charge. So we strenuously object to that charge, Judge.
I love any reference to A Few Good Men, Your Honor.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
All right, Your Honor, I would note that prior to the...
What did you say?
I love any reference to A Few Good Men, strenuously object.
Oh, talk so fast, I literally didn't hear this. Sorry, keep going.
Oh, I'll slow down. But, Your Honor, I would point out that prior to the Survivor Justice Act, there was and is still a pattern charge on battered person syndrome that has been supplanted by the update to 16-321. The former charge, 3-10-14, I charge you that if you find from the evidence that the defendant suffers from battered person syndrome, you may consider that evidence in connection with the defendant's claim of self-defense. Such evidence relates to the reasonableness of the defendant's belief that the use of force was immediately necessary, even though no use of force against the defendant may have been, in fact, imminent. The standard is whether the circumstances were such that they would excite the fears of a reasonable person possessing the same or similar psychological or physical characteristics as the defendant and faced with the same circumstances surrounding the defendant at the time the force is used. That's what I based our request on. I've actually submitted two requests, one and the alternative the other. The second one, the one in our supplement, tracks this a little more closely. But what the court has here, I charge you that if you find from the evidence that the victim committed acts of family violence, which, 16-321-D1, acts of family violence, 1913-1, acts described in Code Section 1913-1, that's family violence, or acts of dating violence, 1913A1, those are among the acts that would be supported in D1, that you may consider that evidence, now back to the original battered person syndrome charge, in connection with the defendant's claim of self-defense. Such evidence relates to the reason. It's entirely the approved battered person syndrome charge. All I have done is sub in the language of the statute that supplants the narrow judicially created rule that was battered person syndrome. The legislatively created rule is much broader, and so all I did was include the references to the broader information that the jury can consider. And then the definitions of family and dating violence, I lifted those directly from 1913-1 and 1913-A1. And as well as the definition of dating relationship, which is in 1913-A1. And I may have been duplicative at the end. We may be able to tighten this at the end, but as far as giving the charge and giving the charge as to what the jury can consider, I think that's entirely appropriate. It was entirely appropriate when battered person syndrome was the only evidence that could be introduced on this basis. Now that it's much broader, a much broader charge is entirely appropriate.
So what defense did was they took a battered person charge, didn't title it battered person syndrome because there's been no testimony of battered person syndrome at all in this case, and then they disguised it as alleged violence. The battered person syndrome charge is not appropriate here. There's been no testimony about battered person syndrome at all. The psychologist that evaluated the defendant never diagnosed her with battered person syndrome, never testified to battered person syndrome, and it would be entirely inappropriate to take that charge, call it something else, and implant it in a completely unnecessary jury charge. And that's what I took from this jury charge. We would ask that this not be given. Again, it is not pattern. Everything that needs to be covered as far as justification, self-defense, all of that has already been covered by all of the pattern charges. This is just taking something that's irrelevant to this case that has not been testified to, titling it something else, and putting it in a charging packet. And so we would again object to any of this being given to the jury.
Your Honor, the word battered person syndrome exists neither in our requests nor in the court's proposed charges. The purpose, the evidentiary purpose of the expansion to 16-321 it is the same as battered person syndrome used to be. It serves the same purpose. It informs the question of reasonableness. All of this evidence is admissible to determine the question of reasonableness. We're not asking that the court say the words battered person syndrome to the jury at all. What we are saying is the jury should be informed that this evidence, this broader class of evidence that the General Assembly has said is admissible, specifically in cases where there's testimony supported, PTSD, dating violence, family violence, that the jury can consider that to determine whether the defendant's actions were reasonable and whether the state has overcome the presumption of their reasonableness beyond a reasonable doubt. So it is entirely appropriate that it be given. And otherwise, how is the jury going to understand the context of all of this information? The legal significance of this information that the General Assembly has told you is legally significant.
It's not relevant to this case, Judge. She was diagnosed with PTSD. There's been no testimony of battered person syndrome. I never said that battered person syndrome is inadmissible. It's absolutely admissible if it's relevant to the facts or the testimony of the witnesses, which it is not in this case. I've had other cases where it was relevant, where the psychologist did testify about battered person syndrome, and we gave the charge. That's not the case here. There's been no testimony about battered person syndrome, so to throw in law about battered person syndrome would be entirely confusing to the jury. It would be irrelevant. And this sounds like a lot of great arguments that Mr. Willis can give in his closing as to why justification might be a reason to not find the defendant guilty. But to charge on law that has not been even mentioned in the case would be improper.
Your Honor, what the state seems to be saying is that battered person syndrome is entirely an island in the law. Battered person syndrome was admitted originally by the Supreme Court, actually in a swath of cases across the country. There was a national trend of admitting battered person syndrome because it informed the reasonableness of somebody's actions in a justification case. But for purposes of and what we're doing is entirely new, but as Mr. Willis mentioned to you at the motions hearing, this is probably one of the first cases being tried in the context of the new Survivor Justice Act. But I would point the court to 16.321D1, which we agreed earlier in the proceedings.
I'm sorry, what was it again?
16.321D1, use of force in self-defense, and in the prosecution for any offense prohibited under Chapter 5 of this title, and 1, 2, 3, and 5 are, if a defendant raises a defense of justification provided by subsection A, which we have, of this code section, the defendant may offer relevant evidence the defendant has been subjected to acts of family violence